The traffic light was red, prohibiting pedestrians from crossing the road, and the crowd of people grew larger, waiting for the light to turn green. And one guy in this crowd was looking at the screen of his smartphone. He read the correspondence intensely, and his face showed irritation from the dialogue. They wrote to him that today was June's birthday. The guy replied that he had other plans and was asked to at least bring a gift. Finally, the traffic light took pity and turned green, indicating that it was possible to cross the road. In a nearby chat, the guy was asked where he was now. He replied that the guys would hang out without him today. One of his friends even offered to buy him food, but the guy refused. In the turmoil and flow of people, the boy and the man collided with their shoulders. The man angrily shouted at him to watch where he was going, and the guy embarrassedly apologized to him. Walking further, the boy thought that the day was already hard, and then this guy crashed into him. The guy sighed sadly and tried to remember what June liked, to whom he should come for his birthday. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar that swept across the entire area. People began to turn around in shock, trying to understand what it was. Someone even suggested that it was an earthquake. Suddenly, lightning of unimaginable proportions fell from heaven to earth. All the people, including the boy, froze in horror, not believing their eyes. From the place where the lightning struck, a shockwave began to fly out in all directions, sweeping away everything around. Panic reigned, cars exploded, and buildings collapsed because of the wave. People ran forward, jumping over obstacles. Another powerful lightning struck the building not far from the first lightning strike. Immediately, the building began to collapse noisily, and glass flew in different directions from the shockwave. Panic grew. People screamed, ran, and tried not to get hit by the flying debris of the building. But there were no casualties. The man holding his head called for the woman, but she lay unconscious. After a while, a hail of smaller lightning bolts fell from the sky and rushed to the ground. And at the sight of each lightning strike, only destruction was left in its wake. Smaller lightning strikes scattered people and cars like toys. Our hero, covering his head, ran forward, trying not to get hit by fragments, and dodged running people and burning cars. He ran forward as best he could, eyes wide open, not paying attention to the people running with him. A girl ran out of the subway, screaming loudly and calling for help, not understanding where to run. Our hero waved his hand at her and shouted for her to run here, and the girl rushed towards him. But she didn't have time, and before she had reached it, she was hit by an ambulance rushing forward. Our hero kept running forward, not understanding what was happening, and really hoping that this was actually a dream. But he was too immersed in his thoughts, and only when it was too late did he notice the truck flying towards him. Life flashed before his eyes, but he could no longer do anything. Awkwardly covering his head with his hand, as if this would save him from being hit by a truck, our hero cowered. But not feeling the blow, he began to slowly and fearfully open his eyes. Fear gave way to surprise. Everything began to blur before his eyes. His whole body, like his mind, twisted as if he had been thrown into a washing machine. A flash of lightning lit up the sky again. Lightning quickly fell to the ground, bringing destruction in its wake. Our hero suddenly opened his eyes, trying to understand what happened to him. He looked around frantically, but tried to do it without moving. His thoughts began to return, and he wondered where he was, because he had just been run over by a truck. The guy tried to roll over onto his back and looked around, trying to figure out where he was. But as soon as he did this, his eyes widened in shock and surprise. There were 2 moons in the sky, one blue and the other red, and huge birds that looked like griffins were flying across the sky. Not believing his eyes, our hero thought what the hell was going on. He lay naked on his back, trying to comprehend what was happening, when he heard a terrible roar. The guy stood up and looked in the direction where this terrible sound was coming from. He came closer and clenched his teeth in shock, not believing what he saw in front of him. It was a gigantic bear that growled, and foam flew from its mouth. The bear was attacked by a pack of wolves. Each of them grabbed the bear's paw, and several more stood nearby, preparing to attack. With his eyes wide open, our hero stood in shock, watching the battle. Instead of a bear, what appears before the guy's eyes is a doctor in a white coat, who was carefully writing something down in a notebook. He asked the guy if he understood correctly that he woke up on another planet with 2 moons and watched as a pack of wolves attacked the bear. Realizing that this sounds stupid, our hero remained silent, lowering his eyes. Having written this down in a notebook, the doctor asked the guy how he was able to return back from that planet. The question was logical, and the guy understood it, but did not know how to answer it. The wolves tore at the bear, clinging to his neck with their sharp fangs, tearing out pieces of flesh. Unable to bear the brood, the huge carcass of the bear rose into the air and its paws stopped touching the ground. The bear fell to the ground with a roar, and the impact sent stones and chips flying in different directions. The pack of wolves united. The largest ones ran in front, and the smaller ones stayed behind. They surrounded the bear's body and began to tear it apart, tearing out pieces of meat. Hiding between the stones, our hero watched in horror what was happening, afraid to make a sound. He did not immediately notice that one of the wolves with a snow-white skin had crept up behind him. The wolf cub looked at our hero with interest. without showing any aggression or friendliness. Our hero mentally cursed, looking at the wolf, and horror was visible in his eyes. As best he could, our hero ran away from the pack of wolves. Breathing heavily, he jumped over obstacles, and clouds of dust burst out from under his feet. The first rays of the sun appeared in the sky, and it began to turn orange, replacing the night. To survive, our hero ran with all his might, not paying attention to fatigue. Sweat blurred his eyes, and it was difficult to breathe. Every breath seemed to burn his lungs. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of his eyes, which only he could see. It read, "Your physique has increased by 1." The guy did not understand what this message was and looked at it in surprise. Because of the message, he did not notice the protruding stone and caught his foot on it. Our hero stumbled and, losing his balance, began to fall to the ground. Not only did he fall while running, he also fell on a slope, and instead of falling, he rolled down, sweeping away bushes. As a result, he fell off a small cliff and fell head first into the thick grass. The guy coughed and couldn't stop. Sweat and tears dripped onto the ground. After catching his breath a little, he wondered what that sound was. Was he now hearing strange sounds? Suddenly, something caught his attention, causing his mouth to start drooling. In front of him, he saw bushes on which something was hanging. These were red fruits, similar to tomatoes or apples. The guy thought that he was very hungry and, looking at these fruits, wondered whether they were edible. He noticed one fruit lying on the ground on which several ants were crawling. The guy looked around and saw that the other fruits were also covered in ants, and decided that since they were not afraid, the fruit was not poisonous. He took one of the fruits and, kneeling, greedily bit into it with his teeth. He took several bites of the fruit when suddenly he felt something was wrong and froze. He peered carefully into the thick grass in front of him. Our hero trembled, feeling someone's gaze, and suddenly heard a terrifying roar. The grass ahead suddenly moved and something ahead made a sound. Our hero's eyes widened in fear when he saw what was watching him. A huge red eye with a thin vertical pupil looked at him. Out of fear, our hero was afraid to even move and froze, with the fetus near his mouth. A giant snake with blue scales jumped out at him and opened its mouth predatorily. Still motionless from shock, the guy had already resigned himself to his fate, looking enchanted into the eyes of the snake. Suddenly, a giant frog jumped out from somewhere and grabbed the snake's throat, gnawing it. The frog pulled the snake along with it, and the guy was still sitting on the ground, holding the fruit near his open mouth. Hearing the frog devouring the snake, our hero hiccuped and was finally able to close his mouth. He closed his eyes and thought this was a crazy place. As he fell to the ground, he thought that he was actually the only one who had gone crazy. A downpour fell on this strange, unfamiliar forest, washing everything around. Drops of rain flowed down from one huge leaf to another. A large puddle of water collected on one of the leaves and began to flow down in a thin stream. Our hero opened his mouth and caught this stream, quenching his thirst. He was sitting on a tree branch. He had some kind of bandage on his hips. He leaned his back against the tree trunk and drank greedily. It was already the 67th day since he found himself in this unfamiliar world. He looked down and thought that a pack of those same wolves was still chasing him. Looking sadly at them, our hero thought that they could catch him at any moment. Looking around, he thought that wolves were not the only danger, and he needed to find a safe place. Night fell again, and 2 full moons rose in an unfamiliar sky. A year has already passed. Our hero found a bunch of bananas, each of which was the size of him. With a lot of effort, the guy was able to tear off one banana from this huge bunch. He began to fall down, but the guy managed to catch her and did not let his prey fall. Once again, he saw an unknown message that his strength had increased by 1. The guy felt that he had become stronger and pulled the giant banana towards himself. It took a while, but he was able to pull the banana onto the branch he was sitting on. Eating a banana, the guy thought that he was still able to survive, or rather, adapt. There was a white wolf cub standing under the tree, and our hero thought that he was persistently following him. The guy stuffed his full cheeks with a banana, thinking that he was already used to the wolf cub and even missed him when he wasn't around. Suddenly, a stream of liquid began flowing onto his back from somewhere above. Not understanding where it was coming from, the guy raised his head up. Seeing the source of the liquid, the guy cursed rudely and instantly tensed. There was a huge gorilla on top of the tree. It growled and began to quickly descend. Splashing saliva, the gorilla came down to our hero and swung his huge fists. Our hero watched the gorilla rush towards him and clenched his teeth angrily. Both of the gorilla's fists landed on the branch where the guy was sitting, and it split into small chips. But our hero was quick. He managed to grab the vine, escaped, and even took his banana. Looking at the gorilla indifferently, our hero said that maybe she would be lucky next time. At that moment, the branch on which the gorilla jumped broke off, and the huge carcass flew down. And a white wolf cub watched everything that was happening from the ground. And at the moment of the fall, he was right under the gorilla. With a crash, the giant monkey fell to the ground, and stones and branches flew to the sides. The white wolf cub also fell under the wave and was thrown away from the gorilla with force. Holding the vine, our hero looked down and noticed that the wolf cub had suffered from the fall of the monkey. Unexpectedly, after such a fall, the gorilla remained alive, and its huge paw hit the ground with force. The gorilla began to get up and her attention switched from our hero to the wolf cub. Due to the shockwave generated by the fallen gorilla carcass, a branch was stuck in the wolf cub's paw. But despite this, the top was ready to fight back and bristled when he saw the gorilla's gaze. The gorilla growled in response, staring at the white wolf cub, as if she had already forgotten about our hero. Growling, the gorilla swung its huge fist, preparing to hit the wolf cub, who did not even think about running away. The monkey struck, and the white top flew to the side, whining pitifully. Unexpectedly, our hero flew up from the back of the gorilla and, letting go of the vine, flew towards the monkey. He lowered himself onto the gorilla's back and forcefully stuck the stick into its eye with one hand. The monkey screamed in pain, feeling the stick pierce its eye, from which blood immediately began to flow. Our hero did not come to life with such agility, but the gorilla was able to grab him by the shoulders with both hands. She threw the guy forward with force and he flew like a straw doll. He slammed his back into the wall, but managed to notice that the top had come to its senses and ran away. From such a blow, all the air was knocked out of the guy's lungs and he tried his best to breathe. But the gorilla was not going to give up and was already running towards our hero, demolishing everything in its path. Looking at her with a mixture of irony and contempt, the guy said that it was stupid to get into this fight. The doctor interrupted the memories of the gorilla and asked why our hero did this. The guy said wearily that he could no longer run away from his suffering outside the territory. Constant flight did not solve anything. The doctor did not find what to answer and only looked at the guy in surprise and disbelief. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the guy's lips, and he added that wherever he went, there was always a ruler. Our hero was sitting by a tree and could not move, and the gorilla was rushing towards him. Raising her giant fists, she was ready to crush the guy's head. But suddenly, from somewhere on the side, a large white wolf attacked the gorilla, trying to bite its throat. Our hero couldn't believe his eyes and watched this scene in surprise, not noticing the blood on his face. A pack of wolves surrounded the gorilla and attacked it, biting into its body from all sides. Watching the attack of the wolf pack, our hero lost consciousness. He thought that this was the end, but the wolves did not touch him while he was passed out. The wolf cub circled nearby, watching how the big wolves attacked the gorilla, and our hero decided that the pack decided that he was sleeping with the wolf cub, so they were helping him. Soon, our hero realized that this white wolf cub was the son of the leader of a pack of crimson wolves. When the full moons rose in the sky, a wolf's howl echoed through the forest. A pack of wolves climbed a high hill and howled at the moon in unison. The wolves ran as fast as they could, and at the same time howled with a single timbre. Our hero was also in this pack and ran ahead, along with a white wolf cub, just like you and me. My best YouTube viewer. We are both lone wolves, wandering through the forests at night in search of cool content. Let's not forget to subscribe, leave a comment, and like. All the best to you. Our hero stopped, trying to catch his breath from this frenzied run, and the wolf cub stopped with him. After a while, the wolf cub also stopped and tried to catch his breath, sticking out his tongue. The guy picked up the wolf cub in his arms and rushed forward with the pack of wolves. After a while, the wolf cub grew into a huge white wolf, and our hero was still nearby. It was the second year that our hero had been in this world, when a wolf howled on the hill. The crimson wolves immediately howled in response. The guy howled along with the wolves. He thought that the wolves probably took him for one of their own.
Our hero was becoming stronger, and now he no longer cared about the sheer cliff along which he easily ran up.
It is not surprising that he could climb it, since it was already the 31st year since he came into this world. Suddenly, a giant snake jumped out at the guy and rushed up the hill after him, but our hero was waiting for this. Our hero took out a knife and thought that he had no idea how to get out of here. During all this time, he had not found any signs of civilization. He cut the snake from the mouth and almost to the tail, and the wolves from below helped him, tearing the tail. The wolves began hunting for the boar, and our hero reflected that he had joined the wolves and continued to participate in battles for the territory of his pack. The wolves chased the boar, and our hero watched, following him along the vines. He flew high, preparing to attack, and let out a hunting roar. Letting the vine fly, our hero pulled out his knife and prepared to strike. He landed on the boar's head, and his knife went into his head like soft butter. A flock of birds took off into the blue sky without a single cloud. Our hero stood on a hill and looked at a flock of birds, thinking that 120 years had already passed, and he was definitely the only person on this planet. He recalled how he mourned the wolf and thought that he had made many furry others, but also lost many. He sat on a cliff with a bloody knife and realized that he had lost count of how long he had been in this world. Hundreds of years had passed, and he did not understand how he remained alive. The doctor summed up that, having become the leader of the pack, even after 500 years, he did not find any signs of civilization, and asked how our hero managed to find the way to Earth. Our hero remembered that on a hill under the moonlight, a pack of wolves was going against a pack of gorillas. Bristling, the crimson wolves rushed forward, growling and grinning. Gorillas were rushing towards them. They also growled and were ready for battle. Our hero also ran with the wolves, and during his time in that world, he even made improvised boots for himself. Wolves and gorillas clashed in battle. They attacked each other. Our hero looked like an animal. He took up a knife, ready to attack. With all his might, he pushed off the ground with one foot. Soaring in the air, he swung, preparing to strike one of the gorillas. Suddenly, deafening thunder was heard on the battlefield, just like that time on Earth. Our hero froze, recognizing this sound, not believing that he was hearing it again. His consciousness began to slip away as if twisting, just like last time. The whole world froze and spun. Everything began to calm down. The battle, the roar, the attacking gorilla. Lightning struck the place where our hero stood, shaking the earth. In the light of lightning, the guy disappeared, and all that was left of him was the knife with which he had gone through many battles. Suddenly a city appears. The buildings look old and they are all covered with small cracks. 3 people are walking along the road against the backdrop of destroyed buildings, and one of them has a radio beeping. One of the 3 slows down and says, "Great." The girl with long hair turned to her companions and said, "Here we go." The walkie-talkie in her hands beeped louder and louder, and one of the companions said, "But Captain." The girl said that the device was behaving strangely, and the spatial energy was going through the roof. The guy said to immediately send the coordinates to the portal management team. The guy with the instruments in his hands pressed the button and said that he was sending coordinates. A pillar of light flashed in front of the trio, and one of them said that the portal was opening. 3 ran away from the portal. One said that it was unknown what would appear from it, and the second added that it was not for nothing that he had a bad feeling. The trio ran forward, and behind them the shockwave demolished everything around them. They did not have time to escape, and the wave threw them in different directions, like toy soldiers. One guy came to his senses and screamed in horror that the portal had opened. The second guy pressed himself against the wall and screamed that he didn't want to die. And only the girl boldly turned to the opened portal and grabbed the handle of the katana hanging on her side. She shouted that she would buy time and ordered the guys to run away. One of the guys tried to call the bureau so that they would send help as soon as possible. The portal looked like a bright red circle, and the girl boldly waited to see who would emerge from it. "Come out, I'll tear you into pieces," the girl thought, looking intently into the portal. A silhouette of a man appeared in the red circle of the portal. The girl stared forward in shock, not believing her eyes. The haze was dissipating, and now the image of our hero was clearly visible in the portal. The girl's ardor diminished, and she wondered in surprise whether this was really a person in front of her. She felt that her whole body was petrified and trembling slightly. Our hero was confused after being in the world with animals for a long time, and the first thing he did was scream loudly. This cry, more like an animal roar, brought the girl into complete stupor. The girl held the hilt of her katana tightly, preparing for battle in front of the portal. Our hero, who appeared from the portal, growled menacingly. The girl stared at him in shock, not believing that this was a person in front of her. Her instincts told her that there was a wild animal in front of her, and she began to tremble. The roar suddenly stopped, and the guy began to slowly sink to the ground. The girl continued to stand holding the katana, watching the guy fall. The rumble from the opening of the portal began to subside, and with it our hero fell to the ground, losing consciousness. The guys who called for reinforcements came closer and were surprised that a man appeared in front of them. The girl calmed down, and looking at the guy, she wondered what kind of power it was. She looked at his sleeping face and thought that she had not felt such pressure even in high-level dungeons. The girl could not understand who this guy who appeared from the portal was. The guy said into the radio that there was no need for reinforcements. This was a returnee, and they needed an ambulance. The guy was sitting on the couch when the doctor turned off the recording on the recorder. He smiled and thanked our hero for everything. He said that he would forward his testimony to the Awakened Bureau. His health was normal, so he would be discharged soon. The guy, lowering his head, called the doctor by name. The man was already standing at the door and turned around in surprise when he heard his name. The guy said that for the first time in 1,000 years he talked to a civilized person and thanked him for listening to him. The doctor said that he had shared a valuable story and that they should thank the hero who had returned from a 1,000-year adventure. Our hero looked with disbelief after the departing doctor. The door to the room where the guy was slammed shut. The doctor walked down the corridor to his office, thinking along the way. He thought this was a very interesting patient. His story was so detailed that he could easily become a writer. The Awoken Bureau consisted of several high-rise buildings with helipads. The girl with the katana stood in the captain's office. She read the documents and asked if the information here was correct, because it seemed to her that it was not. The captain was surprised by these words and asked what was wrong. The girl looked at the card and said that it says that he has an F rank. The captain said that he was a rare patient with such a rank, and added that if he had at least an E rank, they could receive benefits from the state. She looked at the card of our hero, whose name was Steve, and said that this rank means that he is an ordinary person. The girl said that with such a rank he would not be able to pass through the portal, and once again clarified whether everything was correct here. The captain said that maybe he was lucky, sometimes this happens, or he was hiding and accidentally stumbled upon the return stone. He handed over the tablet and said that he had received the doctor's report from the hospital and suggested that we take a look at it. The diagnosis indicated that our hero had post-traumatic disorder and that he was prescribed antidepressants. The girl read the document with disbelief and was especially attracted by the paragraph where it was indicated that he behaves like a wolf. The girl remembered what Steve looked like when he first came out of the portal. She trusted her instincts, but began to think that she was imagining things. The girl asked if this was his document. The captain confirmed this and added that even though he was an F rank, they should still treat him as if he had returned. The girl asked to personally deliver these documents to Steve. The captain was surprised why the girl volunteered to personally deliver the documents. When leaving, the girl said that she wanted to see this with her own eyes. Despite the fact that many years had passed, the hospital building looked the same as everywhere else. Our hero lay on the couch, thinking that 2 weeks had already passed since he returned from that world. He reflected that he wanted this more than anything in the world, but when he returned, he felt everything was foreign and did not understand what to do next. A nurse entered the room with a tray and said it was time to eat. The guy did not immediately return from his thoughts and looked with a tired look at the nurse who entered. She placed a tray containing various dishes on the table next to the bed. Suddenly, our hero felt that he was really hungry and his stomach began to growl. Looking at the delicious dishes, he decided that first he needed to fill his stomach. There was a knock on the door of the room where Steve was. The door immediately opened and the girl with the katana greeted Steve. Our hero squatted down, devouring food without using cutlery like a wild animal. The girl with the katana was shocked to see this scene. But the guy didn't see anything strange in this and just turned his gaze to her, without looking up from his food. The girl said that her name was Jean, and she was from the Awoken Bureau. Steve lowered his leg from the bed and muttered, "That smell blonde hair." He squatted down next to the girl and sniffing said that they seemed familiar. The girl said that she was the first person he met after he returned. Remembering his appearance, the girl thought that coming out of the portal, he felt like a predator. But now, looking at how he eats, the girl doubted her sensory abilities. The guy licked the tray of food and, putting it on the table, said that the food was delicious. He asked the girl what kind of awakened bureau this was, and she responded by asking why he was speaking to her informally. Steve was confused for a second, but replied that he was 1,000 years older than her. The girl remembered his diagnosis and that he was a patient and looked away. Jean put the papers in front of him and said that the Bureau of the Awakened helps people like him to adapt, and said that everything is indicated in the document. She asked him to carefully read and sign the consent to disseminate the information. Taking the pen in his hands, Steve gasped in surprise. He sniffed the pen, and the girl asked why he continued to sniff things. The guy replied that 1,000 years had passed, and they continued to use pens. The girl angrily said that she asked him to sign and not draw. The guy apologized and said that she remained the same as 1,000 years ago. The girl swore at Steve, called him a Neanderthal, and once again showed him where to sign, deciding that he was just an idiot. After thinking a little, the girl became a little embarrassed, but still turned to Steve. The guy, not distracted from drawing, asked what she needed. Looking at the drawing of the wolf, she asked if he learned to draw there, and he replied that he knew how to draw before. The girl asked if he learned something there, and seeing surprise, added, "Did he learn magic, voodoo, or martial arts?" Steve replied that he had been living in the forest all this time to survive. The girl finished the sentence by saying that all these 10 years he had simply been running to survive. The guy looked at the girl in bewilderment, waiting for an explanation. To become a true returnee who can pass through the portal, you need to kill monsters and take away their spatial energy. But Steve, apparently, just came across a displacement stone. That's what the girl thought and said out loud that she was simply mistaken. Steve said in surprise that he had been in the jungle not for 10 years, but for 1,000. Jean said that he was starting to get on her nerves, and added that he had been in the jungle not for 1,000 years, but for 10. The guy began to get angry listening to the girl's answer and asked her why 10. She said to look at the records. It states that he disappeared in 2015, and now it is 2025. Steve looked at the document in shock, not believing that only 10 years had actually passed. The girl threw the guy his ID card and said that it was his awakened card. The guy took it in his hands and read the inscription, ID card of the awakened one. The girl said that half of his medical expenses would be subsidized with her help and asked to read the documents. Before leaving, Jean said that when Steve was cured, it would be better for him to return to his family and said goodbye to him. The guy looked at the door that closed behind the girl, digesting what was said. He grabbed the documents, repeating the already forgotten word, family. Steve pored over the documents, wondering in shock whether they were still alive. Remembering life in the jungle, our hero thought that he had finally given up there. He assumed that even if he returned to Earth, his relatives would no longer be alive. But when he returns, he must come to terms with the loss of his wolf family, and the fact that he is alone again leads him to despair. But these were only assumptions because only 10 years had passed. That's what Steve thought as he read the documents. He found the data page and gasped. Our hero's mother and father were already dead. Steve sadly repeated into the void that they were both dead and began looking for information about his younger brother Chad. Having found information about his brother, our hero's eyes widened in surprise. He quickly ran away from the room with only one thought: Chad is alive. He melted the nurses, shouting that he urgently needed to see Dr. Baldy, and did not hear the girl's words that he could not go there. Steve grabbed the doorknob to the doctor's office with all his might as the nurses screamed behind him. Our hero opened the door, not listening to anyone around, and called Dr. Baldy. The nurse running after the guy said that he couldn't go there. The doctor was sitting at the table and was surprised by this appearance. He smiled, looking at Steve, and asked him what happened. Our hero confidently stated that he needed the help of a doctor. Dr. Baldy was calm and asked what kind of help the guy needed. Steve said his brother was still alive, and he needed to find him, so he asked the doctor to release him from the hospital. The doctor said that Steve was ready to return to society, and suggested that he wait until his brother came to visit him. Steve said that the doctor didn't understand the situation, and that he wasn't here for his permission. The doctor just laughed when she heard these words and asked if it was true. After thinking a little, the doctor ran his finger along the crease on his trousers and said, "Okay." With a conspiratorial expression on his face, he said that he had one condition. Our hero was surprised by this answer and asked what condition we were talking about. Sitting in the back seat of the car, our hero thanked the doctor, promising that he would not forget this. The doctor and nurse stood near the taxi in which Steve was sitting, and the doctor was pleased with these words. The doctor told the driver that our hero had not fully recovered and asked to make sure that he would get to the right place. The yellow taxi car drove to its destination, while the doctor and nurse watched as it went. The nurse said the doctor paid for his hospital bill, bought him clothes, and even paid for his taxi. She asked why, because they usually leave F-rank patients on the sidelines, and for some reason he calls Dr. Baldy. The doctor laughed when he heard this question from the girl. He thought and replied that he would probably like to continue listening to his story. The nurse was surprised and asked why he should listen to this heresy. Returning to the office, the doctor asked to quickly fix the door handle. The nurse said that she had already called a specialist and could not understand how it broke. Looking at the flattened handle, immediately a picture appears of our hero out of excitement, squeezing the door handle with force, and it breaks like a toy. The doctor was in no hurry to answer and slowly sat down in his chair. He sat down in a chair, holding his hands, closing his eyes in thought. The doctor thought that this was the second time the handle had broken, and that he had not smelled anything unusual for a long time. The taxi slowly rolled through traffic during rush hour when the news reported breaking news. From the tablet screen in the car, they said that this afternoon, due to a miscalculation of the time the portal appeared, monsters filled an unprotected field. Monsters were shown on the screen. One of them looked like a huge predatory color with several rows of teeth. Another mouth grew from the monster's mouth, long and twisting. And the announcer said that in response, the ministry sent the Army and Air Force on a joint operation. The situation was resolved after 50 minutes, but the Army and Air Force suffered numerous casualties. With 2 tanks disabled and 12 soldiers and awoken killed, the announcer ended the episode by adding that he would continue reporting when there was news. The picture of monsters and military men was replaced by the screensaver of the show league Zalem, Fight Club of Superpowers, and another announcer said that a match was coming between 2 C-class warriors. Our hero watched the episode, and the driver admired the soldiers being staged. 2 warriors were shown on the screen. The announcer said that the winner would be able to fight with the second-ranked fighter in the world. Steve watched the episode carefully, not understanding what it was about and what world the announcer was talking about. He remembered the doctor's words that the world had changed a lot. Since the great catastrophe, it had turned into a completely different place. A warrior clad in armor and the inscription "Rise Up," mercenaries appeared on the screen. He raised his hand with a sword, and the inscription read, "The greatest distribution of hunting rewards in the history of the Shilla Guild, and that this guild is recruiting new faces." The driver said that if he were awakened, he would quit this job and become a warrior, and our hero asked if there were really lands for hunting here. The driver was shocked by Steve's question and said he must have hit his head hard. The man incredulously forgave whether our hero really didn't know, and he asked him to just say it and not beat around the bush. The driver said that 10 years ago, a door to another world opened to the whole world. They call that day the Day of the Great Catastrophe. On that day, the first rapprochement took place, and their world connected with many others, from which monsters began to appear. The flying monsters tried to shoot down the helicopter, but 10% of the population was lost that day. Despite their weapons, the military could not stop the monsters advancing from all sides. And where the military failed, the mercenaries took over. Those lost in that disaster, or as they are now called the Awakened Ones, began to be given licenses and paid for killing monsters, and guilds also began to be created. Steve asked about the mercenary license and asked how they get it. The driver laughed because of our hero's seriousness and said that an ordinary person would not get it. First, he needs to be awakened and then pass the exam at the Bureau of the Awakened. Steve listened carefully to the driver's story and realized that it was all too complicated. Our hero arrived on the outskirts of the city when the sun was already setting. They drove along narrow streets, between tiny houses and cars parked on the side of the road. A taxi stopped near one of the houses and the driver said that they had arrived. He pointed to a 2-story brick house ahead and said that our hero needed to go there. Steve thanked the driver, who wished him a good time with his little brother. Hesitantly, our hero approached the desired house and stopped near it. He took a couple more steps towards the house, not believing that he would now see his younger brother. An old woman stood in the window of the house and wiped the glass. She noticed Steve and looked at him in surprise. She leaned out of the window with displeasure and shouted to our hero who he was. The guy replied that he came to see Chad. The old woman froze when she heard the name and looked at Steve carefully. The guy did not understand why the old woman was silent and continued to wait for her answer. She suddenly got angry, called him names, and said that the milk on his lips had not yet dried. How dare he address his elders so disrespectfully? Steve was confused by this answer and just looked at her questioningly. The old lady shouted that there was no Chad here and told him to get out of here. She closed the window with force, leaving our hero in deep bewilderment. Steve was surprised and thought that maybe he had come to the wrong place. Suddenly, from the window, the old woman's screams were heard that the creditors were already tired of coming here. And in response, a child's voice asked if that terrible man had returned. Steve was shocked and confused when he heard about the loan and the child's voice. Steve heard that the old woman reassured the child, saying that he had not returned, and was surprised at this world, which could so frighten a child who was not guilty of anything. Steve approached the door, hearing the old woman say that his father works around the clock, but the debts only continue to grow. A child's voice asked Daddy for his debts, and the old woman replied that he had no, asking him to continue eating. There was a mailbox filled with some envelopes hanging on the door. Our hero pulled out one of them. He brought it closer, reading the name of the recipient and the sender. He saw that the letter was for Chad, where he was informed about the debts and could not believe that his younger brother was a debtor. Steve decided not to bother the old woman anymore and walked away, thinking about what he had seen. He thought that in the world of wildlife the only law is force, but the laws on Earth are much more complex. He lowered his head, thinking that if force can simplify the complex, then in the civilized world. He clenched his fist, realizing that in this world money is power. Immersed in these difficult thoughts, our hero came to the Bureau of the Awakened. Having encountered no obstacles, he entered the building and went to explore it. At the entrance to the premises, he attached his ID card and saw the inscription. It does not match. The girl sitting at the checkpoint said that his application for a mercenary was cancelled because he did not meet the requirements. Steve asked in surprise how this could be, since he is an Awakened rank F. The girl replied that he was indeed rank F, but he lacked Awakened points. The guy asked how this could be because he arrived here 2 weeks ago through the portal. The girl giggled and replied that ordinary people could not pass through the portal, otherwise their body would be torn to pieces. Steve replied that he had felt similar pain before, and the girl asked to leave such illusions at home. The girl said that he could go to school or earn points on the field, and after that he could come back when he really woke up. Steve approached the wall with information about rewards. It indicated that the appearance of goblins on one field was recorded, and a reward of $500 for each. He reread it again, not understanding what kind of goblins he was talking about, looking wearily at the inscription. And if you look at the city from above, you can see that high walls run through it. Our hero asked the taxi driver if these walls were everywhere, and he replied that they completely surround the city. Everything is visible in the map's application. Steve did not understand what application he was talking about, and the driver said that the city is divided into 12 areas. There are many gates in the city that allow you to move between them, as well as gates leading to the fields. After listening to the driver, our hero realized that he urgently needed to buy a phone. The taxi stopped, arriving at its destination. The driver said that they had arrived at the field, gate number 27, and our hero thanked him. The guy got out of the car and slowly walked to the entrance to the gate to which he had arrived. The gates were huge, and above the entrance hung a huge inscription, 27. Steve thought that after passing through this gate, he would find himself in a hunting ground called a field. He walked slowly through the checkpoint, looking around. Soon our hero approached 2 military men who were apparently guarding the entrance to the field. One of the soldiers asked what brought the guy here. Without hesitation, with a firm look, our hero said that he had come to hunt. The soldier's face became angry when he heard the guy's answer. He asked our hero to show him his mercenary license. Looking down, Steve sadly replied that he didn't have one. The second soldier stood up and said that civilians were strictly prohibited from entering the field. Suddenly, a noise was heard from the entrance and all three turned around, looking at its source. Inside the wall, at the entrance, someone shouted to close the entrance, and the second answered him that it was too late. An SUV drove out of the gate at full speed, demolishing all the barriers, and the driver of the SUV was attacked by an unknown creature, grabbing his neck with sharp fangs. The SUV did not slow down, but only picked up speed and it began to wedge sideways. He still turned over and flew into a wall at full speed, which was able to stop the SUV. One soldier shouted in panic into the radio that he was calling a special squad, and the second only looked in fear towards the car. The soldiers began to surround the SUV. The eldest gave the order to line up and take their positions. There was some movement in the car, and the soldiers shouted for everyone to take aim. The car window was smashed by a large green-skinned hand, bleeding from cuts. A green creature with long, sharp fangs got out of the car and growled. The soldier gave the order fire, and everyone who took aim pulled the trigger. A deafening burst of machine gun fire rang out and almost everyone hit the creature sitting on the car. The creature growled in pain, its entire body riddled with gunfire. The senior soldier gave the order to cease fire, and his order was repeated, stopping. One soldier shouted all clear, the second concluded that the monster was killed, and the third ordered an ambulance to be called. One soldier asked where our hero had gone, and the second asked if he was talking about the crazy guy who arrived in a taxi. The soldier turned around in disbelief and asked if he had really left. The second replied that most likely he ran away, frightened by what he saw. But our hero took advantage of the hype and made his way through the gate. He walked along the road and asked a question into the void. Is this really a field? He focused on his sensations and realized that he could feel. The guy heard the sound, smelled it. It was all around and was acutely felt. He walked slowly through the field and thought that he also needed to buy a car. The guy climbed onto a hill, looking at the destroyed buildings, and wondering if all cities had really changed that much. Our hero looked into the distance, thinking that this could not happen. He watched the sun set over the dilapidated buildings, watching the sky turn orange. Quite a bit of time passed, and now the sky darkened and the stars appeared. And Steve still stood in place, thinking that this darkness was very familiar to him. He took a step forward towards the cliff, not paying attention to the fact that there was nothing under his feet. He flew down, closing his eyes and thinking that now it was time for his hunt. Straightening his arms, he flew from a high-rise building like a bird without wings. He slammed down to the ground with one knee bent, his landing sending up clouds of dust. After landing, he thought his body felt a little heavier. His landing caused cracks in the asphalt, but Steve ignored it and looked ahead. He was still squatting with one knee on the ground, and then he lowered his hand to the ground, preparing to lunge. And this jerk was so swift that pieces of asphalt flew in different directions, and our hero rushed forward. He ran so fast that the eye could not keep up with him, and all that could be seen was a column of dust left behind. Picking up speed, Steve jumped up, flying up a 9-story building at once. But during the flight, he cursed and realized that his breathing was still out of whack. The force of the jump was not enough, and our hero caught his hand on the edge of the roof. He sat down, bringing his breathing back to normal and wondering if his return had caused him to lose his strength. The guy stood on the edge of the building, his hands in his pockets, and the full moon illuminated his silhouette. Our hero closed his eyes, concentrated and sniffed the smells. Suddenly the guy felt something and turned to the side. He trusted his gut and decided to start where it led him. Our hero jumped from the roof of the building he was standing on, kicking the dust from under his feet. He ran to the very building that he had noticed while standing on a hill. Approaching closer to the desired building, our hero looked forward with concentration. A sound came from the depths of the building that attracted his attention. A white wolf with bloody skin, driven by 3 monsters, pressed himself against the wall and growled. The largest monster growled contentedly, driving its prey into a corner. But the wolf was not going to give up and growled in response, and a challenge was visible in his eyes. Our hero approached closer, trying to step as quietly as possible. He looked the wolf straight in the eye and tried to convey his thought to him, asking if he wanted our hero's help. The wolf looked into the guy's eyes, and the answer was clearly visible in them that he agreed to help. But the monsters did not see our hero, and began their attack, attacking the wolf. Looking at the attack, our hero just grinned. Steve rushed into battle and addressed the wolf, saying that now they were all his prey. With one punch to the head, he stopped the first monster and it fell to the ground. The next second, the monster's head split into 2 parts like an overripe watermelon. Suddenly, Steve saw a message box in front of him that said, "Searching for your class." These windows began to increase and they said either searching for your class or system error. Steve looked at these windows in shock, trying to understand what was happening and what the system error was. The guy looked around irritably, not understanding what it was, reading the text of the windows out loud. He waved his hand and shouted, "Delete," in an attempt to remove the annoying windows. In a split second, the windows disappeared and our hero found himself surrounded by a pack of monsters who were about to attack him. The bravest of the monsters growled and rushed to the attack, baring his teeth. The next moment, his teeth shattered into small pieces, mixed with blood. With the next blow to the head, our hero knocked the other monster down. He kicked another monster in the stomach and it bent in half from the force of the blow. One of the monsters, breathing heavily, climbed up the wall of the building. He was scared by our hero's strength and tried to escape up the building. Suddenly, he heard some noise behind him and turned around, looking down. Our hero easily caught up with him and grabbed his head with one hand, stopping him. Steve threw the huge monster down with force and it flew to the ground with a wheeze. The monster fell on its head, breaking its neck, and our hero jumped off, flying down. Steve landed on 2 feet, next to the lifeless corpse of the monster. Suddenly, a window appeared before his eyes again with the inscription, "Your class is Druid. Resetting statistics is impossible." Inscriptions also appeared failed to obtain new abilities and uncorrectable error. Looking at the last mistake, our hero groaned and said that he forgot about it. It was about 100 years ago in the jungle. He received a message that the physique had improved by 1. After it increased to the maximum level, he no longer received the message about the increase. Steve was surprised that there were even statuses on Earth, and thought that perhaps because of this mistake his abilities had weakened. Another window appeared, in which it was written that access to the store was open. Our hero was surprised by the store and thought that he had never seen anything like this before. Pressing the store button, he thought that this was probably an awakening. It opened to me, where it was indicated that our hero had 7 Velk points. A bottle of water cost 1 Velk and a roll cost 2. Steve was upset that for 7 Velks, you can only buy this, choosing water and a bun. Suddenly, a bottle of water and a bun materialized in front of him and seemed to float in the air for a while. Our hero was brought out of his thoughts by a sound, someone whining pitifully. Turning around, he saw the white wolf he was protecting. It was a female and she was bleeding. I was happy to whine the wolf cub. In order not to frighten them off, our hero quietly approached the wolves. He knelt down on one knee next to the she-wolf, looking at her sadly. Our hero stroked the she-wolf's face and realized that she was dying. Apparently it was poison. The she-wolf closed her eyes. Her breathing was heavy and intermittent, and the wolf cub continued to whimper. Steve noticed the wave and looked at it in surprise. He told the she-wolf that he had not come here to become a nanny and asked her to talk, but the she-wolf only breathed heavily. The wolf cub stared at our hero with huge sad eyes, and he said that it doesn't matter how sadly they look at him. But he immediately gave up and thought that perhaps this meeting was destined for him by fate. The guy had a bottle of water in the outer pocket of his jacket, but he reached into the inner one. He took out a store-bought rye bun and handed it to the wolf cub, offering it to eat. While the wolf cub was eating, our hero returned to the battlefield, looking at the killed monsters. He counted the monsters and counted that there were 7 of them. Steve thought sadly that a car would be useful here. The sun slowly rose over the abandoned city, illuminating everything around. Steve stood with his eyes closed, as if absorbing the sunlight, and then he opened his eyes, now looking around the city in the daylight. Our hero was sitting under a large tree. The wolf cub was sleeping in his arms, and in front of him was the grave of the she-wolf. He stroked the wolf cub and said that it was time for them to go. As you exited gate number 27, there was turmoil. A line of cars was driving, ignoring the orders of the soldiers. The soldier said that everyone would be quarantined first, and the man driving got angry and asked why he was taking so long and not allowing cars to pass. Suddenly, something attracted the attention of the drivers and soldiers, and they all looked at the gate in surprise. The soldier was finally able to see what the drivers were talking about and couldn't believe his eyes. Our hero walked with a wolf cub, and on his back were the bodies of 7 monsters from which blood flowed. Everyone around was in shock. One driver was surprised that our hero was carrying everything on himself, and the second asked if he was the only one who defeated them. When our hero came closer, the soldier finally recognized him. Steve came to the already familiar room, where the girl refused to give him a mercenary license. The girl calculated that for 7 goblins, he gets 350, 3 heliotrope minerals, 60 quarantine and vaccinations for the puppy, 200, leaving a total of $210,000. Our hero asked in surprise what kind of heliotrope it was. The girl showed the red stone and said that it was taken from the hearts of the goblins. The cost depends on the size and energy stored in it. This stone is estimated at 20,000. The girl said that since our hero does not have a bank account, he will receive cash and advised him to open an account because he is capable. Looking at the cash in his hands, our hero thought that if he opened an account and hunted, then earning money would not be a problem. A white van drove up to the store and the driver greeted the owner. The owner said that he had not seen Chad for a long time and asked where he had gone. The guy replied that he had a part-time job. The man complained that the guy suffered because of money, and the guy replied that the work in the field was hard, but the salary was appropriate. The man handed over a chocolate bar, saying that Bill liked those, and the boy handed over another bottle of beer, asking him to count that too. Having driven away from the store, the van rolled on. Chad was pleased with the job done and whistled to himself, looking forward to returning home. A yellow taxi car drove down the street, but the guy didn't notice. The white van continued to drive forward towards the endpoint of its route. Having arrived, Chad got out of the car with a package in his hands and walked forward, whistling. Suddenly, someone behind him called his name, and he turned in surprise towards the voice. But as soon as he turned around, the guy sneakily hit him from behind, causing Chad to fall and the contents of the bag to crumble. The guy with the baton in his hand said that he was glad to see him, and added that they were already scared that he abandoned the child and ran away. Chad was bleeding from his head and looked in horror at the men standing in front of him. Sobs and sounds of blows were heard throughout the quiet residential area. The man with the baton said that the guy's face looked prettier and lowered the baton onto his shoulder. Suddenly, he shouted that he had to come here many times, and Chad only apologized, enduring the pain from the blows. He handed over a wad of cash, saying that this was all he had earned, $240,000. The man took the money and began to count, $160 per month, 120% gasoline, dry cleaning. The man sat down on the steps and said it was too little, and two guys stood behind Chad. Hearing these words, the guy began to shake, and he only helplessly clenched his fist. He began to cry and said that he would get the money by any means in 3 days. The man hit him again and said if he knew how much interest would still accrue in 3 days. He swung again and said that if he deceives him again. But he didn't have time to finish because someone called out to him, calling him a freak. Our hero approached a group of guys, accompanied by a new friend, a white wolf cub. The man looked at our hero with suspicion and asked who this guy was. But Chad immediately realized who had approached him and stared at the guy in disbelief. Our hero was beside himself with anger and his eyes sparkled, foreshadowing trouble, and Chad could only remain silent. Big brother. The guy got up from his knees, not believing that this was his older brother, and the bandit with the club looked at him in surprise. Steve took a step and then another, seeing only his little brother in front of him. He carried a threat. With his whole appearance, there was no smile on his face, but his gaze was concentrated. Our hero walked up to his brother and knelt down in front of him, looking into his eyes. The first thing he could say was his brother's name, Chad. He looked at Chad with warmth and tenderness and asked if it was really him. Chad also did not believe that Steve was in front of him and could only squeeze out the word, brother. For some reason, Chad remembered the moment when 4 bullies beat him up at school. One bully ordered his pockets to be searched. Chad shouted that he didn't have any more, but the other bully didn't believe his words. The beaten guy looked up and noticed Steve walking and shouted to him. Our hero walked with bags of garbage and stopped nearby, looking at what was happening. Chad pulled his hands towards him, began to scream and ask for help, and the hooligans were surprised by the appearance of his brother. But Steve completely ignored the situation and continued to the trash cans, throwing out bags. Having thrown out the trash, he went back, not even looking at his younger brother screaming for help. The bullies stopped paying attention to Steve and continued beating Chad, asking if friends shouldn't help with money. Chad endured all the beatings and watched with tears in his eyes as his brother walked away, abandoning him. The bully said that he was already tired of shouting about his brother and asked if he was really his brother. Chad thought that Steve was the big brother from whom you would never get help. Planes flew over the apartment building, and the news announced that a large explosion was growing throughout the country. Chad sat at home and watched the news. They showed that red domes had appeared all over the city, from which monsters began to crawl out. The viewing of the program was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door, and Chad turned around sharply. He ran frightened to the door, hurrying to open it. The first thing Chad could say when he opened the door was, "Mom." A man and a woman stood outside the door. They said that it was good that the guy was at home. Alas, it was not his mother, but his aunt and her husband came to him. The aunt said that she could not reach her parents and asked where Steve was. The man began to say that he needed to leave quickly, but did not finish the sentence. There was an explosion behind the door that threw Chad back into the room. The explosion was so strong that the door and wall broke and stones flew into the room along with Chad. A monster with 3 heads on long necks appeared at the scene of the explosion, and people around were screaming. Chad lay on the floor with a broken head and was afraid to move, looking forward. And from the broken wall, a giant eye of a monster looked at him. But the guy was lucky. The monster didn't notice him, and the eye disappeared almost immediately. Sitting in this devastation, Chell thought that he didn't care even if Steve disappeared from the face of the earth. And now, looking at his brother standing next to him, Chad realized that this was exactly what he had thought about him before. Steve smiled and said that Chad had aged during this time. Chad still couldn't believe his eyes, looking at his brother. He thought that he was already dead. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a bandit who sat down next to him and asked if Chad had hit his head. He pointed at our hero and asked how this little sucker could be his older brother. These words angered Steve. He grabbed the bandit by the head and began to press him to the ground. The next second, our hero threw the bandit back and he flew away, making a flip in the air. Chad was shocked by this turn and looked at his brother in disbelief. The bandit flew back and in flight knocked down the sticks standing against the wall. These sticks fell with a crash on the bandit who was lying on the floor. The two guys who came with the bandit got angry at Steve as they watched their boss get hit. But our hero ignored them and asked Chad if he was injured. He replied that everything was fine. Angry at being ignored, one of the guys yelled at Chad and Steve. He kicked our hero in the shoulder, shouting, "Did they really want to die here?" Steve didn't even move when the bandit's foot hit him in the neck. And at the same moment, the bandit flew to the side with a scream, and his nanda was twisted in an unnatural position. He crouched on the floor, holding his leg and screaming in pain. Our hero still sat calmly, and Chad jumped up. The second guy was afraid to even move, and immediately guessed that Steve was one of the awakened ones. Our hero turned to the standing guy and told him to come here. The guy was seriously scared and began to say that he had not attacked anyone and even dissuaded others from attacking. But Steve wasn't going to hit him. He put a wad of money on the floor and told the guy to take it. The boy was shocked by this turn and only stupidly mumbled something incomprehensible, relaxing a little. Our hero looked up at him full of hatred and told him to take the money and get out of here. The guy took the money and bowed, thanking our hero, and he and his brother walked away. Steve and Chad came to his house when it was already dark outside, and stars appeared in the sky. The same old woman who recently sent our hero looked at the guys in shock. Everyone stood silently. The old woman looked at the guys, our hero lowered his head, Chad was holding a package in his hands, and the wolf cub looked at the old woman with interest. The old lady asked in disbelief if he was really his older brother, and Chad confirmed this with a smile and laughed. Our hero handed the old lady a package and said that it was beef. She opened the package incredulously, looking at the contents, and then cursed quietly. The old woman went forward, saying that she should have said earlier that he had a family and added that he fell asleep while he was waiting. Entering the house, the wolf cub was immediately interested in the boy lying on the floor. He sat down near the sleeping boy's head and began sniffing him with interest. Steve sat down next to the boy, asking if he was his son. Chad replied that his name was Bill, and he was his only treasure. Our hero asked what happened to his mother, and Chad replied that she chose a different life. Chad added that it was his fault, and the wolf cub stopped sniffing the boy and licked his head. Our hero invited Chad to have a glass, looking at him sadly. Chad didn't mind, and after a while they were already sitting in the diner and clinking glasses. Chad was surprised that his brother, who went missing, returned unharmed, and also became the awakened ones shown on TV. Steve seriously asked how much more Chad owed, and he replied that about $5,000. The guy smiled and said that he could give everything, because now he had a job. Our hero incredulously asked what kind of work he got. Chad replied that he works as a loader. He explained that the distances are long and no one takes on such dangerous work, so they pay him well. Steve asked if that truck was his, and the guy replied that it belonged to the old lady's son. She lent it to him. Our hero clarified what her son was doing then, since he could give away the truck. The wolf cub woke up the boy by licking his face, and Chad told him that her son died during transportation, and she looked after his son like her own and became their savior. The boy woke up and looked at the puppy in surprise. But the puppy's surprise changed when he heard a voice from the kitchen. The boy ran into the kitchen with the puppy in his arms and exclaimed joyfully when he saw his dad. Chad broke into a happy smile seeing that his son woke up. Sitting next to his dad, the boy asked who it was, and he replied that Steve was his uncle. The boy said hello, and embarrassedly asked if he could lose with the puppy. Steve, of course, allowed it and broke into a tender smile looking at the boy. Bill was having fun playing with the puppy, cheerfully humming something to himself. Chad smiled and said that the boy had wanted a puppy for a long time. That's why he was so happy. After thinking a little, our hero invited Chad to work together. Chad did not expect such a proposal and asked in surprise what he meant. Steve said he would do everything himself, and Chad would just need to help him with the truck. Chad was surprised and asked what job our hero was talking about. Smiling sinisterly, Steve said that he was talking about hunting monsters. Chad didn't believe what he heard and asked again what Steve meant. The next day, our hero came to the Awakened Bureau. The girl looked at the documents with delight. She said that now our hero is registered as awakened and immediately increased his level. The guy received the card after reading Rank F Druid on it. The girl said that now he will receive money directly to the card. The girl handed over a box with a phone and said that it was a gift from them, and once again congratulated him on receiving the awakened rank. She said that Steve needs to download a special application, after which he will receive information about hunting and new locations. The girl said that if he catches a lot of monsters, he will raise his rank to E and will receive more bonuses, and added that if he is also persistent, then the Earth can be saved. She added that our hero can open a window with the status there were errors in the system, but they managed to fix them. A status window appeared in front of our hero, and he began to study them with surprise. Steve didn't understand why some scores, like Harmony, were so low, and decided they would be hard to raise. A white van raced along the highway against the backdrop of mountains and the rising sun. Chad's phone, which was attached to the panel, rang, and the screen showed, "Brother." The guy congratulated our hero on purchasing the phone and asked if he had already registered with the bureau. He said that he would be there soon. He had the last delivery left, and he was immediately going to our hero. Chad learned that our hero only had to pass the mercenary exam. Our hero walked through the city talking on the phone and said that first they need to pay all their debts. The brother said that he is still level F, and it will be difficult for him to kill monsters. But our hero didn't listen to the end and hung up, a little angering his brother with this action. Chad wondered if it was really his brother because his character had changed so much. Steve walked through the city, looking at his phone. He received a notification about bonuses for monsters, and he was just passing by one portal. There was a big traffic jam at the entrance to the gate. Drivers were swearing that they were driving slowly ahead and asked to drive faster. In this stream of traffic, there was a green SUV that did not attract attention. There were guys in white jackets sitting inside, and the guy in the passenger seat was looking tiredly out the window. In the back seat, 3 young men were trembling, as if they were afraid of the coming battle. The driver asked the guys to calm down, because they were awakened and had nothing to fear. They vied with each other to say that if they passed this test, they would be accepted into the Shinra Guild as the main members and promised to do whatever was required. The guy in the passenger seat got angry when he heard the words of the guys in the back seat. He thought that these guys had no abilities. They got here thanks to their rich parents and decided that failure awaited them again. The soldier at the checkpoint looked at the monitor screen and called the next one. He raised his eyes to the man who had approached and looked at him in surprise. Our hero stood alone in a brand new tracksuit without any equipment. The soldier asked if he was alone and asked to attach his pass card. Our hero put the card on the terminal and it turned green. The soldier read that our hero's name is Steve and he has rank F. Our hero went to the entrance to the gate, and the soldier tried to stop him, asking if Steve knew that it was dangerous there. Something caught the attention of the man sitting in the front seat of the SUV. He noticed how our hero walked through the gate. The soldier wondered if they could send the guy alone, because he had no equipment. Another soldier recognized our hero and said that it was he who killed 7 goblins at gate number 27 yesterday. The men in the green SUV heard this conversation and were surprised. One was shocked that he was going to enter there like that, and the second decided that our hero had gone crazy going into the gates without equipment. A soldier approached the men in the green SUV and said that the system had frozen a little, but now they could pass. The man in the passenger seat ordered the driver to accelerate, surprising him with this order. He shouted to quickly catch up with our hero. The driver understood the order and rushed after Steve, who was already turning the corner. A green SUV rushed through the gate, pursuing our hero. The driver turned the corner sharply, the same way Steve had gone. Both men were surprised when the car turned the corner and stopped. There was no one around the corner. The driver did not understand how this could happen, because they almost caught up with the guy. He looked around, trying to figure out where our hero had disappeared to. The man with an ominous smile thought that he seemed to have caught a great catch. And at this time, our hero was already running through the forest, raising clouds of dust. He ran as fast as possible, taking long steps. Running through the forest, the guy stopped, putting his foot forward. Our hero put his hands on his hips and tried to catch his breath. This run was a test, and Steve realized the state of his body now. He opened the characteristics menu. I realized that he had really become weaker, and decided that he needed to return to training. Suddenly he heard some sounds ahead. Our hero concentrated, trying to understand where they were coming from. After listening, he made out human speech. Someone was saying angrily, "Come on, attack, you coward!" As Steve continued to listen, he thought they might be fighting with swords. The second voice shouted, "Do you want to die?" Steve determined which direction the voices were coming from by looking to his left. His lips spread into a predatory smile. He thought that this was a fight not between monsters, but between awakened ones. He could not miss such a spectacle. With a fountain of blood, someone's hand clutching a sword flew off, and someone screamed in pain. One man shouted, "Attack, running forward!" Our hero stood on top of a destroyed building and watched the battle. One shouted, "Attack," and the second asked whose hand to cut off next. Steve silently watched this sword fight. Someone shouted downstairs, "Stop talking nonsense, leave!" The 3 guys in green were surrounded by a group of men in brown who looked like bandits. One of them shouted at them to drop their things and leave, but the men in green did not want to give up. Steve watched the men and thought that none of them wanted to fight. A blue pickup truck stopped not far from the collision, and a man got out. Placing his foot on the ground, the man asked why it was taking them so long to deal with them. The guy in green looked at the man who appeared in fear. The man was large and muscular and said that there were only 3 of them. Why were they taking so long? Someone recognized him and said that it was Sheik, on whose head there was a reward of 400 million. This information was heard not only by the guys below, but also by our hero. He was surprised to hear that they were giving 400 million for a man. The guys in green were scared and said that this was a level C robber, Sheik. The guys in brown said they should have given up while they had a choice. Now they're dead. The man rubbed his hands and said that he was the same sheik and offered to grab him if he had the courage. The guys in green were scared, convinced that this was the same sheik in front of them. One of the guys asked if they left everything, would they be released? Sheik suddenly ran forward and said that this would no longer be interesting. One of the guys in green scaredly asked to wait. He said that he didn't care about their things anymore. And at that moment our hero decided to get down, simply jumping from the roof. He landed with a crash between the guys in green and sheik without even taking his hands out of his pockets. The man was clearly surprised by Steve's sudden appearance and stopped. The three guys in green were also surprised by the appearance of our hero. And the guys in brown looked at Steve in fear, asking what was happening. When the dust cleared under our feet, he took a step forward. Sheik asked who he was. Did he really imagine himself to be an angel descended from heaven? But our hero ignored his questions and asked if 400 million was true. The man was a head taller than our hero and asked who he was. Steve responded threateningly that he just needed money. The guys in brown were in shock, not understanding what was wrong with the guy, and decided that he just wanted to die. And Sheik, having heard our hero's answer, just laughed out loud. The guy in green was surprised by Steve's answer and Sheik's reaction to his answer. With an ominous smile, Sheik said that it is unlikely that our hero is from the commission. But Steve didn't answer and just looked at him questioningly. The man's eyes suddenly turned red and he said that it would be good if he minded his own business. Without taking his eyes off the man, Steve froze in surprise. His body began to glow slightly red and Steve could not understand what was happening to him. One of the guys in green knew what was happening, and his face was covered with sweat from fear. Sheik replied that Steve looked into his eyes for 5 seconds. He grinned and said that now our hero cannot move. Steve clearly did not expect such an answer and still looked at the man in disbelief. Sheik turned to the guys in green and asked what they were waiting for, ordering them to grab him. The guys became emboldened when Sheik appeared and went at Steve, asking why he interfered during their conversation. The guys in green still stood in place in fear, with their weapons pointed forward. But to everyone's surprise, our hero was able to hit Sheik. The guys in brown couldn't believe their eyes. And the team in green was surprised that Steve was able to hit the man. But Sheik himself was most surprised, not understanding how our hero was able to hit him. Meanwhile, Steve clenched his second fist, preparing to strike. He bared his teeth in some kind of bestial grin and said that it was just magic. Sheik was afraid of our guy's reaction and looked at him silently, clenching his teeth. "You're funny," Steve said, raising his fist, and his eyes glowed blue. Sheik's red eyes widened in fear at the words of our hero. Our hero bared his teeth in some kind of bestial grin and said that it was just magic. Sheik was afraid of our guy's reaction and looked at him silently, clenching his teeth. "You're funny," Steve said, raising his fist, and his eyes glowed blue. Sheik's red eyes widened in fear at the words of our hero. The man roared, and his eyes glowed red again. Surprisingly, our hero froze, and his fist stopped a few centimeters from the man's face. With a smug smile, Sheik said that our hero, it turns out, is not so simple. Sheik grabbed a knife from the sheath hanging on his belt. He swung his hand and told our hero that after all, one should never let one's guard down. But as soon as he said this, his nose collided with our hero's knee. The knife slipped out of the man's hands, and our hero asked, what else was there besides this pathetic trick? Is there anything more interesting? And raised his fist, aiming for the face. The man tried to use that magic again and began to pronounce the word, but did not have time to finish. Steve silenced the man with a hook, knocking out his teeth. The next blow hit the solar plexus, knocking all the air out of the man's lungs. And Steve's final kick was aimed at the ribs, finishing off the man. Our hero grabbed his jacket with his hand, making a grab. And with one precise movement, he threw the rather large man over himself. Sheik flew backwards, crashing into the window. From such a blow, the glass in the window was knocked out and fragments flew in different directions. Without even losing his breath, with a smile on his face, our hero said that it was too simple. The guys in green didn't believe that our hero was able to defeat Sheik and wondered who he was. Having finished with Sheik, Steve turned to the guys in brown who were holding swords in front of them. He asked if they wanted to attack, and the guys said no. He just misunderstood them. Steve gave them the order to gather everyone in one direction, and the guys rushed to the indicated place. Our hero turned to the guys in green and asked if they had a rope. One of the guys said with a smile that he had a rope. Steve asked the guys in brown, who had gathered in one place, how much they would pay for them. The guys vying with each other began to say that there was no reward for them. They were only paying for Sheik, and in general he threatened them. Sheik came to his senses and listened in shock as the guys said that having handed over Sheik, our hero is already rich. Tears involuntarily appeared in the eyes of the beaten man, and he angrily called the guys Judas. He said that the guys like leeches stuck to him and sucked out their share, traitors. Our hero was surprised, looking at the man who had woken up, and asked if he had already woken up. The guys in brown started to shut up Sheik and said that he belonged in prison. Steve asked if they needed these people, and the guys in brown confirmed that they didn't need them. The guys in green couldn't stand it and said that they were all lying, and if our hero brought them together, he would receive an increased reward. But the guys in brown began to argue, saying that they were ordinary minions. Sheik turned to our hero, asking if he was not constrained by government laws. Steve turned around irritably, looking at the man questioningly. Sheik said that here he is free and can do what he wants, and if Steve puts him down, then for him he will be a king. But this speech was interrupted by the approach of our hero's sneaker. He kicked the man hard in the face and told him to sleep a little longer. Sheik passed out, and there was an imprint of the sole of a sneaker on his face. Having dealt with the man, our hero turned to the guys in brown. He asked the guy in green if there was really a reward for them too, and the guy replied that they were all criminals. Realizing that they had been figured out, the guys drooped, not knowing what to do next. Steve said that there were too many of them, and one of the guys in green said that they had a car, making our hero happy. With an evil smile on his face, our hero wished goodnight to the guys. The sounds of blows and screams echoed through the forest, and some men still did not give up and said that they would not be given a reward. The red pickup truck sped along the road, through green forests and destroyed buildings. And in the trunk of a pickup truck, men in brown, wrapped in ropes, were loaded like firewood. The guy behind the wheel said that he was very grateful to our hero for saving them, but he replied that he did not want to save them. The guys in the back seat said that despite this, he helped them and now Steve is their savior. Not feeling any joy from these words, our hero agreed, since they insisted so much. On the way, our hero asked what abilities the driver had, and he replied that he had the skills of a fencer, stalker, and scout. Steve was surprised that the guy had 3 skills, and he replied that initially he had one, and he was able to master the other 2 in the process. Our hero pondered this information, wondering what skills could be acquired. The driver was surprised and thought how the guy could not know about such a trifle. Remembering how Sheik shouted stop, our hero thought that it would be nice to learn some kind of magical skill. Suddenly, our hero's attention was attracted by something ahead. Through the buildings and forest, a huge blue dome could be seen, standing out against the pink sky. The red pickup truck was speeding forward, right in the direction of this blue dome. Looking at it, our hero asked the driver if this was the portal. This question greatly surprised the driver. He replied that this was a portal of the first level, the easiest, and it was originally their goal. Looking at the portal, our hero said that he wished he had a mercenary license, otherwise he could have entered. The driver asked in surprise if our hero really didn't have a license. Not noticing the surprise in the guy's question, our hero replied that he really didn't have a license yet. The driver continued to glance sideways at Steve in surprise, thinking that when the portals opened, the military opened fire. After their attack, only a small part of the monsters that came out of the portal remain on the field. On the field of such a portal of the first level, experience is small, and in order to increase it, you need to kill stronger monsters and accumulate experience. And for this you need a second-level portal. But in such portals there are terrible monsters. That is why the guy was surprised how Steve, who had not even passed through the first-level portal, was able to defeat Level C Sheik. Our hero finally noticed the driver's look of surprise and asked what it was. He couldn't find the words and could only ask about the level of our hero. Steve replied that his level was F, and the driver almost drove off the cliff upon hearing this. Our hero looked at the driver and said that he had a request. The driver tensed a little when he heard these words. The military stood next to the portal and nearby equipment was assembled, tanks and ambulances. At first, only the silhouette of a man in the haze appeared in the portal. And when it cleared, the same guy from the green SUV appeared. 4 people followed him. One guy held the other and said that they were almost there. A boy with blonde hair moaned that his arm hurt, and instead of it there was a bloody stump. Coming closer to the military, the guy called the doctors so that they could quickly help the guy. The guy walking in front said that licenses were being distributed to everyone, and that guilds with such participants should be immediately destroyed. Another guy tried to calm him down, adding that all the guys were like that these days. The man was not reassured by this answer, and he swore angrily, clenching his teeth. He thought that rich kids just bought monsters through brokers and just finished them off. After this, they hire bounty hunters and, together with them, raise their levels, and then join guilds, completing missions. But in such situations, victims cannot be avoided when the monster turns out to be too strong. The guy was the captain of this group and said that he was already tired of life where money rules, and his partner suggested calming down and having a drink. Approaching the military, they asked why it was so noisy in the first level area. Maybe something had happened. The captain asked what happened, and the soldier replied that 10 robbers had been caught, and that among them was a level C robber, Sheik, who has a bad reputation. The captain was surprised that someone was able to catch Sheik. He said that he was probably caught by someone of high rank, but the soldier replied that he was caught by an F-level boy. The captain and his partner did not believe what they heard and asked how. The soldier replied that he simply beat him. Cheek had a broken nose, cheekbones and ribs on both sides. For some reason, the captain immediately remembered how our hero entered the gate alone. He loudly asked the soldier where the man was. The soldier replied that he seemed to have recently entered the portal. The captain rushed to the portal, not paying attention to his partner's screams. He ran and thought that he had to see with his own eyes, and if this was true, then it was incredible. The captain ran to the soldier standing at the portal. He ran closer and loudly called him by his rank. The soldier wearing headphones turned around in surprise and looked at the captain and asked what happened. The captain asked if the guy who caught Shika entered the portal or not. And at this time, our hero and one of the guys he saved came out of the portal. Steve said that it really didn't hurt and the clothes didn't disappear after going through the portal. The guy said that things made in our world cannot be transferred through the portal, and these clothes are made from materials from different worlds and cost a fortune. Our hero's gaze was caught by something to the side and he turned around in surprise. He saw a large glowing rectangle behind him and asked what it was. The guy turned around and said that there was a door to the portal. He said that the portal inside is divided into another 38 sub-portals, and they entered the 24th. Suddenly, the very portal that our hero asked about disappeared. He asked why the portal disappeared, and the guy replied that they need to clear this place, then the portal will appear. Steve asked if they really needed to kill everyone, but the guy replied that they only needed to kill the boss. Our hero began to warm up and told the guy to wait here, adding that he would quickly. But the guy was against it and asked how he could wait here. But Steve no longer listened to him and prepared to run, making a dash forward. A hole formed in its place, raising columns of dust. The guy looked after him, thinking what kind of person he was. Maybe he was one of those. But then he decided that the person who failed Sheik Rant's S could easily cope in the first-level dungeon. Suddenly it dawned on the guy that he had forgotten to tell him important information. He did not say where the door will appear after killing the boss, and that he needs to get out in time. The guy ran forward, thinking that if Steve didn't get out in time, he would stay here forever. And behind the portal, the soldier in the booth was thinking what to do. Having read the inscription that door 24 was closed. The soldier told the captain that the door to the 24th portal had just closed. The captain cursed and became angry at this news. In the forest, behind portal number 24, a light fog was spreading. 3 monsters stood between the trees and looked around cautiously, holding their weapons at the ready. One of the monsters heard something and turned around, growling. But the next moment he was already knocked down with one blow, which broke his head. The second monster was hit in the stomach and flew to the side. Our hero hit the third monster in the stomach and he fell, dropping the knife. Raising the knife, our hero said that they have pretty good weapons. Squatting down, he stuck a knife into the chest of one of the monsters. His face was hidden by a bandage, but even through it the guy could smell the stench of monsters. Our hero took out a red stone from the monster's chest and began to examine it. He said that the stone was only in one of the 3 monsters, but money is not a problem for him now. He opened the stats menu and thought it was more important to level up now. The guy caught up with our hero and came to the battlefield where the killed monsters lay. Walking past the corpses, the guy was surprised how many of them Steve managed to cut out. Suddenly, the guy's eyes lit up white and he thought that he needed to find him quickly. The skill helped him determine which direction our hero was in, and he went there. And Steve stood among the killed monsters and looked at the window with information about the levels. He read that with the points he has, he can buy 2 skills, taming the beast and summoning the tree spirit. He opened the description of the beast taming skill. But suddenly 2 monsters jumped on top of our hero, holding weapons. Steve immediately felt them and turned around, calculating his movements. With one hand, he punched the monster in the face as it flew closer, and with the elbow of his other hand, he hit the second monster. The beaten monsters scattered in different directions, and our hero was left without a single scratch. Suddenly a window appeared before his eyes that his achievements were now 545. Breaking the jaw of another monster, our hero was glad that his level had been raised. Suddenly, a message about an uncorrectable error appeared and additional synchronization continued. Steve thought in frustration that the error had appeared again, and synchronization appeared for the first time. He opened the menu with all his statuses, seeing that his level had gone up by 1. He also noticed that his status had risen slightly. The guy opened the skills and decided that he would buy Summon the Tree Spirit for 100 points. He received a new ability and decided to use it immediately, summoning the spirit. A small ball appeared in front of him, surrounded by bright light. Inside this ball was a small creature that looked like a fairy with wings. Our hero remembered that he had already seen it in the jungle, but then he thought that it was an ordinary firefly. Steve turned to the tree spirit and asked him to find the remaining goblins. The spirit accepted the order and the glowing ball flew forward. The ball froze and a beam of light appeared from it, aimed at the tree and the ground. The guy realized that she reads the memory of trees and vegetation and transmits it to him. But this happens very slowly, probably due to the low level. After reading the descriptions of other skills, our hero decided to buy himself the intelligence skill with the remaining points. Squatting down, Steve placed his hand on the ground and activated the intelligence skill. His eyes lit up with white light and he said, "Tracking." Our hero closed his eyes, reading the information, and could not understand why it was only about the dead. Suddenly something caught his attention, and Steve became wary. In the depths of the forest, he heard some sounds, and realized that he needed to go there.
After listening, he realized that it was not a goblin and bared his teeth in an ominous grin.
Steve took off and rushed forward through the forest to the right place. He climbed onto a small rise and looked around, looking for the right place. At this moment, a huge goblin tried to kill the boy with whom our hero came. Steve turned to the guy and asked what he was doing there. The guy was happy when he saw that our hero had arrived, while the goblin was aiming a knife at the guy's face.
Our hero got angry and said that he asked the guy to wait for him.
The guy looked at Steve in fear and cleared his throat and said that he was being attacked, as if asking for help. Steve smiled, saying he understood the situation. The knife was getting closer to his face, and when it was almost touching the skin, the guy screamed, asking for help. And at the very last moment, when the knife had almost pierced the skin, the goblin turned around. At the last moment, he managed to put up a shield which saved him from being kicked by our hero. But the shield did not fully protect, because the force of the blow sent the monster flying to the side. But the goblin was not going to give up, and putting his shield forward, he prepared to attack. But he didn't have time to do anything when our hero's foot hit him from below, breaking his jaw. The monster flew forward, hitting the stone from which fragments flew. But Steve didn't stop there and rushed forward towards the monster. The goblin was bleeding but was still alive and bared its teeth, looking at the approaching guy. Our hero jumped and raised his knife high, preparing to strike. He lowered the knife into the monster's chest, and along with the blow he saw a message that a new level had been gained. The next message said that another 120 experience points had been received, and he thought that they were being generous with the points. And the guy watching this battle was shocked by Steve's skills. Having dealt with the monster, Steve turned to the boy and asked if the door would open now. The guy was at a loss and stutteringly replied that yes, of course the door should open now. The door actually opened and the guys went through the portal back to their world. As they walked past the military vehicles, the soldiers standing nearby noticed them. One of the soldiers asked if he had caught Sheik. The second confirmed this and said that it was him the captain was looking for. The soldier said that he needed to tell the captain everything, but the second soldier suddenly laughed. He looked at the monitor in confusion and asked whether it was realistic to end everything in such a time. And at this time, the boy said goodbye to our hero, saying that he would return to his group, and our hero said that the work was excellent. Coming out of the storage room where Steve had left his things, he realized that he wanted to eat. The captain approached him and greeted him, and our hero asked who he was. The man said with a smile that he was from the Scylla Guild, the commander of the 27th attack, Morris, and offered to talk. The men came to the diner and sat down at a table next to each other, ordering coffee. Our hero examined the business card, once again asking about the Scylla Guild, and the man nodded in satisfaction. A man with a friendly smile invited our hero to join the guild, adding that it offers excellent conditions for growth. But Steve was clearly not interested in this offer, and he refused, calmly sipping his coffee. The man did not believe that he was refused and, frowning, looked questioningly at our hero. He thought about how he could realistically refuse him entry into the guild and decided that he was selling himself short. Morris did not give up, and said that if Steve was already a member of the guild, then they were ready to make him a formal offer to join. But our hero was not attracted by such an offer, and he again refused. Starting to get angry, the man said that even though the guild is in 4th place, it means nothing among the top guilds, and assured that if he was offered something, he was ready to make a better offer. After listening to the man, Steve abruptly put the glass of coffee on the table. With a melancholic smile, he said that he simply did not want to work under someone else. Morris did not find what to answer to this and just looked at the guy. Having finished this conversation, Steve went to his younger brother's house. Our hero entered his brother's room, but there was no one there. He looked around and said out loud that probably no one was home. Steve climbed to the roof of the house and lay down on the table, enjoying the warm sun. He thought that his brother and his son were probably spending time together. An old woman with a basket of laundry on her head climbed onto the roof and asked why the young man was lounging here during the day. Steve smiled and invited Granny to join him, saying that it was great weather for an afternoon nap. In response, the old woman asked if he really couldn't see that she was busy hanging out laundry. After looking at her, Steve stood up and began to help hang out the laundry, and the old woman sometimes made comments to him. She suddenly became serious and asked if he really was Chad's older brother. Our hero smiled and said that it was true, without being distracted from hanging the laundry. Hearing the answer, the old woman became cheerful and said with a smile that this was surprising, asking if he had really matured. Steve feigned anger and said that he had matured a lot, and the old lady added that he was a scoundrel. The old woman added that it would be strange if he remained the same after monsters attacked, people died, and the world turned upside down. She thoughtfully said that since Steve returned after 10 years, in order not to hurt him, he should take care of himself. Our hero realized that the old woman was very worried about his brother and smiled at her gratefully. Steve said that everything is fine. He won't die so easily, and the old woman replied that those who say that usually die first. Chad and his son returned home, and on the way they met an old woman. The guy asked if Steve was upstairs, and she replied that he was there. The guys went upstairs and joyfully greeted our hero, and the wolf cub ran ahead, wagging his tail. Steve put an envelope on the table, and Chad asked in surprise what it was. Our hero answered with a smile that there were $40,000 and asked his brother to pay off his entire debt. Chad took the envelope, not believing that there could be so much money there, and asked where his brother got such a sum. But Steve decided not to answer this question and invited the guy to go and give the money, and then they would have dinner together. Chad was touched by this act and asked our hero how he could repay his kindness. Steve looked at Bill, as he happily played with the puppy, and said that he didn't need anything, asking him to come back soon. Chad turned his back to his brother, and wiping away tears said that he understood everything, and our hero called him conspiratorially. The guy turned around in surprise and tears were still shining in his eyes. Steve smiled and asked if he could grab some meat and booze on the way. Chad smiled happily, promised that he would buy everything and asked his brother to look after Bill. While Bill was playing with the puppy on the roof, our hero opened the menu with his statistics. He saw the inscription in the window, "The object is fixed, select a name." Steve asked the boy what to name the puppy, and without hesitation he named him Pecky. Steve repeated this name and he liked it, so he said with a smile, "Okay, it will be Pecky." He turned to the puppy and said that from now on he is Pecky, and information appeared in the window that the puppy was level 1, and his combat power was 3. Steve threw the ball and ordered the puppy to bring it, and he rushed after the ball like a bullet, hitting Bill with such great speed. The boy praised Pekka and called him to him, and he came running, joyfully wagging his tail. The sun was already setting when the boy and the puppy lay down on the table, tired after playing, and the boy asked why Dad had been gone for so long. Steve looked down and said that he seemed to be on his way. He saw that his truck was parked in the parking lot, but for some reason his brother didn't come out, and he offered to go and meet him. The boy ran first, and seeing the silhouette of his father, joyfully called him. But as they got closer, they noticed that Chad was covered in blood. It was flowing from his head, nose, and mouth. The boy froze, not understanding what was happening, and only quietly whispered, "Dad." The guy could barely stand on his feet and could only say his son's name when his legs gave way. The beaten guy collapsed on the ground, bleeding, and Bill rushed towards him, screaming. Steve was confused at first, but the boy's screams seemed to bring him back, and he began to get angry, listening to the boy ask what was going on. In one of the residential areas, on the first floor of an apartment building, there was a sign, "A confidential, instant, interest-free loan." Inside, men in formal suits were sitting playing cards, and one of them was sitting at a computer. The man at the computer asked what the bets were this week, and the guy next to him gave the numbers. He asked if the competition was between Mikhail and Jorvins this week, and the guy said yes, and everyone was focused on Mikhail. He asked if Beyond the Horizon was having problems and recalled what happened last time, how one player turned the whole game upside down. Suddenly, the men's attention was attracted by a noise outside the door, and they froze tensely. The man at the computer shouted to the sitting men what was out there. He got angry and sent them to check what was happening behind the door. The door to the office opened, and the silhouette of a man appeared on the threshold. Everyone in the room froze, carefully watching the man who appeared. He took another step forward, and in the light it turned out that his face was covered in blood. He said that it seemed like they were in trouble. Suddenly, someone grabbed his head from behind, causing the man to scream in horror. Someone pulled the man back, and his body immediately disappeared from the doorway, flying back. The confusion of the men in the room turned to anger, and they began to ask what was happening. Then it dawned on them that this was an overlap, and they rushed forward, wanting to find out what was happening. The body of the man who had previously entered the room suddenly fell on the person walking first. The two of them flew deep into the room and fell on the table, scattering cards in different directions. The surviving men grabbed their weapons and began shouting for the attacker to come into the room. At that moment, a silhouette of a man appeared in the doorway, and only eyes were visible, shining with a blue shine. Entering the room, Steve broke down the front door with one hand and lifted it above his head. The men in suits looked at the guy in fear, and one of them called our hero a psycho. After these words, a torn door flew at them, demolishing men like toys and breaking everything in its path. The door broke the windows, and a hail of glass fragments flew at the standing men. Steve caused a real carnage, smashing everything around, mercilessly throwing everyone to the floor. He stepped on the head of one of the men, and a pool of blood from a broken nose spread across the floor. The man at the computer looked at what was happening in horror and was shaking from the sight of our hero. Beside himself with anger, Steve walked towards this particular man, and all the other men in the room were already lying unconscious. The man and his assistant looked on in fear as our hero walked towards them. He fearfully asked his assistant if he knew who this guy was. The assistant said that he seemed to be awakened, and it seemed that he even began to recognize him. But the man did not have time to finish. because our hero pushed the table at which they were sitting with his foot. Both men screamed in pain and fear, and one of them screamed that his leg was being pinned. Steve threw the monitor and keyboard off the table, climbed onto it, and squatting, asked the man if he was Mr. Scott. The man was scared. He swore and said that everything was right. He was Mr. Scott. Perspiration appeared on the man's face. He asked our hero who he was. Steve forcefully threw the envelope with money on the table and said that he had come to pay off Chad's debt. The man was shocked by what he heard and said that Steve had definitely left in the morning. He asked if it was really possible for an awakened person to just attack an innocent person and said that he would not get away with it. But instead of answering, our hero hit him forcefully in the face with his palm and several teeth flew out of his mouth. Steve slapped him on the other cheek and asked why he did this to the man who had come to repay his debt. He continued to beat the man and said that he could gratefully take the money and go about his business peacefully. The man's face was turning in different directions from the blows, and Steve, not a commander, asked why he decided to cross the line of what was permitted and began to show off. The man began to beg for mercy after another blow to the cheek. Steve's eyes sparkled as he asked if the man would pay off the debt quietly and peacefully, or if he should be beaten until he dies. Tears flowed from the man's eyes, and he, lisping due to knocked-out teeth, said that he would decide everything and do everything. Steve sat down on the edge of the table, and all the men in the room were on their knees, bowing their heads. They shouted in unison that the respected Mr. Chad's debt had been repaid. But our hero was not satisfied with this answer, and he ordered them to repeat it louder. The men shouted even louder that the respected Mr. Chad's debt had been repaid. Steve said that if he met them again, they would die and advised them to avoid meeting him. The men fell to the floor and bow and said they would mean it. Everyone looked intently at the floor and heard our hero jump off the table. Mr. Scott also bowed his head and listened as our hero's steps moved further and further away. He was enraged by what had happened, and in his eyes there was a furious desire to take revenge for the humiliation. One of the men raised his head and looked around and said that the guy had already left. Grinning his bloody mouth angrily, the man said into the void, "Does Steve really think that he has no connections?" and added that these two are already corpses. At this time, Captain Morris entered the office where two men were sitting. He told the manager that it was urgent. The guy at the computer annoyedly asked what he wanted, and Morris asked him to look at something. Our hero's profile opened on the monitor screen, and Morris said that he was a top-level newcomer. The guy was surprised because he only has an F rank and was registered only today. Morris said that this was doubly cool and asked the disgruntled guy to get information about him. He tried to find something, but an inscription appeared on the monitor screen that access was denied. Both were very surprised that access to our hero's data was closed. The guy asked who he was, and Morris asked to look for information about him illegally. The guy dug around for a while and finally said with satisfaction that he had succeeded. Both were surprised by the story of our hero, which they managed to find, and the boy clarified whether he was definitely level F. The guy was also surprised why access to information about Steve was blocked at all. He also noticed that the information did not indicate which class our hero belongs to, and this aroused even more interest. Morris asked the boy to test our hero's skills, but after checking the information, the guy could only ask in shock what kind of bread and water. Morris didn't understand the guy's answer and asked him what he meant. The guy, confused, asked the man if Steve had really caught Sheik using only bread and water. They immediately imagined our hero throwing buns and water bottles at a huge man, and he asked him to stop. The guy also noticed that they say our hero disappeared 10 years ago and added that this is very suspicious. The boy suggested that Steve might be a government agent, and Morris said that he might be a hunter. The man did not want to believe that in the end our hero turned out to be a statesman. The kid told him to give up because he was almost 100% a government agent. The guy smugly said that he had already found out everything about him, and Morris thought that this was precisely why he was so cold. The man sighed heavily and suggested the guy go for coffee. Coming out of the office, Morris still could not calm down and asked why the agent should participate in this. The man asked the guy to continue to follow him, and the guy again told the man to give up. Morris got angry and said that he was just asking to keep an eye on him in case something strange happened, but the guy stubbornly refused. Not realizing that they were trying to find out something about him, our hero came to the hospital to visit his brother. He entered the room and asked his brother if he had woken up yet. Chad was looking out the window. His head was bandaged, but overall he looked cheerful and was very happy to see his brother. Steve put out a bunch of different fast food, and Chad asked why he bought so much again, to which our hero replied that he would get better faster that way. Our hero asked his brother if he felt better, and the guy replied that tomorrow his bandages would be removed. Chad asked if our hero had an exam day tomorrow, and he said that was right. The guy said that if he passes the exam and joins the guild, it will be great. Steve closed his eyes, remembering that in the jungle he was the king of the forest. He thought that after this, how could he live in this world under someone's protection? Chad knew what our hero was thinking about and invited him to find out about the guilds for him. but Steve said that this was not necessary because he planned to create a guild himself. The brother was surprised by the news that our hero wants to create his own guild and not join it. The day of the exam arrived. It was held in the Awoken Bureau building. The blonde with a katana, Jean, was also in this building and walked along the corridor. Suddenly, a man from behind called her name and the girl turned around in surprise. This man was the head of the department, and Jean asked him what he wanted. The man asked if the girl had any problems lately, and she asked in surprise why he thought that. The man shouted that in the block assigned to the girl there had already been a commotion twice, and if a portal had opened there now, the city would no longer exist. The girl was not very surprised by this question, and she asked if they really couldn't do anything without her participation. The man turned from anger to a request, and asked the girl to help him because every morning he solves problems with portals, and this is very difficult. Jean suggested that the man write a letter of resignation, but the man pretended that he heard her and complained of a sore head. Suddenly the man shouted again, asking why she was ruining good swords again. The girl calmly replied that she just couldn't concentrate lately. The man said that he had had enough of her stories and handed the girl a piece of paper, and she asked in surprise what it was. Suddenly the girl got angry and said that this infuriated her because she wanted to rest today, but they were sending her somewhere again. The man said that she was not the only one suffering and added that such a task was not the first time for her. The girl sighed heavily and turning around said that she had enough, and the man shouted after her, asking what was enough for her. The man shouted that it was obvious how oppressive the atmosphere was now, and said that they would stop firing new people because they needed at least one more for the team. The girl replied that when they take just anyone, they go on missions and die, and this answer angered the man. People were already crowding inside the building waiting for the exam. Someone said that they had to pass it this time, and another replied that they were taking it for the 4th time. One guy recorded himself on camera. He said that he was taking an exam and asked for support so that he could pass. He promised that if he passed the exam and received the title, he would definitely film hunting content. The guy thanked me for the donation of $20 and told me where I could find a link to support him. At that moment, 3 men in red caps entered the hall, looking around. Seeing them, the boy said that their guards would come in soon, but filming was prohibited here, so he said goodbye. Having finished the broadcast, the guy turned around and saw the gaze of our hero standing behind him. Steve looked carefully at the guy's phone, and he asked if this was the first time he'd seen someone broadcasting. Our hero asked in surprise who the guy was talking to now, but he just waved him off and asked to leave him alone. Steve told the guy that he was interesting, and he called him an old man. The performance began on the podium. The guys in red caps were instructors, and the man at the lectern began to say that he was the invigilator for the 3 days of the exam. He said that the 21 guards stationed here would also accompany them for the next 3 days and 2 nights. The crowd of people who came to the exam began to line up. Some wanted to get to certain examiners, but everyone didn't want to get to Jean, because everyone who gets to her immediately flies out. The man at the podium said that everyone who entered had received tickets, and now they would distribute them through a drawing. He continued that everyone whose last name he called would need to go to counter number 1. The man began calling out names and people rushed to their supervisor. It was the turn of the guy who was broadcasting. It turned out that his name was Donnie, and his name was for warden number 15, which greatly upset him. Our hero was also assigned to warden number 15. He approached the right number and was extremely surprised to see his supervisor. Steve immediately recognized the blonde standing at the 15 sign. Our hero smiled contentedly and thought that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl did not pay attention to those approaching and looked ahead, but something caught her attention. She saw our hero standing in her squad and smiling contentedly. Jean couldn't believe her eyes and stared at Steve in surprise. The man announced that since everyone was distributed, they could go to the dormitories assigned to their squads and stay there until further orders. A crowd of examinees wandered towards the hostel. They discussed who they had ended up with, and some complained that they had ended up with a blonde. One group of guys stopped near the room and were surprised that there was even a training room here. The boy walked with his head down. He thought that he had croaked. Since he ended up with the blonde again in front of his subscribers, he acted as if he had already given up everything, and now he was almost excluded. The guys entered the door, number 15. Some were changing clothes, and some were just sitting on the bench. Our hero stood near the locker and noticed Donnie, who was sitting on the bench with his head hanging down. Steve sat down opposite him and asked why he was sour, because just recently he was giggling. But the guy didn't answer anything and just looked gloomily at our hero. Donnie looked at Steve smiling and thought he couldn't believe this old man was on his team. The guy displeasedly asked our hero why he should be happy, but he did not understand the question. Donnie asked if Steve knew the character of that blonde, because it was not for nothing that she was called a witch. Our hero was surprised that Jean was called a witch and frowned. And the guy continued to say that if she wasn't in the mood, she would kill the whole squad, and complained that it looked like they wasted 2,000. Steve didn't understand Donnie's claims, and said that if you failed, that means you're a weakling. What does the warden have to do with it? But these words clearly offended the boy, and he angrily asked what our hero said. Donnie thought that our hero was looking down on him, so he didn't like him from the first second of meeting him. But Steve didn't understand why the boy was so angry and openly looked into his eyes. Donnie asked why he was talking to him so informally, because our hero clearly looked younger. Steve smiled and asked if the guy wanted to deal with him. This was an interesting place for this. The guys in the locker room froze, listening to the brewing scandal. Donnie got really mad and asked our hero if he really thought he was a weakling. And our hero decided to answer this rhetorical question by saying yes. This answer infuriated Donnie, and he told our hero that he was a corpse. He told Steve to follow him, unbuttoning and taking off his jacket along the way. Jean entered the locker room of squad number 15 and was surprised to find no one there. She became angry, wondering where all the guys from her squad could have gone. And the guys were in the training room and admired the size of the cage, joking that you could kill in it. Donnie and Steve stood in the cage, and the guys around them were rushing them, saying that if they were caught, they would be kicked out. And the other guy said that since they were in the blonde squad, they would all be kicked out anyway. Donnie called our hero a moron and said that he was showing off by looking at him. The guy asked if our hero hadn't heard about Stone TV, and he was a budding YouTuber fighter. But Steve didn't understand what the guy meant and asked what a YouTuber was. Maybe food. This question completely angered Donnie, and he said that Steve was definitely mocking him. The guys behind the cage began to support Donnie, shouting, "Keep it up!" The guy made a series of blows in the air and said that his hobby is to straighten the brains of people like our hero, adding that he has a lot of views on the video from the exam, and he doesn't want to stop. Steve listened silently to the guy's monologue all this time and smiled and said only, "Interesting." Donnie yelled at him to stop talking nonsense and called him crazy as he prepared to fight. He began to close the distance and told our hero to hold his blow. Donnie swung his fist at our hero's face and he stood motionless. Suddenly someone shouted enough, and turning towards the voice, everyone saw that it was the warden who had come. Donnie turned around, looking at her, and thought only, "Blonde witch!" The girl angrily shouted for everyone to run away from here. All the guys immediately flew out of the training room, saying that now they were definitely dead. Rising into the ring to the guys, Jean asked if they really wanted to fly out so badly that they decided to go all out. Donnie forced a tense smile and said that everything was wrong, trying to justify himself to the warden. The girl stopped this conversation and offered to immediately get rid of one of them. The guys looked at the girl in surprise, not understanding what she meant. The girl, with an ominous smile, said that the one who loses will fly out of here and ordered to begin. The guys stared at the girl in shock when they heard her order. Donnie smiled nervously and thought that the girl was definitely crazy. But our hero understood the order and was not against carrying it out, approaching the boy threateningly. Donnie prepared for battle and said that our hero asked for it himself, asking him not to cry later. Steve smiled cheerfully and said that he even felt sorry for the boy. Donnie angrily raised his fist and told him to shut up and move already. And the next second, our hero's fist flew straight into the boy's face, and his blow missed. Donnie passed out after the first blow and fell face down on the floor. Our hero silently looked at Donnie lying on the floor, but did not unclench his fists. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She clearly did not expect our hero to win. But Steve was clearly up to something and just smiled slyly, without saying a word. Looking at his satisfied smile, the girl realized that it was Steve who was the instigator and decided that he was a bad person. The girl remembered his appearance from the portal and thought that from the first day he had irritated her and smelled unusual. But Steve didn't hear her thoughts and asked what she was worth. Didn't she want to try too? The girl did not understand his proposal and, frowning, looked questioningly at the guy. And the guy repeated the offer and said that if she wanted, she could come up here. Finally, Jean realized what exactly the guy was offering and got angry. Our hero offered peaceful terms. If he wins, she will not expel the boy for losing. The girl looked at Steve as if he were a stupid child and said that this was simply unthinkable. But she decided not to refuse, took off the katana hanging from her belt and put it on the floor. Jean boldly entered the arena and stood opposite our hero. Tilting her head slightly to the side, she asked Steve if he was unusual. But our hero did not understand what we were talking about, and asked what these unusual ones were. The girl suddenly launched an attack and told the guy that if he survived, she would definitely tell. But our hero was on the alert. He immediately saw that the girl was attacking and prepared to defend himself. He easily dodged Jean's first blow and opens to the side. He parried the next blow with his hand, and the girl resolutely struck a new one. Jean unleashed a flurry of blows on our hero, not sparing him, but he dodged or defended himself from each of them. At first, the girl attacked only with her fists, but she got the hang of it and started kicking. But even from these blows, Steve easily defended himself, as if without straining at all. Suddenly, our hero tensed, sensing something was wrong, and his eyes widened. The girl was preparing for a blow that was impossible to dodge, and told the guy that if he won, he could ask for something else. Jean somersaulted backwards in the air, kicking our hero and sending him flying backwards. It seemed that Steve had lost consciousness. He flew back and showed no signs of life. The girl looked at the guy and thought that everything was somehow strange. Obviously that everything was not so simple. Jean landed easily on her feet and looked in the direction where our hero had flown. But in fact, our hero pretended to lose consciousness, and instead of hitting the bars, he landed on it. Steve admired the girl and said that she was stronger than she seemed. Jean was amazed and wondered how our hero could even take her blow. She decided not to think for a long time and immediately launched an attack without waiting for our hero to strike back. The girl became enthusiastic and said with a smile that now she would not give in. Jean kicked the guy in the stomach with such force that splinters flew from the ring. Our hero fell to the floor with his back, and the girl launched an attack from above, preparing to deliver the final blow. But Steve easily dodged this blow, jumping to the side. Jean began to throw a lot of punches, and our hero only defended himself from them. The girl decided to sneakily kick him, but Steve easily parried this blow. Our hero took the next kick, sitting on his haunches and defending himself with one hand and the other clenched into a fist. He smiled slyly, showing that he not only could not hit, but was waiting for an opportune moment and swung his fist. The girl clearly did not expect this attack and only managed to curse. The fist hit the girl in the stomach, around which a blue glow suddenly appeared. Our hero's fist crashed into the blue light emanating from the girl's hands. But the blow was so strong that the blue light broke into small fragments and the girl fell to the floor. Blue sparks danced around Jean like lightning bolts and she slowly rose from the floor. She couldn't believe that our hero had broken her shield so easily. And our hero clearly got a taste for it and again raised his fist and said that now it was his turn. Jean was still sitting on the floor, and looking at our hero's attack, said out loud that he was definitely crazy. Steve's enthusiasm only flared up and he cried out in satisfaction how much fun he was having. The girl also smiled mischievously and said that the guy was definitely one of the unusual ones, thinking that her instincts had not let her down after all. But our hero did not understand what unusual meant and only looked questioningly at the girl. He was already in the moment to strike when the girl straightened up and extended her hand forward, putting her palm in front of our hero's face. With a serious face, without a hint of a joke, the girl said that she lost. Steve froze in surprise and asked why that was, because it was a lot of fun. Jean replied that this place was too small to use the skills, and promised that next time they would fight in a place where there was more space. Our hero said that he was very sorry and smiled sadly, not intending to continue the fight. The girl got a little angry, said that the guy could say what he wanted, and repeated that she was admitting defeat. Steve asked if there were many women in the world as strong as her, and the girl replied that she didn't think so. Our hero smiled contentedly and said that he then chose her and invited her to give birth to his child. The girl did not believe what she heard and asked again what the guy said. Steve did not see anything surprising in this proposal, and repeated the proposal to make offspring. And at that very second, he received a strong slap in the face from Jean, and Donnie woke up from her ringing. The guy opened his eyes, not understanding what was happening, why the brat was getting it from the blonde and why he was lying on the floor. And at this time, Jean, angrily hissing curses, walked away from the ring, looking back at our hero with displeasure. Then the pain began to reach Donnie and he remembered that he lost after the first blow. He sadly remembered the girl's words that if he loses, he will drop out without even going to the exam. Donnie sadly fell to his knees, thinking what a shame it was to fly out so quickly. Suddenly he noticed our hero, who was leaving the ring, and glared at him angrily. He asked Steve, with tears in his eyes from anger, if he felt better after he humiliated him. But our hero answered him with a peaceful smile that he had not lost. Donnie did not understand what our hero meant, and still frowning, he asked him again. And no one participating in this performance noticed that there was a surveillance camera in the training room. And at this time, when Donnie and our hero were talking, a man with glasses was sitting in the office and looking at the monitor screen. There was a mixture of shock and disbelief on his face, and he wondered if Jean had really lost. Our hero told Donnie, who was sitting on the floor, to go and walked forward without looking back. The guy jumped up and said that Jean said that the loser is eliminated. How can he stay? And our hero replied that he asked not to kick him out. Donnie, his cheek red and swollen after being hit by Steve, looked at him in confusion and asked what. The guy asked why the girl hit him then, and Steve replied that it was none of his business. Donnie looked after our hero, trying to understand what happened and how he didn't fly out. Suddenly, Donnie remembered the slap and wondered if they had really agreed that he would stay if our hero withstood the girl's blow. Tears welled up in Donnie's eyes at this thought, and his gaze was full of gratitude. He looked after our hero and thought that he was a man, a real man. The guy's emotions burst out. Tears flowed down his cheeks from gratitude, and he called our hero brother. Donnie stood for a while and then ran after the guy, saying that they would go together. Suddenly, a male voice came from the speaker, saying that Steve needed to go up to the guard's office. The guys stopped in surprise. Donnie asked if his name was, and our hero replied that apparently yes. He came to an ordinary door on which hung a white sign with the inscription, "The Guard's Office." Our hero entered the office and sat down opposite the same man who saw that Jean had lost to him. Steve was a little concerned and asked the man what he wanted. The man took out a voice recorder and warned the guy that everything said in this office would be recorded. The man said that he just saw a sparring with Jean, who is a level B awakened, and asked if our hero is unusual. Steve said that the girl asked him the same thing, and asked again what it meant. The man frowned when he heard this question and silently looked at Steve. He said that apparently our hero has not yet familiarized himself with the information about the Brits portal. The man began to say that now 3 planets are connected to the Earth by a bridge portal. The first planet is Aruka, friendly, where elves and dwarves are the main races, and cultural exchange and land trade take place there. The Earthlings who were there return and spread many skills, such as magic and artifact making. The second planet is Kuchan. This is a world in which the Momon tribes and the Chunwan people are fighting for control of the planet. When the portal opens with the Chuan people, an exchange occurs, and when it opens on the Momon lands, a war begins. The last planet is Midiol, a world inhabited by warlike orcs as well as ferocious monsters, so when a portal opens there, clashes begin. On these 3 planets, there are those who have learned the skills of another world, and returned. Their combat power is difficult to classify as awakened, so they are collectively called unusual. Steve listened boredly to this pile of information, and at the end said that it was all a bit complicated. But when I thought about it, our hero said that in fact there are not 3 planets. The man opposite looked questioningly at our hero, waiting for the continuation of his words. He thought that if our hero was not from one of these planets, then maybe he was raised in the dungeon, but he immediately dismissed this thought, thinking that then he would not be able to defeat Level B. Without waiting for our hero's answer, he himself asked where he came from. Steve said that he told everything to that bald doctor, that he lived 1,000 years with wolves. The man froze, listening to our hero's story. He didn't say a word and just looked at him intensely. Steve broke the silence and asked if the conversation was over. The man caught himself and said yes. He was tense, but still forced a smile, and thanked our hero for listening to him, saying that he could return to the dorm. Steve left the office, and the man continued to look thoughtfully at one point, thinking that the conversations turned out to be true after all. A man came into the office and introduced himself as Senior Sergeant Sheldon. The sergeant saluted the man sitting in the chair and asked if he had been called. The man in the chair said that he wanted to assign the guy the place of Warden number 15. The sergeant was surprised at first, but then he pulled himself together and asked if Jean really wouldn't come. The man tisked in annoyance, adjusted his glasses, and said that she had run away. Sergeant Sheldon did not believe the answer and asked again how she escaped. The man became serious and said that there was Steve in Team 15. The sergeant needed to keep an eye on him until the end of the exam, and then he needed to send a report on his actions. An announcement was heard from the loudspeakers in the dormitory that everyone needed to put on their uniforms and gather at the stadium. Hearing it, the guys began to grumble, and so it began. In the hall, the guards stood near the numbered plates and gave the order to stand by number. Sergeant Sheldon stood at the sign with number 15 instead of Jean. The guys from his group, seeing that the blonde was not there, were immediately happy about this, and decided that he had displaced the girl. The man in the red cap smiled and said that he was the new warden and his name was Sheldon. He said that in today's exam, running 100 meters in 9 seconds and 40 triathlons in an hour, asking if it wasn't easy. The guys in the group immediately began to be indignant that this was unfair, because everyone has their own individual characteristics. Meanwhile, a plump girl was running on the treadmill. The supervisor said that she was dropping out because she ran the 100-meter dash in 13 seconds. The girl said that she was a healer. Shouldn't they lower the bar? But the warden said that the monsters wouldn't run slower after her if she was a healer. The warden called group number 15 and called Donnie to the start. He said with a smile that 100 meters in 9 seconds was funny, and a guy from his group began to complain that he was already scared. Donnie showed a victory sign with his fingers and asked our hero to root for him. Immediately after the whistle, he rushed to the finish line with a cry of victory, kicking up dust behind him. The warden looked at the stopwatch and said that he ran in 8 seconds, which means he passed. The guy in the red cap called the next one, and it was our hero. Steve stood at the start, resting his feet on special supports, and looked straight ahead. Donnie screamed as hard as he could, supporting the guy while the rest of the group stood on the sidelines watching. Immediately after the warden's whistle, our hero rushed forward with such speed that it was impossible to follow him. Donnie, like all the other witnesses to this race, looked at the clouds of dust in shock, not believing that a person could move like that. At the same moment, a bell rang in the man's office. It was Sergeant Sheldon. He reported that Steve had passed the exam and his results were shocking, adding that he would send a video. The man immediately tensed up and asked about the journalists. The sergeant turned around and saw how the men with cameras perked up and began actively photographing our hero. The woman in the office picked up the ringing phone and introduced herself as the manager of the Returnee Management Bureau, and the caller introduced himself as Major Swan. He said he had just sent over a couple of videos of Steve and asked her to look at them now. Looking at the video, the girl was clearly amazed by what she saw and could only ask what. There was a recording of our hero's race on the screen. The man said that apparently the Major was a liar, and added that it was now becoming obvious that the interview with the doctor was true. Looking at the video, the girl hoped that all the doctor's answers were true. She thought that if the patient was unusual and all his statements were true, then Steve could be a returnee from the fourth unknown planet. The girl gave an order to the man to prohibit journalists from entering. The guy looked at the screen of his phone and was confused. He said that it seemed they were already too late because he had found an already published article about Steve and his outstanding exam results. The girl got angry and told him to immediately deal with the articles and impose a ban. Journalists swooped in like flies on honey, some holding cameras in their hands, some holding video cameras. Our hero was seen. They all began to ask him to say a few words, spend time, or give an interview. Steve looked blankly at the screaming crowd but didn't answer them. At this time, the girl reasoned that if she had gone through the portal without a protective suit, she would have received an F rank due to the dissipation of spatial energy. And then she remembered that problems in the center began just at that time. At the same moment, security guards burst into the hall and began to detain the journalists. And the girl thought that if he really returned from the fourth planet, then the initiative for its development would go to them. Security guards blocked the passage for journalists and did not let them through, despite their requests. The examinees gathered in the table and discussed Steve and the fact that so many journalists had gathered because of him. Journalists were making noise behind the opaque windows, and our hero and Donnie were sitting at the table and eating. The guy looked at our hero with delight, hearing the journalists swearing outside the window. But Steve did not pay any attention to this fuss and calmly devoured a huge portion of lunch. Donnie thought that everything was right. He couldn't faint from a blow from an ordinary guy and only regretted that he hadn't recorded this fight. Steve noticed his gaze and asked what he was looking at. Maybe he had already finished eating. Donnie began to fuss and suddenly offered to bring our hero a drink, because he definitely wanted water. Leaving the table where our hero had already dealt with a mountain of food, Donnie thought that just by looking at the way he eats, you can understand that he is different. After lunch, the guys returned to the undressing room. Our hero lounged on the bench, and Donnie sat opposite. He looked around the lockers and said that there were fewer things because many had fallen through. Suddenly the boy closed his eyes and gasped, as if he had suddenly remembered something. Our hero opened his eyes and asked in surprise what happened. He replied that the next task was a dungeon, and it was profitable to go there in a large group and hoped that other groups would be redistributed. Steve closed his eyes relaxed and said that everything was fine. He didn't need anyone. Donnie was delighted with these words and admired our hero's confidence. The guy said he knew how strong Steve was, but they didn't know what to expect in the dungeon, and it would be nice to have a few different skills. Steve said that was bullshit and changed the subject by saying that when they first met, Donnie was saying something on the phone about what it was, and the guy said it was YouTube. Our hero even got up from the bench, not understanding what kind of word this was. YouTube. Donnie was surprised that he really had not heard of this site and asked if our hero really came down from the mountains, and he said that you could say so. The guy looked at Steve in surprise and wondered what kind of concept this was. Donnie took the phone, walked up to Steve, and said that this was YouTube, showing the video. He pointed to a number and said that this is the number of subscribers, and next to it is the number of views. Steve was interested in one video with a lot of views, and Donnie replied that it was a mukbang. In the video, the girl sat in front of a variety of dishes and took a bite of a huge piece of meat, which delighted our hero. Watching Steve watch the video with interest, the boy thought that he had an inhuman appetite. Donnie said that he knows a lot of YouTubers who film similar things and said that he could agree on a joint video. And our hero said that he remembered the promise. The boy smiled condescendingly, looking at Steve's violent reaction. Our hero turned to Donnie and told him that he was a good guy. Donnie remembered how he attracted the attention of journalists, and thought that he had the potential to become a YouTuber because our hero is strong and handsome. As Steve watched the video, he thought it was only a matter of time before the guild recruited him, especially if he gained combat power in the dungeon tomorrow. And our hero repeated that he liked Donnie and offered to join his clan. Hearing this proposal, the boy did not immediately understand what was being said. They sat and looked at each other in silence, Steve waiting for an answer, and Donnie couldn't believe the offer. He was finally able to speak and asked if he was creating a clan and not joining a guild. And our hero calmly replied that everything was exactly like that. Donnie was overwhelmed with emotions. Not only can he join the clan of the most talked about hero, but he will also shoot a video with him. Then this will happen. He remembered his childhood when during a sparring session he fell into the ring after another blow. Donnie thought he had a difficult childhood in poverty. He trained hard but still failed the licensing exam every time, but never gave up. But due to the cataclysm, all his dreams were erased, and his friends suggested that he become awakened and get a license, because there is no money to be made from boxing. Donnie grabbed onto YouTube like a straw, while his friends did not believe that he would succeed. And now, looking at Steve, the boy thought that this was the very good content, and he was finally starting to get lucky. He joyfully said that he would follow our hero even to the end of the world. Steve said that he really liked him, and once again reminded him about the mukbang video. Tears flowed from Donnie's eyes, and he said that he would not forget, but he thought to himself that success depends on connections. Steve asked why the guy suddenly started crying, and he asked not to pay attention to it. Donnie became serious and said that in fact, you can open your own clan with only 3 members. Suddenly, the guys heard the door to the locker room open sharply and someone enter. They turned around and looked questioningly at the newcomer, studying him. A bald guy dressed as a monk stood in the doorway and had a weapon behind his back. The guys looked at the guy in disbelief, waiting for him to say something. But Donnie was the first to speak. He asked where the monk was from. The guy replied that he was assigned to team number 15. His name was Munch. At the end, he added Muhammad Buddha. The guys were very surprised, and Donnie asked out loud how it was that he was both a Buddhist and a hunter. The monk did not answer anything, and only looked questioningly at the guys. Suddenly, a voice came from the speakers announcing that everyone was invited to gather in the briefing room after they had changed into their combat suits. After hearing the announcement, the guys were surprised that the meeting was about to take place. Donnie grumbled dissatisfiedly that not only were they gathered for the night, but they were also in combat suits. Steve asked thoughtfully if the dungeon raid wasn't tomorrow. The monk said that depending on the circumstances, the raid could begin earlier and again, added Muhammad Buddha. Donnie was shocked by the news and asked how they could start without warning. Everyone gathered in the room and the head warden said it was time to start the briefing. The major began to say that they would go down into the dungeon for the test. It is located at the 5th station and is under the supervision of the Phoenix Guild. When our hero asked about the guild, Donnie said that although this guild is not among the top best, it's also pretty cool. But Steve was interested in something else and asked what it meant under surveillance. Donnie was surprised by that question, and he finally decided that our hero was not from here. He said that it is difficult for the state to manage all the portals that appear and disappear every day, and it hires clans for protection. A private clan that has entered into a contract becomes a guild, and the more dungeons there are, the more the guild will receive. Steve said that simply put, this is a hunting game where the government can make money, and Donnie confirmed the guess. Our hero thought that he wanted to create a clan because he missed life in the wolf pack. Suddenly, he smiled slyly and said out loud that it was possible to rule an entire state. Donnie continued to say that it's good if you have your own dungeon, but for this you need to get permission to use it. Steve seemed not to listen to him and said that now their goal is to create their own guild. Donnie smiled nervously and said that first they needed to pass the exam. Steve looked at him absent-mindedly, and Donnie thought he seemed like an idiot now. The major continued his instructions. On the screen, he showed what the dungeon looks like now and said that it was abandoned 15 days ago, level 1. This is not a simple dungeon, but has its own labyrinth. If the monster is weak, it will be more fun to receive and deliver spatial energy if there is a lot of it. The man said that the briefing for the raid in dungeon number 1 is now starting. Donnie thought that since it's a maze, isn't it the monsters that are the problem? If you don't do something right, you could end up in a trap. He grabbed his head and said out loud that he could use reconnaissance skills now. Steve heard these words and told the guy that he had this skill. Donnie was happy at first and then began to think that the exam had not yet started, and he had already acquired a skill that was worth more than 20,000. Suddenly the guy had a thought. What if our hero is actually a rich man? The monk looked thoughtfully ahead, almost not listening to what was being said around him. Donnie caught his attention by asking about his awakening skill. Munch looked down thoughtfully as if deciding whether to speak or not. After thinking, he decided to talk about his skills, but he said only one word: Thevarada. The monk's thoughts were transported to memories of the past and the attack of monsters. Munch sat in the temple, opposite the Buddha statue, and meditated. In his hands was a Tibetan bowl, with the help of which he produced a sound that spread throughout the entire temple area. It seemed that the monsters heard this sound and were attracted to it. Soon a huge pile of monsters gathered near the temple and everyone rushed towards the temple building. Another monk burst into the room where Munch was meditating, shouting for him to stop immediately. Not understanding what was happening, the monk asked what brought him here at such a late hour. But the man just shouted for him and the main monks to get out of here immediately. At the same moment, a huge monster appeared behind the monk, preparing to attack. The monk was pulled out of his memories by the major's voice, announcing that the briefing was over. The guys continued to look questioningly at the monk, and Donnie quietly asked what was wrong with him. The major said that they were moving to the target point and began attacking the monsters under the supervision of the guards, and reminded them to read the manual again. The man said that he wished everyone good luck and the buses left for their destination. The buses arrived at the portal, glowing with blue light, and were watched from above from a helicopter. The guards urged the guys on, asked them to listen to instructions, and warned that if they didn't get together now, they wouldn't get out of there alive. The warden asked Team 15 if they were ready, and Donnie advised Steve to secure his equipment better. Sheldon said that once they got inside, they could pretend he wasn't there, free to act, and added that even if the team did well, they might be left behind because of the individual score. Donnie got a little nervous and said that there were only 3 of them on the team. Would he help them if something happened? Sheldon smiled meaningfully, but said nothing and said to move out. Coming off the bus, our hero asked Donnie why he was so scared. The guy smiled guiltily and said that he wasn't scared, but he couldn't finish the sentence. The monk was also calm and asked the warden if it was possible to use a personal weapon. The warden replied that of course it was possible, and the guys moved towards the exit. Donnie was surprised again, this time by the monk, because this is only an exam and he already has a weapon made of dimensional matter ready. The warden at the portal escorted the 14th team and told the 15th to go forward to the right door. Sheldon smiled contentedly and told the guys to come in. The guys entered the portal, listening to the warden say that their team had entered. Steve walked forward and Donnie wondered why he was walking ahead because it was scary. He decided to stop our hero and told him that it was dangerous around. But then he covered his mouth with his hand in fear. He thought that now his grade would be reduced, because the main thing was to enter quietly and get to the safe zone. Suddenly, from somewhere on the side, a monster that looked like a skeleton in a robe jumped out at our hero. But Steve didn't even raise an eyebrow and smashed the monster's head with one blow. Donnie said that he attracted the monster with his screams, but they defeated him and added that Steve is perfect, as expected. Donnie asked Steve if he would use the reconnaissance skill if something went wrong. Suddenly everyone heard a click, and the tile under one of the guy's feet began to shine. Munch looked at his feet in surprise when he heard a click. Donnie immediately realized what kind of tile it was, and began telling his comrades about it. And along with the word, trap, a hail of arrows fell on the guys. The monk reacted instantly and quickly grabbed the weapon behind his back. He returned to the memory of the attack on the temple when the military fired missiles at the monster. His mentor, who tried to save the guy, fought off the monsters with all his might. He was all wounded, but did not give up. Munch cried and asked the man to forgive him, because everything happened through his fault. The missiles reached the monsters, and the temple was destroyed along with them. And now on the battlefield, Munch deftly fought off a hail of arrows with a stick, which had been behind his back all this time. Donnie admired his skills and said he had excellent weapon skills. Suddenly a click was heard again from under someone's foot, and the stove lit up white. The floor under the guy's feet was scorched, and the 3 of them flew down. After the fall, Steve and Munch stood on their feet, but Donnie was lying in a pile of stones and moaning quietly. He lay on his back and lamented what would happen to his dream now. Suddenly, from the depths of the tunnel ahead, a growl and some sounds were heard. Donnie jumped to his feet and told the guys that they were apparently a monster magnet. Munch prepared for battle, apologizing to the guys because his monk skills attract monsters. Donnie was shocked to hear that Munch's skills were attracting monsters, but Steve was happy and said that this was even good, because now he wouldn't have to look for everyone. Steve looked forward seriously and said that it was even better because he was too lazy to look for everyone one by one. Munch looked questioningly at our hero, not expecting such a reaction from him. Steve jumped into the air, doing a somersault as lightly as if his body weighed as much as feathers. Donnie was delighted with such a jump and wondered out loud if he was even human. Once at the top, Steve told Munch that he liked him and invited him to join the clan. The monk looked at our hero in surprise and asked what he meant. And at this time, a crowd of monsters was approaching our heroes. Steve turned around, calmly looking at the crowd of approaching enemies. He activated the intelligence skill and his eyes began to flicker blue. Thanks to his skill, he was able to identify the most important monster in this crowd. Steve saw the monster he needed. It was a skeleton in a red robe. Having accelerated to inhuman speed almost from a standstill, our hero headed towards the desired monster. Donnie stared at the crowd in shock and said that it looked like they had screwed up big time. And at the same moment, a large stick fell in front of him and hit the ground with a roar. It was the monk. He shouted from above for Donnie to grab onto it. The boy confidently grabbed the stick, casting aside his fears, and offered to lure the monsters into the pit, and then start hunting for them. Groaning, Donnie somehow climbed out of the hole, holding Munch's staff tightly. Having got out, the guys turned around to the crowd of killed monsters and couldn't believe their eyes. They were in shock, and Donnie could only quietly say that he could go crazy. What is this? Far ahead, Steve told the guys to deal with the monsters along the road and follow him. The guys were inspired by the words of our hero and boldly went forward. And Donnie, smiling provocatively, said that Steve was definitely crazy. Munch easily scattered the attacking monsters with the help of his weapon, and they scattered in different directions. The monk wondered if our hero had really learned about the trap using the intelligence skill and was surprised by the speed of the skill and the strength of the guy. One of the monsters was approaching our hero from behind, moving along the wall. Having dealt with the monster ahead, Steve turned towards the noise, looking at the approaching skeleton from behind. But he did not have time to get closer to our hero, because the stick stuck into his neck. It was Munch who threw his weapon at the approaching monster as Donnie shouted encouragement. And Steve finished off the monster with one kick, and bones flew from him in different directions. At the observation headquarters, one of the soldiers said that there was a team returning from the dungeon, and the second was surprised because only 30 minutes had passed. Major Swan came closer and said that the dungeon usually takes 5 hours and asked for the team number. Watching the guys come out of the portal, the soldier said that this was team number 15, and their vital signs were normal. Swan dialed the sergeant's phone number and asked why the guys were already returning. Sergeant Sheldon, who was watching the guys, said that they were returning because they had already finished. He added that it is difficult to understand the statistics of the first level from the video, but even so, the performance of our hero is at the highest level. The city street was filled with people. Some were leisurely strolling, others were in a hurry to run errands, and several people gathered near one of the signs, animatedly discussing what they had seen. And among these people, Donnie, with a camera in his hands, talked to his viewers, promising to show the life of Steve's clan. He read a comment where they asked what he would show today, and the guy happily replied that today he would show the clan's housewarming party. From the building with the sign, Steve's clan, came the cheerful voice of Donnie, who was about to introduce the person in charge of food and simply the breadwinner of this clan. A granny appeared in the frame, chopping greens, and Donnie asked her to say hello to his subscribers. The concentrated expression on his face changed to a frightening grimace, and the granny with a knife in her hand told Donnie to leave behind, otherwise she would let him in for dinner. Donnie's ear began to bleed from fright, but he didn't answer his grandmother. Bill was sitting at the table with his dad, and he asked why Granny wanted to let the guy in for dinner, and Donnie responded to the comment that she was not a gangster at all. The next commenter asked why they had a Buddha statue. Donnie said that it belongs to someone they had seen before, the third member of Steve's clan, a monk who attracts with his strength. Donnie entered the room with a camera in his hands, greeting the guys. Steve turned to him, greeting him. Donnie showed Munch, who was sitting at the dining table laden with food, and said that he was the same monk. The guy asked the monk to say hello, but he was embarrassed and couldn't squeeze out a word. Still, Munch gathered his strength and showed the audience his bat, saying that he had to go through a lot, but the scream did not let him finish. A white truck pulled up to the house, and Chad, who was driving, shouted to Steve that everything was ready. The guys ran to the van with satisfied smiles, and Donnie asked to give them an invoice. A white van raced through dilapidated streets, and a quadcopter with a camera hung above them. Steve noticed him and asked what this thing was, offering to smash it, and Donnie sighed sadly that he didn't even know about drones. The guy in the van said that they were now heading to the 4th station, the 30-gate quest. He asked if they saw the blue portal and added that it would be a significant day, the first quest of Steve's clan. Donnie said with a smile that his video memory was a skill, and he would upload the video to YouTube when they returned. The guys entered the portal. There were a lot of bats around them. Steve was surprised at this, and Donnie said that this was their dungeon. The boy asked if our hero had a long-range skill, and he replied that he didn't have such a thing. Donnie frowned thoughtfully and asked how they would catch the monsters then. Munch, who had been silent until then, confidently told them to leave it to him. Steve and Donnie looked at the monk in surprise and disbelief. Munch got down on one knee and began to hit the bowl with his stick, which began to ring. Above the guys' heads, the bats began to gather together. Donnie asked in surprise whether it was because of the monk's thing that they began to behave this way. The bats began to gather in a flock and began to rapidly approach the guys. All the mice flew towards the monk, who was already ready for battle and raised his bat, preparing to repel the attack. Munch began to swing the bat furiously, and a ring of fire formed in front of him, burning the bats. Suddenly, a bat of unimaginable size appeared in front of the monk, and Donnie exclaimed enthusiastically that they had finally completed this dungeon. At the same moment, Steve struck the giant bat, cutting it in half. Finishing off the remaining mice, Donnie said contentedly that the mission was accomplished. Sitting above the mountain of killed monsters, Steve said that the door had opened and they needed to hurry, and Donnie said that he would make another one. At the headquarters, the guy approached the girl sitting at the table, and she sighed heavily, looking at the monitor. The guy reported that they had gone around the headquarters of 4 stations and could complete 20 missions a day, and now they had incinerated a dungeon nearby. Reading the comments under Donnie's video, the girl grabbed her head and said that they barely imposed an embargo. But it turned out that Steve was a streamer in the clan. The guy said that this video was already in 3rd place and asked if they needed to do something. The girl replied that she was aware of the popularity of the video, but suddenly something distracted her attention. It was a video of the fight between the Russian bear Mikhail and Hero. The video stated that he silenced him with his special move and named his next opponent. Hero's next opponent, a tall brunette with long hair, looked strong and confident. He was also unusual. In the video, they asked the question, what if the state hastily intervenes and faces the second appearance of the guy? The girl suddenly got up from the table and told the guy to get ready for contact with our hero. She confidently took the jacket and said that she would go to the meeting in person. The market square was lively, with sellers loudly inviting customers, offering their goods. Our guys were sitting at a table in a cafe. Chad asked if Munch would come, and Donnie confirmed it. Steve asked with interest where he had gone, because there were no temples anywhere nearby. Chad said that Munch was living in the city with the survivors of his temple, and Donnie complained that without him, their effectiveness was declining. Chad asked Steve if it wasn't a good idea to take a day off since their clan had done so well. Donnie was happy about this news. Chad said that their capital was already 80,000, and Donnie said that now they can go down to the second-level dungeons. Donnie was happy. All he did was collect stones and had already earned 2,000, and now they can go down to the second-level dungeons. Steve looked questioningly at the rather grinning guy. Donnie looked at the monitor with a smile, rejoicing at the award he received. And next to him, Steve saw the guy's name, rank, and profession. Steve folded his arms, thinking that he had bought 3,000 worth of skills and had already outsold many. After thinking, our hero smiled and said that since this was the case, today would definitely be a day off. Chad closed the laptop and said that he was taking his son and grandma to the park. And Steve saw next to him a sign with his name and the phrase, "No information." A granny came into the room and brought some food for the puppy. Next to her, there was also the inscription, "No information." But next to Pekka, there was information about the level and power. Steve wondered if dogs could awaken too. After some thought, he called his brother and he responded in surprise. He said that his brother had been working on the car a lot lately, and Chad replied that it was hard to buy and even more expensive to fix. Steve smiled and invited his brother to go and buy a brand new car. The younger brother's eyes sparkled with joy when he heard this proposal. Steve was clearly up to something, and with a sly smile, he agreed with his brother. Our hero also turned to the puppy and called him with him, from which Pecky began to cheerfully wag his tail. The manager showed a blue car, a Hyundai Dragon, and Chad said in delight that this was the dream car for all mercenaries. The manager continued to say that the fuel for this car is heliotrope, and with a price of 80 million, it is considered the best on the market. Steve asked his brother, beaming with joy, if he liked the car, and he answered, "Of course." Our hero told the manager that he had cash and asked if they could pick up the car right away. The brand new blue car raced through the destroyed city, and Chad truly enjoyed the ride. He was delighted and said that this car was simply something and could not compare at all with his old van. Smiling contentedly, Steve replied that even in the passenger seat the ride was amazing and added that he should have bought it a long time ago. Chad asked why they were going to the 4th station, entrance 23rd, since it had been closed for a long time. Our hero became serious and said that Shell had told him a long time ago that he couldn't wake up because he didn't have money. The smile disappeared from the guy's face, and he looked questioningly at Steve, not understanding what he was getting at. With the same serious look, our hero replied that he would wake up today. Hearing these words, Chad was shocked and sweat covered his face. The blue car drove further and further, passing destroyed buildings overgrown with grass. Chad continued to drive forward. Fear and panic rolled over the guy, but he did not utter a word. Suddenly, Packy, who had been sitting quietly in the back seat, bristled and began to growl. Steve smiled and asked the dog if he could answer if he smelled the goblins. Upon hearing this, Chad said he wasn't ready right now and asked if they could just leave. But Steve didn't listen to him. He got out of the car, said that he would be back soon and asked him to wait. Chad panicked, reached towards the door where Steve had just come out and asked him not to leave. But Steve did not hear his request, since only dust remained in his place, and our hero was already rushing forward. Chad looked at the place where Steve had just been and was amazed and shocked by the speed of his older brother. Meanwhile, in the instant loans office, they couldn't forget the two brothers. The men watched a video on YouTube with our heroes. One asked if it was really him, and the second answered that yes, and he is now a YouTube star. The man said that our hero is unusual and it is impossible to measure his strength, and the man in the chair irritably said that then the mercenary would not be able to cope with him. The man standing was indignant that he couldn't just sit here with his hands folded. The man at the computer asked for a list of all the guilds they cooperate with, and the second one said that if this is Station 4, then it is Mr. Vincent. They remembered the mercenary for whom removing a person is not a problem because he had already removed 6 debtors. Baring his teeth in an ominous smile, the man at the table said to call Vincent and give him as much money as he asked. Leaden clouds were gathering over the city, foreshadowing not just rain, but a real thunderstorm. The rain caught the grandmother who was sheltering Chad and his son while shopping, and she said that they had to hurry. Suddenly, a black car stopped in front of her, blocking the road. 3 people in black suits got out of the car, 2 men and a woman. The woman approached the grandmother, showed her ID, saying that they were from the bureau, and asked how they could see Steve. The grandmother said nothing and just silently examined the people and the ID. The thunderstorm also caught Chad, who at that time was still sitting in a brand new car, waiting for his brother. The guy muttered that he couldn't see anything because of the rain, and Steve had been gone for 30 minutes. Suddenly Packy bristled and growled, looking somewhere ahead. At the same moment, the head of a giant monster crashed into the glass of the car door, scaring the guy. The monster's body slowly slid down, and only the clawed paw and the wheezing of the creature were visible. The car door swung open, scaring Chad even more. It was Steve. He told the guy to get out. The guy was very scared, but when he saw Steve, he calmed down a little. The guy stood around the monster lying on the ground and bleeding. Despite his wounds, the goblin continued to growl and tried to attack the guys. Chad screamed in fear when the monster tried to attack him and covered himself with his hands. A knife fell on the wet ground, and the sound of its fall echoed down the street. Steve turned to his little brother and seriously told him to follow him. Killing monsters. Chad frightenedly grabbed the knife and stammered, asking Steve to stop. Hearing his brother's request, Steve turned around and sternly asked him what happened. Stuttering, Chad asked our hero if he had to wake up. But Steve was adamant and said, "If you are weak and cannot survive, kill." The younger brother sadly lowered his head, realizing that he could no longer argue with his brother. Suddenly, the monster lying on the ground jumped up, baring its toothy mouth. Little Pecky stood in front of him, baring his teeth, ready to fight when ordered. Without hesitation, Steve gave the order to Pekka to bite the monster. The kid boldly rushed forward towards the monster, obeying the order of our hero. Pecky grabbed the goblin's paw with his teeth, despite the fact that the monster was many times larger. The goblin grabbed the puppy by the head with its huge paw, trying to unhook it from his hand. Steve had no intention of intervening and calmly said that Pecky was too young, adding that if Chad didn't intervene, the baby would die. With tears in his eyes, his younger brother begged Steve not to do this. A flash of lightning tore the black sky, and with it, Steve shouted loudly, "Kill him!" Chad was breathing heavily and looked at the knife in fear, clutching it with both hands. And while he was thinking, the monster had already unhooked Pecky from his hand and was ready to grab him with its teeth. Chad swung his knife with a scream. He understood that if he didn't do anything, Pecky would die. The guy forcefully stuck the knife into the monster's head, and splashes of blood flew in different directions. The monster's lifeless hand fell to the ground, releasing Pecky from its clawed paws. But one blow was not enough for our hero, and he shouted for Chad to continue. Screaming in anger, Chad swung his hand and began to frantically thrust the knife into the monster. Chad threw the bloody knife away from him, and a bloody stream flowed from it along the wet ground. The guy fell to his knees. He was breathing heavily and forcefully pushing air into his lungs. Chad looked at his bloody hands in horror, not believing what had happened. Steve walked up to his younger brother, and looking down at him, told him to hold the blade. Tears streamed down Chad's blood-stained face, and, clenching, he told his brother that he couldn't take it anymore. But Steve was relentless and repeated that if he didn't kill, they would kill him. Suddenly, Pecky jumped up and began to growl threateningly. Chad's eyes widened in fear when he heard the puppy growl, because Pecky was growling at the monster that was approaching the guys. Steve, without a trace of emotion, told his brother to kill the monsters because they didn't have much time. Our hero turned around and walked away from Chad, not intending to help him. Looking at the back of his departing brother, Chad again pitifully called him, and tears welled up in his eyes again. A scene from the past appeared before my eyes again, when the bullies mocked Chad and Steve walked by. He walked with his head down, pretending not to notice how his younger brother was being bullied. And then, as now, Chad reached out to his brother, called him, and asked him not to leave. But Steve in the past, without even turning around, moved on. So now, in the pouring rain, Chad saw the back of his older brother retreating. Tears streamed down Chad's cheeks as he called for his brother again, realizing that he would not come. And along with this thought came the realization that the fear on the guy's face was replaced by determination, and his gaze became stern. The younger brother watched his older brother leave, but did not call him again or ask him to come back. Chad reached out and picked up the bloody dagger he had dropped earlier. The goblin growled and bared its toothy mouth, intending to kill Chad. As if in a trance, the guy began to rise, tightly clutching the dagger in his hand. He said quietly that his brother had always been like this, without addressing anyone. Lightning again illuminated the sky, and with it Chad rushed from his place to the screaming goblin. He pierced the monster's head with such force that the tip of the knife came out of his head. Chad woke up, his eyes glowing red, and he hissed quietly for the screaming monster to shut up. He plunged the knife deeper into the screaming monster's mouth, ignoring the splashes of blood. There was no longer any fear or fright on Chad's face, but only bloodlust and hatred. He pressed the blade even harder and yelled for the monster to shut up already. The dagger came out of the monster's head, cutting it in half, leaving a fountain of blood in its wake. But this was no longer enough for Chad, and he bent over the body of the monster, screaming, "Die." He plunged the dagger into the dead body again and again, still screaming for it to come down. Chad stood over the body of the torn goblin. He was breathing heavily and the air whistled out of his mouth. The rain continued to pour as the guy raised the dagger to his face. Lightning illuminated the sky and the face of Chad, who seemed to be distraught and smiled, looking at the dagger. At that moment, another goblin approached him, clutching his hand with a dagger, and his mouth was very close to Chad's face. The goblin fell on the guy, and together they flew down to the ground. Chad plunged his dagger into the goblin's toothy, drooling mouth. He formed a stronger blade, cutting the carotid artery, and blood flowed like a fountain onto the guy. Having dealt with the goblin, Chad walked forward, muttering under his breath that it was sticky and going up his arm, that feeling when you cut flesh. The crazy smile did not leave the guy's face, and he whispered nonsense. "What are you doing? Don't save me." Looking at the building on the roof of which our hero was sitting, Chad laughed. Steve saw that his brother had awakened, and his status had become a cold-blooded killer, which surprised the guy. Looking down at the guy, Steve said what a cute little brother he had. Already louder, Steve asked Chad if he happened to work part-time at a meat slaughterhouse. Chad was unrecognizable. His eyes were crazy and hatred and lust for murder were visible in them. But Steve did not react to his brother's changes and told him to get up. Giggling stupidly, Chad obeyed his brother, but the aggression was still visible in his eyes. Steve said they would end up here, and behind him lay half-dead goblins, dozens, maybe hundreds, wheezing and growling. The rain still did not stop when, having dealt with the monsters, the guys came to the Bureau of the Awakened. They walked up to the counter. Steve stood with a frown on his face, and Chad was unrecognizable because he was completely covered in goblin blood. The girl at the reception was clearly surprised by this duo and asked what business they were on. Steve pointed at the bloody Chad and said that he had just woken up. The girl said that first he needed to wash himself, then undergo a quarantine inspection, and then come to the measuring room on the 3rd floor. Walking up the stairs, Chad asked what kind of measuring room it was. The guy replied that there is a device that measures strength. If the number is more than 100, then he will be registered as an awakened rank F. Steve complained that he failed the test last time because he got a 96, but Chad didn't believe him. The guys came to the strength measurement room, and Chad was asked to lie down. The guy was put on a special suit and connected to a machine that measured strength. The device showed 111 points, and the employee said that he could go to the Hall of Manifestation of Abilities. The doctor turned to Steve and asked if he wanted to measure the strength too. Our hero agreed and lay down in the apparatus in which Chad had just been lying. Steve closed his eyes, listening to the hum of the machine that measured force. Suddenly he saw many eyes in front of him, and a sign that said that someone was watching him, and information about him was in. Part of the text was hidden. Steve opened his eyes and saw that his strength was now 189. But even this did not shock the guy as much as the picture he saw while measuring the strength. The doctor, looking at the indicators, said that the rumors do not lie and his strength is growing at an incredible speed, and soon he will become level E. Steve was not interested, and he asked the doctor who the creator of this device was. The doctor laughed at the strange question and said that it was created by scientists. But Steve didn't understand why the doctor was so amused and asked which scientists he was talking about. The girl at the reception handed Chad an awakened ID and a box with a phone. She said the phone was a gift and added that he received a score good enough for a mercenary. Steve praised the guy for his excellent job, and he sheepishly thanked him. Our hero asked if he saw anything strange when the strength was measured, and he replied that he saw nothing. He assumed that he was simply too sensitive and asked about his brother's skill. Chad clearly didn't like his skill because he sadly pronounced its name, decapitation. Suddenly, the same blonde walked past the guys, surrounded by several subordinates. Steve noticed her immediately and turned around in surprise. Our hero ran after the girl and joyfully shouted to her, "Blondie, surprise her subordinates with this." Hearing a familiar voice, the girl turned around and looked questioningly at our hero. One of the guys asked in surprise who addressed their leader like that, asking if he really wanted to die. Another guy recognized our hero and said that Steve and everyone else knew who he was. With a peaceful smile, Steve apologized for what he had said earlier, adding that he was not used to talking to civilized people. But the girl interrupted him, saying that everything was clear to her and suggested that they never meet again. Jean moved on, and the guys began to discuss how quickly she rejected our hero. The other guy said she didn't blow him off, it was just a small argument. Jean thought Steve was crazy, remembering what he just said, not believing it was a mistake. Jean and her subordinates walked away, but their conversations could be heard. One said that there was definitely something between them. The second suggested that she was getting married, and the third said that Steve would have saved them. Jean shouted at them, asking if they were going to get up, and the guys quickly ran forward. Steve looked after them thoughtfully and said, "It's a pity that she has the character of a vixen." A black car stood near a building with a sign, "Steve's Clan." Inside, 2 people clinked glasses of booze, nearly spilling the contents. The girl from the bureau drank it with pleasure and said that the strawberry liqueur was perfect. Granny said that young people like it. Her son-in-law insisted on it for 10 years, but never got around to trying it. While finishing the tincture, the girl sincerely said that she wished death to all monsters.
Granny burst into a smile, saying that she spoke very beautifully.
The girl in turn said that this soup with dumplings was the best in her life, and the granny added that it would be ideal for drinking. The girl noticed that Steve was late, and at that same moment the granny said that he had finally arrived. Steve and Chad walked into the room where the granny and the girl were sitting and looked at them in surprise. Bill ran out to meet them. He was glad to see Dad and Pekka return.
The boy ran into his dad's arms and asked what took him so long, and Chad asked if he had a good time. While father and son were talking, a girl approached Steve and addressed him.
Steve was wary and asked who she was, but despite his question, he already saw her name and rank on the sign, A2. The girl said that she was manager Melissa from the group, for managing those returned from the Awoken Bureau. Steve asked why she was here, and the girl replied that she had come to make contact with him. Our hero did not expect such an answer and asked what exactly she wanted. Melissa asked if he knew the official name of the repatriate, and our hero replied that he had no idea. The girl mysteriously lowered her voice and said that they were called coordinators. Steve was surprised, but the name interested him. Melissa asked if he went through the red portal when he returned. The guy said yes, and she said that such a portal means that the repatriate has fulfilled the conditions for safe return. But Steve didn't understand this story and asked what it meant. The girl explained that this portal would appear again and would work in both directions, and our hero asked where it would appear. Instead of answering, the girl raised her hand and pointed forward at our hero. But Steve again did not understand what this meant and looked questioningly at the girl. The girl explained that the portal will appear next to the coordinator, that is, next to him. Our hero rubbed his chin thoughtfully, digesting the information received. He remembered the pack of wolves with whom he had lived for 10,000 years in another world, and thought that he could meet them. Melissa said that their administration suggests that this will be a fourth, new planet. The girl added that if their guess was correct, then their country would have the only planetary portal in the world to the fourth planet. But all this was not interesting to Steve, and he asked when this portal would appear. Melissa replied that the portal would appear within 99 days. Our hero asked the next question, asking what she needed from him. Melissa said that until the portal opens, he cannot travel abroad. Steve did not expect such a condition and asked in surprise why. The girl answered directly that they did not want Steve to become the second hero. But our hero was not familiar with this name, and he asked who he was. Melissa was surprised that Steve was not familiar with Hero's case. She said that Hero is #1 in the world, and he used to be a citizen of their country. Steve asked interestedly what this meant. The girl said that in the first days after the disaster, the government detained many returnees because there was little information about the unusual ones. Hero was a Class B awakened. After returning, he escaped from the institution, and the gate to the planet Kuchan, which is now in another country, was created by him. She asked if Steve knew what the size industry was, and added that if the portal was activated while Steve was abroad. Because of this, their country will suffer great losses, and after that Steve understood everything. And the first thing he asked after this story was what he would get in return. Melissa was ready for such a question and asked what he wanted. Steve said that he wanted to promote the clan to a guild and expand the territory of Steve's guild. All this time, Donnie overheard the conversation behind the wall and was shocked by such conditions. The girl didn't mind and said that if he had any questions, he could ask them. Then Steve remembered that he hadn't asked the most important thing. Melissa was used to conducting such negotiations and boldly asked what our hero wanted to know. Steve asked how he would know about the portal's appearance. The girl replied that an agent would be sent, specializing in searching for small-sized energy faults. She added that this was their best agent, and Steve was intrigued by these words. Jean remembered Steve's offer to create offspring with him, and she was filled with anger. The girl was working out in the training room and screaming angrily. Did he really think she was so simple? Colleagues watched this training in shock, wondering what was wrong again. The girl hit the punching bag with all her strength, and the stuffing flew out of it in different directions. She said that he should have been charged with sexual harassment. Melissa suddenly appeared next to Jean and asked who should be prosecuted for harassment. Jean replied that it didn't matter and that she was not in a good mood right now, and Melissa asked when she had ever been in a good mood. Jean irritably said that she would stop stalling and asked why she came, and received the answer that she was going on a mission. The girl did not like this news, and she irritably asked what kind of mission it was. Melissa handed Jean the mission documents, and the more she read, the more she began to shake. She was so angry that she could only ask why her. Melissa responded immediately, expecting this question, saying that she was a professional. But Jean was not satisfied with this answer, and she asked again why her, to which the girl replied that she was the best. Jean couldn't say anything and just looked at Melissa angrily, as if that might cancel the mission. The girl responded by asking what she thought would happen when the portal opened. Jean already saw what was happening at this moment, and having calmed down, replied that all hell would break loose. Melissa said that if she notices cracks in the space, then she needs to leave with Steve. And until this happens, she needs to be with him at all times. With a malicious grin, the girl repeated the word always again and asked if Jean understood what it meant. And without waiting for an answer, Melissa walked away from the room, giggling at the furious Jean. Looking after the girl, John angrily said that she would definitely write a letter of resignation. Chad sat in his room, holding his head, into which strange thoughts entered. Don't leave. They'll kill you. Don't leave. They'll kill you. The guy was brought out of the abyss of this obsession by the voice of his son, who called him to eat. The guys, as usual, gathered in the cafe, where there was a sign of the clan wall, from where a joyful cry came. Chad asked what it was, and Donnie replied that their clan was doing great. He happily said that Steven's clan could now go down to the second-level dungeons. Steve was happy to hear the news and said it was great. She said that for second-level dungeons you need rank D, and even with warriors there are not many. He asked if it might be better to go down to the first-level dungeons first. Donnie agreed, then immediately added that since he and Steve could go to the second-level dungeons. Steve said that first they will collect more money in the first-level dungeon and try to strengthen themselves and then think about recruiting new members. Everyone agreed with this decision, and at that moment someone approached them. Donnie was the first to hear someone approaching their table and turned around. Munch stood next to them. He greeted everyone, folding his hands and saying, "Save us, great Buddha." Donnie asked if the monk had eaten, and Bill was glad to see him, waving his hand. Munch replied that he had already eaten and offered to move forward. And next to him, on a sign the level F5 was indicated. Cars were crowded at the entrance to the dungeon. Some were honking, and some were cursing at the Sinhalese man. There were many other teams at the portal. Everyone was inspired and vigorously moved forward. In this crowd, one of the guys noticed our guys and turned to them. The four of them went into the dungeon, and Chad brought up the rear of the team. The guy called Steve by name, smiling happily at him. Our hero happily shook Jim's hand, and he said that he had heard about the creation of the clan. Steve asked the guy about the guys he was with last time. For a moment, the smile was replaced by a stern expression on his face as Jim collected his thoughts, deciding what to say. But he smiled again and said that everything was fine. Steve asked why he was alone then. Jim was called by the guys from his team, saying that it was time for them to come in. Avoiding the question, Gene said that he had to go and promised to contact Steve. Our hero smiled and waved his hand, saying that he would be waiting. Munch asked Steve who it was, and he replied that it was his friend from the dungeon. The guys went into the portal and their bodies were enveloped in a blue glow, and there was enthusiasm and readiness for battle on their faces. And they didn't even suspect that someone was watching their team. It was the mercenary, Vincent, who was watching the team with interest. One guy from Gene's team recognized Steve, and the second said that it was time for them to go too. And Jin thought that he could not tell Stu about the collapse of his clan. Two of them left the team under the pretext of rest. And when the main core members of a clan are not there, it disintegrates. 0 clans are easily created, but also easily disintegrated. The stress of death and murder decided everything, and those two may no longer be mercenaries at all. Entering the portal, the commander said that he relied on Jim and the vanguard. And mercenaries without clans organize one-day teams and attack dungeons. And among them are people who are destined to become comrades. But Jin did not lose hope, and firmly decided that he would start all over again. And at this time, a motorcycle was racing through the city streets, driven by a girl in a red suit. Jean reported that she left the office of Steve's clan. They say that in the morning they went to the dungeon. Melissa, who was in the office, said she would send her the location now. Jean saw the information on the helmet screen and said that she received the data. She rushed on a motorcycle to the indicated coordinates, and her long hair was caught in the wind. And in the dungeon the battle raged, the monsters scattered in different directions, and the shouts of the spell were heard, chasing the dragon. The summoned dragon shone with blue light and scattered the monsters, leaving them no chance. This was Munch's new spell, summoning the dragon. Nearby, Chad wielded a knife, chopping up monsters, and Donnie said that he had recently joined the clan, nicknamed the Bounty Hunter. Donnie also talked about his new skill, Pursuit. Donnie was hacking away at the monsters, wanting them to die, when Donnie shouted to look behind him. At that moment, a monster was flying at Chad from above, preparing to attack from behind. But the guy managed to react and, raising the knife up, ripped open the monster's belly. And at that moment, there was a smile on Chad's lips that looked more like an animal grin. Donnie noticed this smile and wondered in horror if he really enjoyed killing monsters. Meanwhile, Steve stood on top and watched as the guys dealt with the crowd of monsters. Our hero was pleased with what he saw and praised the guys who were able to deal with the monsters together. And nearby, another team fought not so smoothly, and a series of explosions swept through the forest. One guy ran from a crowd of monsters and nonstop threw fireballs at them, causing them to scatter in different directions. But he didn't even think that his comrades, who were also caught in the explosions, were suffering along with the monsters. Jin fell to the ground, injured, and swore at his comrade, asking what he should do when fireballs were flying at him. Suddenly, the guy with the fireballs was wrapped around his belt by the red tongue of a monster. Monsters that looked like giant frogs devoured Jin's companions.
and they called for help. Almost losing consciousness, Jim remembered the guys from Steve's clan and thought that he was jealous. He struggled to his feet and decided that they would not accept the old man with the Yi clan into the clan. And at this time, our guys were already returning and exiting the portal, shining with blue light. Donnie happily said that this time they saved time and their fatigue decreased, and Munch added that he tried skills that he did not know before. Steve praised the guys and said that from now on they are divided into groups and attack. At that moment, a man approached them and asked if they were Steve's clan. Our hero immediately asked who he was, looking at the man incredulously. The man introduced himself as Vincent from the BDG Guild and handed over his business card. Donnie thought in surprise that this guild is level 5. They have 4 stations and the right to their own portal. They are in 20th place on the list of guilds. Steve took the business card and, looking at it, asked what business he was on. Vincent said that they were in the same territory as the famous Steve clan and decided to give them a gift. All the guys were surprised by the words about the gift. The man said that he had heard about leveling up the clan and, as a congratulation, wanted to give them tickets to the 2nd level dungeon under their direct control. Donnie happily said that since these were the first tickets to the 2nd level dungeon, they were very expensive. Vincent smiled and asked if they wanted to go down there right away. Chad was cautious and said that since this was a level 2 dungeon, shouldn't they prepare first? Winstead replied that there was no need to worry, and that they would provide everything needed for the descent as a gift. Donnie said admiringly that with such support they would definitely cope. But Steve said that they should go to the 1st level dungeon to improve teamwork, and he would go down there himself. It would be more effective. Hearing this, Vincent smiled contentedly, but immediately tried to hide this smile. The guys agreed with Steve without arguing and said that this is exactly what they would do. Vincent pointed to a brown SUV and offered to go into his car. The SUV drove towards the entrance to the dungeon, through destroyed buildings overgrown with grass. On the radio, Vincent said that they would use entrance number 47, and was told that they could enter immediately. Steve noticed that there were no mercenaries visible along the road, and Vincent confirmed that it was empty. The man said that this portal had recently appeared, and that he had taken care of all the details so that Steve could enter right away. Saint said that this was very kind, and the man replied with a smile that if his clan continued to use their portals, they would be very grateful. On reflection, Steve said that they were indeed quite close. Arriving at the portal, Winstead asked the worker if everything was ready, and he answered yes. The worker handed Steve a backpack and said that there was everything he needed here that could be useful in the dungeon. After putting on his backpack, Steve turned to Vincent and said that if he returned, they would have lunch together. The man waved to him and said that they would definitely drink together when he returned. Steve pressed a button on the suit around his neck, and a helmet began to appear around his head. When the helmet was fully formed, Steve boldly walked into the portal, which enveloped him in a blue glow. Watching our hero enter the portal, Vincent began to whistle contentedly. At that moment, he heard the rumble of an approaching motorcycle behind him and turned around. Jean took off her helmet and asked whether the person who had just entered the portal was Steve or not. Vincent said that was correct and asked who she was. The girl rushed to the portal and said that she was from Steve's clan and was also entering the portal. Vincent said okay and smiled slyly as he watched the girl run into the portal. He remembered a conversation with a man from a credit institution. Vincent immediately set a price of $2 billion for 2, but the man said that it was too expensive because it was not even murder. Vincent replied that this is not a simple manipulation. Steve is a famous person, so the risk is great. Not suspecting anything, Jean boldly ran into the portal and her body was enveloped in a blue glow. A long time ago, she found the guys from Steve's clan and approached them. Looking around at the guys, Jean asked where Steve was. Chad stepped forward and revealed that Steve had recently been invited to the dungeon, indicating where they went. Jean jumped on the motorcycle and rushed after the SUV, simultaneously reporting that Steve was going to enter the dungeon again. Melissa watched everything through the monitor screen and told the girl to follow him. Jean asked in surprise why she should follow him. The girl replied asking her to check his skills personally and then send her a report. Jean asked irritably why she should look in the 2nd level dungeon, especially since she was wearing casual clothes. Melissa also started to get annoyed and reminded her that Jean had a bracelet. Jean vehemently declared that she treasured these things. But what Melissa replied was that she would double the bonus. Jean cursed irritably and asked if it was really necessary to go to such an extreme. Melissa calmed down and asked peacefully if it was time to catch Steve. But Jean was still angry and asked if the contract was not signed. To which the girl slyly replied that insurance is the basis, adding that she hopes for it. Things began to dissolve when the girl entered the portal and she mentally cursed. At this time, Steve had already entered the portal and began to look around. Looking around, he said out loud that there was a completely different atmosphere here. Suddenly he saw that the portal behind him was opening again and began to turn around. But he didn't have time to turn around completely when he heard a furious cry. "Don't move!" Naked Jean came out of the portal and Steve obediently stood with his back. only squinting his eyes towards the portal. Jean pressed the bracelet and a dark substance began to spread around her hand, and she said that if our hero turns around, he will be able to. The substance slowly spread over the girl's body, turning into a suit, and at the same time the girl complained about her mood. Looking ahead angrily, Jean said that she needed to demand that her salary be tripled, and then she saw that Steve had been looking straight at her all this time without looking away. The girl flew into a rage and screamed that she told him not to die, calling him a pervert. Steve sheepishly said that he just liked her bracelet and asked if it had an inventory function. The girl's cheeks turned red. She asked how long he had been staring at her, and the sign next to her showed her level, B8. Suddenly, Steve remembered the day when he appeared from the portal, and said that that day she also saw him naked. Our hero smiled triumphantly and said that now they were even. But Jean got angry and said that she didn't see him that day of her own accord, and Steve decided to change the subject and asked why she was there. Steve voiced the first thought that came to mind, asking if she wanted to fight. June asked if he hadn't heard from Melissa that she would send a man to him. Steve remembered this conversation and said that she was talking about the pros. The girl squinted her eyes to the side in embarrassment and said through gritted teeth that she was a pro. But Steve had a different opinion and said it seems not. The girl clenched her fists and said that she was like that because she was in a hurry to get here. Our hero seriously told her not to interfere in any case. Jean replied that he should not worry, she came as an observer. Suddenly the girl felt something, as if a current ran through her body. She said that they had guests and our hero turned back in surprise. And behind him stood a huge monster in a loincloth with an axe in his hands. This monster was clearly stronger than those encountered earlier in the dungeon. It was not eager to fight, but watched carefully. Jean said that this orc is incredibly strong, and added that our hero was unlucky to meet the orc boss at the very beginning of the dungeon. But Steve was calm and said that there were actually 4 orcs here. The girl looked at Steve incredulously, asking what he meant. Suddenly, from different directions came the roar and sounds of approaching enemies. Jin said in shock that this couldn't happen, especially in a second-level dungeon. Steve, with a smile, repeated after the girl about the dungeon of only the 2nd level. Jean did not understand what our hero meant and asked what was wrong. In response, Steve asked if she really didn't feel it when she passed through the portal and clarified whether she was definitely a pro. The girl got angry and tried to justify herself, saying that it was because of the bracelet. Steve prepared to run and asked the girl not to interfere with his hunt. At that same moment, he rushed forward so quickly that the ground scattered in different directions, throwing the girl back. Covering her face with her hands, Jean wondered in surprise what kind of crazy speed he had. Our hero found himself near the orc and hit him forcefully in the chest. Turning around, he grabbed the axe that the orc had dropped and prepared for a new blow. The orc fell to one knee and rubbed his head in surprise, trying to recover from the blow. And at this time, the noise from the orcs approaching from all sides was getting closer. Steve turned and struck the orc with his axe, cutting its head in half. At this moment, a second orc was already approaching him, angry at the death of his fellow tribesmen. Seeing the approaching orc, Steve swung his axe. Torop pierced the monster, knocking out the last wheeze and a fountain of blood. And another one was already running to replace the fallen orc, tightly clutching an axe in his hands. Steve jumped under the rock and ran along it, and the orc ran below chasing the guy. After running a little, Steve jumped off the cliff, seeing a forest with vines ahead. He flew on the vines, watching the monster, who at that moment had lost Steve and was looking around questioningly. Our hero jumped from the vine, right above the head of the unsuspecting monster. Meanwhile, Vincent called the customer and asked to transfer the balance, because even with level C, it would be difficult to get out of this dungeon. The man bared his teeth predatorily when he heard the question about what level was in this dungeon. Meanwhile, Steve killed another monster by plunging a dagger into his head. Jean, who was watching our hero's fight, looked at what was happening in disbelief. Steve sat down next to one of the killed monsters, as if not noticing that the next orc was already running towards him. The guy got excited and said that it doesn't matter what level they are, if you can kill everyone here. The monster stuck an axe a few centimeters from our hero, who managed to react and jump to the side. Steve hit the monster hard in the chest, causing it to fly to the side. With the next blow from above, he finally finished off the orc, who collapsed to the ground. Steve, wearing a bloody helmet, looked straight into the face of the orc, from whose mouth blood was flowing. The dead monster was sitting near a tree, and Steve saw a sign that said he got 32 points. Our hero exclaimed with satisfaction, saying that this dungeon is a real treasury. Without turning around, he handed the backpack that he had been given for going to the dungeon into Jean's hands. The girl took the backpack in surprise, and Steve asked her to help with the bloody stones. Without saying anything else, our hero walked towards the monster, leaving Jean standing behind in surprise. Looking at the guy, Jean thought that although he was unusual, he was only an F level. And while Steve was carving the stone, the girl thought that despite this, he easily carried out a bloody massacre. As a result, Jean concluded for herself that our hero is simply crazy. Suddenly, the girl felt something and glanced to the side.
She turned her head to the side and used the intelligence skill. Meanwhile, Steve carved out a bloody stone and told the girl to look how huge it was. But Jean was not interested, and through clenched teeth she said that now was not the time. Steve looked at the girl in surprise and asked why this was. Throwing her backpack on the ground, Jean said that even after killing 4 boss orcs, the portal would not open. The girl added that besides, there were only stones in this backpack, asking if he knew about it. Steve began to take stones out of his backpack and said that in this case he would put all the bloody stones here. The girl became increasingly angry and nervously rubbed her head, wondering what was wrong with our hero. Unable to bear it, John said that this was a 4th level dungeon, and if its level was higher, then even by joining forces they would not get out of here alive. Steve said in shock that he just sent him to the 4th level dungeon just like that, and for free. The girl realized that our hero had missed half of her story and looked at the guy in horror. And Steve shouted in delight that if he gets out of here, then he will definitely have dinner for Vincent. Jean couldn't believe what she heard and asked in disappointment if they really were idiots. Suddenly, the girl felt that she was being attacked and turned around just as the monster was flying at her with a weapon. She wanted to grab the sword, but the side where it usually hung was empty. Then Jean remembered that she had left the sword on the motorcycle because she was in a hurry to keep up with Steve. But Steve came to her aid, cutting off the monster's head before he could get the girl. Jean watched in surprise as the monster's head flew away from the body. The headless body collapsed next to the girl, filling everything around with blood. Steve smiled looking at Jean and said that he was strong, even though he was stronger before. The girl did not believe his words and looked at him skeptically. Suddenly, Jean felt something and her eyes widened in surprise. He and Steve turned in one direction and listened warily. The girl used the clairvoyance skill and her eyes lit up with blue light. In the infrared light, she saw dozens of monsters moving towards them and cursed. Jean immediately told Steve that a bunch of orcs were approaching them and they were at a dead end. Looking at the running orcs with the leader at their head, the girl asked in fear if there was really a whole army against them. Steve smiled and said that even though Munch wasn't here, the monsters were still coming towards them, and Jean asked him to shut up. The first to approach them were orcs riding on harnessed wolves. Looking around at the attacker, Jean shouted that it seemed there were only orcs here. But Steve did not hear the girl and was delighted with the harnessed wolf. And at this time the ogre was getting closer and had already begun to swing its weapon. Steve rushed forward, telling the girl not to touch the monsters, and she replied that that was not what he was thinking about right now. The girl used her shield skill and successfully repelled the orc's attack, and Steve rushed towards the next attacker. The orc's head split into 2 parts and a surprised grimace froze on his face. And at the moment when the dead body collapsed to the ground, Steve was already rushing to the next task. At this time, Jean used the following skill and took out a sword from her inventory. She took several hits at the monster that attacked her, but only small cuts remained at the site of the blows, and the orc looked in surprise at his wounds. Jane tisked and thought she only took the blade, looking at the minor wounds. At that moment, Steve came running to them and shouting, "I told you not to touch what's mine." He jumped on top of the orc. With one kick, he knocked the monster out of the harnessed wolf and it flew to the side. Our hero landed easily behind the girl and prepared for a new blow. Like a meteor, he rushed forward, cutting out all the monsters in his path. Our hero boldly rushed into battle when a new wave of orcs approached him. But the next moment, he was knocked down with a blow to the side with a huge club. Huge, even among the other monsters. The ogre threw our hero in the direction of blows from the back of the club. That orc looked, if not like a leader, then like an army general. He was larger than the others, wearing a fur cape and jewelry around his neck. Jean immediately realized that this monster was the head of all orcs. Steve fell to the ground and the dagger flew out of his hands. But he immediately jumped up and, clenching his fist, enthusiastically asked the monster if he was the boss of all these monsters. But the orc only stamped his foot with such force that dust rose around him and swung his club. Jean ran to Steve, shouting that he must be destroyed first. At the moment when the club almost reached the guy, he rushed to the side, avoiding the blow. He deftly escaped the second blow and ended up above the head of a huge monster. Holding the dagger tightly in his hands, our hero lowered it into the monster's head with all his might. Jean couldn't believe her eyes and wondered out loud if he really succeeded. Steve, surprised, took the blade out of the monster's head and saw that it was broken. At this very moment, the orc boss was able to reach our hero with his baton and hit him in the stomach, throwing him away from himself. Jean couldn't believe her eyes when she saw that Steve was still able to be hit. And at this time, no one in the Bureau of the Awakened suspected of a trap. Melissa received a call from a subordinate and asked if this was too strange, and she asked, what exactly? The guy asked if Jean didn't go to Steve, and Melissa asked why this question. He said Steve and Jean's phones were too far apart and there had been no traffic for almost an hour. The guy said that, judging by the signal, Steve is in the dungeon of the first level, but did not say where Jean is now. Melissa began to get nervous and asked the guy what he was talking about because they were supposed to be together. At this time, the rest of Steve's clan came to the truck to rest and leave their equipment.
Donnie looked into the car and saw that Steve had left his phone on the car seat. Meanwhile, Jean's phone remained in the motorcycle and was bursting with calls. Not getting through to Jean, Melissa asked her subordinate if he found out what was happening and where the guys were. The guy replied that he had just checked everything and found Jean in the 5th level dungeon. The girl began to remember what Jin ordered to enter the portal and wondered whether it was worth it to come to this. But immediately, Medusa gathered again and asked who was in charge of this dungeon. The guy replied that this was the DGB Guild and sent her information about the guild. She gave the order to check the history of the entrances to the 5th level dungeons and asked to contact her with the head of the guild right now. As the fight continued, Steve groaned quietly as his back slammed into the wall. And the monsters kept arriving, ready to fight, growling menacingly and waving their weapons. Seeing that our hero flew into the wall, Jean rushed towards him, shouting his name. Steve is unconscious due to a strong blow, when suddenly a voice speaks in his head telling him to get up. Hearing the voice, the guy came to his senses and saw a crowd of monsters rushing towards him. But this further increased the interest of our hero, and he said with a smile that it was a little difficult for him. Jumping into the ground, Steve grabbed the nearest monster and threw it over himself with force. This orc flew back, catching another monster, and they flew head over heels to the side. Our hero picked up 2 axes that were released by the orcs. He jumped into the air and threw them forcefully at the approaching monsters. Both axes hit the orcs' heads and they fell to the ground, but the rest of the monsters continued to approach. Jean continued to run forward towards Steve as a hail of arrows rained down from the sky. The girl was surprised by the preparation of this army, since they even have archers. She deftly dodged several arrows by somersaulting forward. But because Jean had to stop, a crowd of monsters headed towards her. The girl was not taken aback and used her skid defense bomb, and light poured out of her hands. From this light, the monsters began to crumble like dust. And when the monsters began to surround the girl again, Steve ran up and grabbed her hand, pulling her forward with him. And the orc boss watched their escape from afar, growling loudly. Jean asked what Steve was doing, and he replied that they needed to run, without letting go of the girl's hand. John angrily said that they were surrounded by monsters where they had to run. Steve pulled the Kopek piece towards the mountainside, saying that it was empty. She answered in fear that she couldn't go there because there was only a cliff ahead. But our hero continued to pull her forward, saying that this is why they need to go there. Suddenly, Steve picked the girl up in his arms when they were almost on the cliff. The girl asked in fear what he was doing, and Steve replied that she should hold on tight. Our hero jumped off the cliff with a running start, holding Jean tightly in his arms. Holding the girl close to him, the guy flew down, and several orcs fell behind him. He landed on both feet, and the ground around him cracked and scattered in all directions. And around our heroes lay the bodies of orcs, who fell along with them and were broken on the ground. The girl, hugging Steve tightly, looked around in surprise, not believing that she was alive. Steve exhaled heavily after such a jump and lowered his hands, dropping Jean to the ground. He walked forward, saying that they almost died, leaving the girl lying in confusion. The girl's confusion turned to surprise as she looked up. She looked at the top of the mountain where the orcs stood and did not believe that they jumped from such a height and remained alive. The guys found a cave to rest, and at that time a howl echoed throughout the forest. Jean and Steve were sitting in a cave. The girl hugged her knees with her hands, complaining that the monsters howled disgustingly. She turned to our hero and, calling him Mr. Unusual, asked what his plan was. Steve replied that he needed to kill another 50 orcs. Then he would level up and be able to go on the offensive. Hearing the answer, Jean lowered her head and closed her eyes, sighing heavily. She said that level-ups have no restrictions, but power-ups do, to which the guy replied that he has no restrictions at all. Jean did not understand his answer and asked him what he meant. Steve just smiled and repeated that he has no restrictions even in power-ups. And at this time there was turmoil on the ground, and 2 military vehicles were rushing towards the portal into which our heroes entered. And a crowd of onlookers, journalists, and military men had already gathered near the portal, driving the crowd away from the dungeon. The reporter said that he was at the dungeon of the 5th level of the DGB Guild. 2 days ago, there was an accident here. Steve's clan was also near the portal, and Donnie was on his knees sobbing, worried about Steve. The police led Vincent away, who said that Jean and Steve entered the dungeon themselves, but eventually confessed to their crime after interrogation. Reporters asked Vincent to comment on the situation and asked what Steve's last words were. And Vincent was angry at that time because he didn't know that Jean was from the control center. The reporter said that such attention is being paid to Steve because he is a repatriate from the 4th planet, telling what significance this has for the world and the country. Excited, Melissa entered the boss's office. She sternly asked the man what he was doing now, surprising him with this question. Melissa swore at the men who hired Vincent and said that he should detain them. The boss said that these sensational guys had already been detained, only the boss's assistant escaped, but they were already looking for him. The girl replied that this was unfair. This was a 5th level dungeon. How could one use the word sensational? The boss asked if she wanted him to close their entire guild, Would that bring Steve and Jean back alive? But Melissa was furious at this answer and asked if it was the same thing. The boss said that the fact that Steve is from the 4th planet is only an assumption. Maybe he is from the dungeon and not the planet. Melissa was outraged by these words and the boss's distrust. The voice from the TV said that due to the recent cases of criminal organizations, countermeasures should be taken to strengthen control over illegal dungeon management, angering the boss with these words. He said that they were spreading news that was putting pressure on the guilds, and the inspectors might come to them. But Melissa did not listen to him, and with tears in her eyes said that it was she who sent Jean there. The boss turned around in surprise and looked at the girl. He said that it was not easy for him either, but they could only believe and wait. And at this time, the reporter said that the chance of surviving in this dungeon was very small. These words finally finished off Melissa and she fell to her knees sobbing. The girl tried to stop her sobs by covering her mouth with her hand, but in her head there were only thoughts about Jean. And at this time, fog fell in the dungeon. The trees were already without leaves, but yellow-red leaves were still preserved on the bushes. The orcs continued to search for our heroes, and one of them was just checking the surroundings. Suddenly, a tiny fairy appeared in front of him, shrouded in blue light. The orc looked in surprise at the tiny baby who flew up to his muzzle. But the very next moment he tried to catch her, however, the fairy was faster and managed to fly away. The orc lost his temper and shouted a spell in his own language at the top of his lungs. His axe glowed with a yellow light and he again tried to reach the fairy, swinging the axe. But the baby was more agile and deftly dodged all the blows, flying into the bushes. The orc followed the fairy, and looking behind the tree, he was surprised that she had disappeared. And at that very moment, Steve's blade plunged into his head from above, cutting it in half. Steve smiled contentedly and said that there were 3 left to kill, and he would level up. Meanwhile, Jean used the clairvoyance skill to find enemies. Thanks to her skill, she saw an infrared light that there was one orc not far from her. She told Steve, who was nearby, that there was another orc in 100 places. Our hero rushed forward from his spot, leaving a shockwave behind him. The girl did not expect him to rush forward so quickly and tried to stop him. But Steve was already flying towards the next orc, swinging his dagger, aiming for his head. Jean ran after her, screaming at the top of her lungs that it was a trap. But she didn't have time and the orc activated a trap. Several sharpened logs came out from under the ground, right under our hero, throwing the guy away. He flew into the wall, hitting his back, and the dagger fell from his hands. Jean watched in horror as our hero was attacked. Suddenly, the orc took out a horn and blew into it, spreading the signal to the rest of his fellow tribesmen. All the orcs around heard this sound, realizing that the trap had worked and one of them had found Steve. At the same time, after the signal, several orcs who were sitting in ambush began to crawl out of the ground. Jean ran with all her might towards our hero, shouting along the way for him to get up quickly. Thanks to Jean's scream, Steve came to his senses and turned back angrily. Our hero was still coming to his senses, and a crowd of orcs were already rushing towards him, ready to tear the guy to pieces. Suddenly, the guy's whole body trembled and he grabbed his chest, surprised that he had fallen into a trap. He didn't understand what was happening. His senses were dulled and all his strength seemed to have left his body. Meanwhile, the orcs were getting closer, and one of them was already raising his hand to strike. And then it dawned on Steve that he felt bad because he had been fasting for 2 days. Jin arrived just in time and used her defense bomb skill, scattering the approaching orcs. Thanks to the spell, the first line of orcs was hit. Some dissolved completely, and others received mortal wounds. After the spell, Jean collapsed to the ground and Steve rushed towards her. He grabbed an axe lying on the ground and killed 2 orcs with 1 blow. A mischievous smile appeared on his face again, and he thought that there was 1 more left. And jumping up to strike the next orc, Steve thought that he had been leveled. But our hero was never able to strike, because a blow from the huge club of the orc boss flew into his chest. The monster threw our hero with force and he, like a doll, flew back. At that moment, Jean, who had lost consciousness after using the skill, came to her senses. She saw in front of her a huge orc with a club in his hands who was growling menacingly. With contempt, the girl said that this orc was just some fat guy, and Steve flew forward until he met an orc on his way, into whom he crashed. The axe fell out of Steve's hands and pierced the orc's head, and at the same time our hero received a message that his level had been increased. Lying on his back, Steve saw a message asking him to choose the skill of transforming into a beast. Steve was surprised by the skill he received and wondered whether it was worth spending the points he received on it. And at this time, the orc boss was approaching Jean, who was trying to get up. But the girl didn't even have the strength to just get up. On one knee, she summoned her sword, not going to give up without a fight. At this time, night had already fallen in the city, and in the house of Steve's clan, their name was Packy. Granny carried a red bowl of food for the puppy and forced him to eat. Hearing Grandma, the white puppy rushed towards her, barking joyfully. Granny sadly told the puppy that now it is unknown what happened to his owner, whether he is alive. But the baby did not understand anything of what was said and joyfully walked up to the bowl of food. And the battle continued. Jean, with the last of her strength, repelled the blows of the orc with the summoned sword. Steve at this time activated the summon beast skill. Suddenly Pocky, who was eating food, took off and began to glow blue. Granny watched in fear as the baby was shining and slowly rising above the floor. Black smoke began to rise from our hero's back, and Jean parried another blow, jumping up away from the huge club. Steve's face began to turn into a toothy black maw shrouded in smoke, and the girl barely shrugged off the blows, trying to gain at least a little time. But unlike June, the orc boss had a lot of strength and easily swung his weapon. The black smoke began to dissipate, and the black fur covering Steve's body began to change to snow white. Jean missed one blow from the orc and he hit her with a club, throwing her to the side. The girl's sword fell from her hands and fell to the ground with a ringing sound. The orc boss rushed towards the fallen girl, and she only helplessly covered her head. And at that moment a half-wolf with snow-white fur and black armor approached them. The orc noticed the approach of the beast, but it had already raised its clawed paw to strike. With one paw, the beast knocked the orc boss to the ground, squeezing his head. Jean was surprised to see a werewolf that was the size of the orc boss and easily knocked him down. Steve rained down blows on the orc, turning his head into a bloody pulp. The orc boss no longer moved, and Steve continued to punch him, knocking him into the ground. Jean watched this fight in shock, having difficulty understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, Steve was devouring the monster's body, receiving 45 points for the kill. Having finished with the orc boss, Steve turned his gaze to the girl and caught her surprised look. Taking a closer look at the werewolf, the girl asked in surprise if he was Steve. The beast opened its bloody mouth and barked, first once and then several more. Jean was surprised that the werewolf was barking. She was amazed and said, "It turns out that he is not a wolf but a dog," and he barked again. The reporter said that 3 days ago it became known that 2 people fell into the dungeon, but never got out, and now there is a lone motorcycle near the entrance. He interviewed the head of the Awoken Bureau and asked the audience to explain what this place was. The man said that this place is called the Orc Castle, and it is recommended that a group of 30 people, including at least 10 A-level mercenaries, go down there. Listening to this story, the operator said that this is a circus and the government sent Steve there to get rid of the guilds. He asked how long he had to film this interview, and the host asked how many people Steve would disturb if he returned. The operator asked how he would get out of there, since he was not hero, but only level F, and added that in 2 days everyone would be writing about it. He added that they will write about the fact that their country has lost its place in the ranking. Meanwhile, in the house of Steve's clan, Pecky again became an ordinary dog, barking cheerfully. Granny asked in fear what the hell this was all about. Jean, like Granny, was very amazed at Steve's transformation. Having returned to his normal appearance, Steve said that he could merge with the animals he had tamed. That is, this is not a transformation, but a unification. He turned to the discouraged Jean and asked why she was standing. They needed to collect everything they could and leave. But Jean, with despair in her voice, said that all this was useless. Our hero did not understand why Jean said this and asked why she thought so. Jean, instead of answering, only said that this place would become their grave. Steve turned to the girl and asked what she meant. The sky burst into rain when the girl said that they killed the main one, but the portal did not open, and asked what he thought it meant. Hearing Jean's words, Steve suddenly realized that she was right and the portal had not opened. Steve pointed to the body of the orc boss and asked if she really meant to say that this freak was not in charge. Without a shadow of a doubt, Jean answered that everything was exactly like that and there was someone stronger here. Steve smiled and asked who this guy was that made her immediately start talking about graves. The girl's face was serious, and in the pouring rain she began to tell the story. About 3 years ago, when Jean had just reached level B, she and her group went down into the dungeon. She joined a raid of 20 people, 10 of whom were level A from the Control Bureau, and they began exploring the 5th level dungeon. Jean walked in a group with other guys, and there was complete concentration on their faces. The guy in front of Jean suddenly turned around and looked at her. The girl was surprised by such a close look and asked what it was. The guy carefully asked how her ankle was, confusing the girl. She answered with a smile that there was no need to pay attention. It had already passed. The guy sincerely smiled at her and answered with warmth in his eyes that this was good. Melissa followed and said that they were a sweet couple, and that is why she said that the couple should not go on missions together. The squad stormed the orc castle, and one of the walls was blown up by explosives, flying into pieces. A detachment of orcs came out to intercept and ran towards the mercenaries. One of the mercenaries commanded them to storm the tower further, and ordered Melissa to hold off the orcs in the direction of 3 hours. The girl scattered the crowd of orcs with a spell and said that it was done for 3 hours. The guy continued to give orders and said that the defenses were weakened for 4 hours, asking who was there. The guy replied that he had been on his way for 4 hours, but the orcs' blow did not allow him to finish. Jean picked up the message and shouted that they needed help. Melissa rushed towards Jean, yelling at her to hold on longer, but Jean was knocked down and fell to the floor, screaming in pain. and a huge orc was already approaching her, grinning his mouth. The girl stared in horror at the orc and could not even move. But they came to her aid, and the guy used a spell to scatter all the monsters approaching her. From this spell, the orcs crumbled into dust like stone statues, and Melissa continued to run towards them, scattering the monsters with fireballs, clearing the way. The orcs burned and exploded from these blows, but still did not retreat and moved forward. Melissa yelled to Jean and Tim to look in the 2 o'clock direction. The guys turned around and saw that another squad of orcs was approaching them. Tim smiled at Jean and invited her to move on. But Jean was scared and tried to tell Tim something. The guy grabbed her hand and pulled her forward, offering to talk outside, but the girl tried to stop him. Turning around, she thought that a strange feeling was haunting her. Hand in hand, Jin and Tim ran away from a squad of orcs who had almost caught up with them. Jean thought that it seemed to her as if they were being watched, and in the distance, a huge orc with 3 eyes appeared. One bright flash and the hand along with the sword was torn from the body and flew to the ground. Jean flew head over heels, trying to stop. The girl was still lying on the ground when a sword stuck into the ground in front of her, a few centimeters from her stomach. All members of the mercenary squad turned around and confusion was visible in their eyes. And Tim, his face covered in blood, lay on the ground with glassy eyes. And above him towered the king, an orc in iron armor, who raised his weapon over Tim lying on the ground. Tim met Jean's gaze and whispered the word, sword. But the girl did not understand what he meant. The girl remembered how she and Tim practiced in the dojo and heard his voice. Put part of your soul into your sword. Just as a fan cannot live without the wind, so the sword, faith, and heart must become one. Tim smiled warmly at her and said, "Hold the sword, Jin." The Orc King lowered his spear with force and blood splashed from it in different directions. Having finished the story, John lowered her head and secretly wiped away her tears. Steve put his hand on her shoulder and turned her towards him without saying a word. Our hero put his hand on Jean's head, trying to comfort her. He hugged the girl, pulling her closer, saying, "So this is what happened." And the sword that John had forgotten on the motorcycle seemed to start burning, and a white haze began to emanate from it. Donnie was broadcasting live at that time and sobbed loudly, mourning Steve, asking how he could leave them. And commentators discussed what had happened. Some did not believe that Steve died. Some said that even he could not survive in the 5th level dungeon. And others wished Steve to quickly deal with all the orcs. And Melissa sat next to Donnie and cried for Jean. The reporter said that today the great shaman will perform a ritual for the safe return of the missing. He continued to say that a raid of local top-ranking mercenaries was gathering in front of the dungeon, seeking revenge. Morris was one of the volunteers and sadly thought that if Steve had joined the guild, this would not have happened. But it was right to just use him. A man with long hair was watching this report while sitting in the living room. A woman's arms wrapped around the man's neck from behind, and the girl asked what it was, and the guy replied that it was just a transmission from his homeland. It was the famous hero, he said, that shows in this country remain just as boring. And Steve and Jean had a real feast in the cave. The guy was surprised that after increasing the level, you can buy more food in the store. The guy recommended trying a steak sandwich, and the girl replied that with such an assortment, he could open a fast food outlet. Chewing on a burger, Steve told Jean that she, it turns out, was also a food lover. Taking a bite of the new burger, she asked if 12 pieces was too much. But apparently Steve's words confused her, and she put the half-eaten burger aside, saying that she was full. Our hero did not understand how she could get enough, and added that he was already on the 22nd, inviting the girl to continue eating. Jean smiled softly and kindly at Steve and said that she was very grateful to him anyway. The fire in the cave was replaced by a cloud of fireflies, and Steve asked with interest whether that time Jean took the sword and killed the Orc King. The girl sadly replied that she then lost consciousness on the spot. And when she woke up, she was already in the hospital, and Melissa brought her Tim's sword. And only 2 elderly A-level mercenaries were able to defeat that orc. Sacrificing themselves, the strength of the attack of the Orc King was comparable to the attack of 5 orc leaders at once. Steve said that means there is such an orc here too, and asked where he is. The girl replied that he was in the orc castle, which was not even within a radius of 1 kilometer. And at this time, a fairy, who had previously distracted the orc, flew up to the cave where the guys were sitting. Jean said that the orc leaders are in 4 small towers, and the lords are in the spire in the middle. And if you cross the wall, then thousands of orcs are moving there. A fairy flew up to Steve and whispered something in his ear. Hearing the news, he smiled contentedly and said that he had found the orc fortress. Jean was surprised by the speed and asked in surprise if he had found her so quickly. Steve was confident in his abilities and offered to go ahead with a smile. Jean wasn't so sure and asked what their plan was. Steve's smile changed to a serious expression and he answered, "Find and kill." Jean laughed at these words and said that she would have hit him, but she had no strength left. At this time, the orc castle was noisy, and roars could be heard from everywhere. The wooden gates of the fortress began to slowly lower, rolling over the moat near the castle.
and dozens of orc warriors riding on wolves rushed out of the gate. Suddenly, Steve ran out of the bushes in the guise of Packy, and Jean sat astride him, holding him by the mane. The guys rushed to the open gate, from which detachments of warriors had just emerged. But it was not possible to slip through unnoticed, and the goblins on the castle walls immediately discovered them. The wolf warriors who rode out of the castle also saw the guys and began to turn around, and Jean noticed this. The girl shouted to Steve that the tail of the orc army was behind them, and asked him to hurry up. They rushed forward as best they could when they saw that the gate began to slowly rise, and the archers on the walls prepared for the attack and pulled their bowstrings. A hail of arrows fell on our heroes, but Jean put up a shield and not a single arrow reached them. Running up to the half-closed gate, the girl shouted at Steve to jump. He jumped onto the gate with a run, grabbing onto its edge, and the warriors remained behind. But even outside the castle gates, a detachment of orcs was waiting for them, ready to attack and defend the castle. Jean used her defensive bomb skill, shouting out its name. The explosion cleared the way for them, sweeping away all the orcs in its path. Steve continued to run forward, avoiding the surviving orcs. The girl ordered him to run to the center, and Steve mentally told her to hold on tight. Steve made a dash, and the orcs behind him were scattered to the sides by the shockwave. Our hero rushed forward, right along the castle wall. Jean was surprised and grabbed the beast's mane tighter. Several orcs jumped from above and flew past our heroes. One knocked Jean off Steve's back. The girl flew down along with the orcs, and Steve began to turn around, but Jean shouted at him not to think about the girl and to run on. She turned over in the air and, noticing the platform, caught her hand on its wall. Jean deftly jumped onto this platform and avoided further falling, but as soon as the girl landed, a crowd of orcs rushed towards her. But Jean was not taken aback and summoned a sword, which appeared, enveloping the girl in blue lightning. Steve at this time continued to run up the wall, and the orcs could only watch him and growl. And at the top of the spire there was a throne, around which there were no walls. The three-eyed orc king, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He sat proudly on his throne alone when he sensed something. The monster stood up from the throne and walked forward to the edge to see what was happening. And at that moment, our hero jumped out at him, baring his mouth with sharp teeth. The beast grabbed the orc king's throat, gnawing his neck. Steve knocked him down and they flew down together from the tower where the throne stood. The huge monster king fell down and his chest was pierced by the spire of one of the towers, and Steve received a message that his level had been increased. Splinters from the tower flew down like a hail, falling on the orcs standing below. Suddenly an explosion was heard in one of the towers, and the orcs turned around in surprise at the sound. From the place where the explosion occurred, orcs and Jin flew to the ground. And during the flight, the girl thought, is this really how she will die? But suddenly, a clawed white paw grabbed her hand and she looked up in surprise. Steve pulled the girl to him right in front of the ground and rushed forward, and the orcs ran after them. They ran a little forward, and the girl asked what happened to the king, and Steve replied that he killed him. Throwing the girl onto his back, Steve said that it was time for them, preparing to start running. Jean grabbed the guy's mane and asked if he really was able to kill the king, and Steve suggested that she scan the area. Jean activated the clairvoyance skill and said in disbelief that the portal had opened. She couldn't believe that Steve was able to kill the orc king, and so quickly. And at this time on the ground, one of the devices began to beep and the time appeared on the screen. The guy from the DGB guild could only grunt in shock, surprising his partner. He was still able to say that it was the 127th dungeon, and the second guy asked in shock what that meant. Donnie also saw a time counter appear above the dungeon and asked in surprise what it was. Melissa heard an announcement that the countdown to the portal explosion began at dungeon number 127. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes when she realized that Jean might be alive. The crowd gathered at the portal roared as they saw the countdown to the portal's explosion begin. Steve asked Jean if she had found the portal. The girl was a little confused and replied that she had found it. She immediately pulled herself together and said that he was at 11 o'clock, 700 meters from the castle, and there were 10 minutes left before the explosion. Steve and the girl rushed forward, but the orcs did not lag behind and caught up with the guys. Suddenly, Steve turned a corner, smelling a familiar smell. Jean asked where he was going and added that they didn't have time for that. Steve didn't say anything. He ran to the pen where there was a pack of wolves. With a smile on his toothy muzzle, he activated the taming skill. John asked in shock what he was doing, why he was taming them. And the wolves, hearing the command, froze and stared at Steve. Our hero turned around and rushed back to the portal, commanding the wolves to run after him. The wolves obediently followed Steve, jumping over the pens. Looking around, Jean asked if Steve really wanted to take them with him. Steve replied that yes, because now they are one family. But because of this maneuver, the orcs were now in front, blocking their passage. Jean said they were surrounded, clearly expecting this outcome. At that moment, a fairy flew up to Steve and whispered something in his ear, and Steve conveyed that there was a passage somewhere nearby. Jean was surprised and asked where he was.
She immediately activated the clairvoyance skill and saw the desired turn. The girl commanded that now we need to turn right, and Steve ran into the right turn. And in the guy's footsteps, a crowd of wolves ran, also running into the turn. The orcs ran after our heroes, growling with anger. The girl pointed to the huge gate ahead and said that they needed to go there. Steve got excited and said that they were leaving here, picking up speed. Our heroes and a pack of wolves ran out of the gate and raced across the bridge. Jean said that there was 1 minute left before the portal exploded. Suddenly, they saw a shining blue door in front of them and happily said that the portal was here. Jean said that there were 23 seconds left before the portal closed, and someone from the chase threw a spear at the guys. Jean sensed the approaching danger and turned around. Steve ran forward, not noticing how the spear hit the girl in the back. From the blow, the girl fell to the ground and rolled head over heels, and the orcs approached her. The wolves had already run into the portal when Steve turned around, noticing that Jean had fallen from his back. The orcs were getting closer, rapidly approaching the fallen Jean. The spear stuck into the backpack on Jean's back, and the stones they cut from the monsters fell from it, and she tried to get up. Steve had already turned around and was rushing towards the girl, standing on his hind legs. Jean tried to get up, but she had no strength left, and she lowered her head, resigned to the situation. Seeing Steve running after her, she shouted at him to stay back. But our hero did not listen to her and approached faster and faster, picking up speed. Jean once again desperately shouted at Steve not to come near, and the guy picked up the spear that knocked the girl down. And the orc was already near Jean and swung his spear preparing to strike. But Steve was faster and threw his spear into the orc's chest, knocking him off the wolf. And on the other side of the portal, the reporter said that there were 8 seconds left before the explosion, and the gathered people were starting a countdown. Donnie and Melissa continued to shed tears while waiting for the guys, and the operator said that it seemed like there was a pipe. The guy said that the audience rating was 60%, and if the guys returned, it would be a real sensation. Steve ran up to Jean and took her in his arms, gently holding her head. The girl sadly said that there were only 4 seconds left before the explosion, calling Steve. The beast seemed to glow and mentally conveyed to the girl that she should hold on tighter. Another orc was already close to the guys and swung his axe to strike. But in the next second, only dust remained in the place of the guys, and the blast wave from Steve's jerk threw back the monsters. The countdown ended, and the crowd froze, unable to believe that no one had returned. The orc stood near the portal and watched as it changed from blue to shining with yellow light. And finally, the portal exploded. The orcs standing nearby exploded, and the survivors ran away. The presenter said that the residents had finished the countdown and were waiting, but Steve and Jean were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, flashes of lightning began to appear from the portal, causing excitement among the spectators. The wolves were the first to emerge from the portal, and people began to scream, asking what was happening. The entire flock ran out of the portal, shocking all the spectators who froze silently, their mouths open in surprise. And after the wolves, the guys flew out of the portal at the speed of a bullet. The spectators could not clearly see who appeared from the portal and were not sure that a person appeared there. Military personnel and reporters rushed to Steve and Jean's supposed landing site. A hole appeared in the ground from the impact, in which Steve lay, holding Jean tightly to him. The crowd roared that they had made it out alive and wondered how it happened. And the wolves joined the noise of the crowd howling at the full moon. The ambulance rushed to the portal, and the presenter said that a miracle had happened. 2 people were able to get out of the 5th level dungeon, having stayed there for almost 5 days. In the office, Melissa showed the crowd a photo taken at the scene of the incident. She said that they had now been taken to the hospital. Someone asked why they looked like that, and he was told that the conditions there were not the best. Melissa also showed an article that talked about a miraculous comeback, that a guy of F's age completed the 5th level dungeon and asked if Hero challenged him. The boss laughed nervously and said that the article was quite provocative. Melissa said disgruntledly that someone had spread the word, adding that it was a great job. The boss replied that it was their job to take action, not to look for the culprits, and suggested continuing. She said that as information about Steve spread, representatives from various organizations began to enter the country in order to get him. The boss was angry at this news and he called them all bastards. Melissa showed photos of the men, calling them by name and telling them who came from which organization. Seeing the photo, the boss got angry and said that this unscrupulous agent was also here. The girl confirmed that he had also arrived and added that it was he who lured Hero away last time. The boss said that first we need to get a hold of Steve and asked if there was a way other than a contract. The doctor who spoke to Steve immediately after his return said that his family was here and he would not leave it. The boss asked in surprise whether he really valued family more than money, and the doctor replied that he had lived with wolves for about 1,000 years and missed his relatives. The chief added that when he returned to Earth, he missed the wolves and decided that he would not be understood. The doctor said that the main thing for him is to be in the family. It seems that this is quite understandable. Doc continued and said that Steve should be given a place where he would live with his family and not be touched. Then he would not go against the government. The boss agreed and asked if they should take action regarding the arriving foreign agents. Melissa showed a photo on the screen and said that it was an abandoned house near the city. The boss didn't understand why she showed it and asked what next. She offered to give Steve this territory for use and assign people to him, and added that this place is far from people and makes it safe, even if a portal opens. The boss said that the house looked decent, but it needed some patching up, and asked about Jean. Melissa said that Jean is the best in the business, and the boss asked if she had woken up. The girl seriously replied that the girl was still undergoing treatment in the hospital. The boss irritably asked if she really writes reports to Steve and is chilling. Melissa showed one phrase on the monitor screen and said that this is exactly what some people say about Steve. A scumbag. The boss's face became serious and he gave the order. Let's get to work. The crowd was raging in the arena, and the host greeted all SPFC fans. The presenter in a bright outfit said into the microphone that this is the best competition on Earth, and the main event is finally starting. The match of champions. The crowd roared with anticipation, boys and girls shouting and waving their arms. And then in the darkness, the silhouette of a man in a raincoat and with long hair gathered in a ponytail appeared. The presenter stood on a dais in the light of the spotlights and said that we would introduce the champions to everyone. A figure of a man appeared on the screen of a huge monitor, and the presenter said that he was #1 in the world ranking. 21 fights won, winner among all 45 SPFCs. The presenter shouted into the microphone that he was the strongest man in the world and the hope of humanity. The presenter continued the presentation, adding that he was an unusual SS level, the strongest magical swordsman. A long-haired guy appeared on the screen. He was dressed in a black classic suit. Black smoke began to gather around his hands, and the presenter introduced him by name, Hero. Hearing his name, the crowd exploded with a new wave of enthusiastic applause. And at this time, in Hero's hand, the black smoke turned into a sword, and the presenter said that as if in response to applause, the sword caught fire with a black flame. A girl with long hair sat among the spectators and carefully watched what was happening. As the presenter introduced himself, Hero jumped from the pedestal, on which he emerged surrounded by black flames. Someone from the crowd said that this was the famous Phoenix. The second was surprised whether Hero really wanted to finish the fight with one sword, since Mikhail was against him. And Hero had already landed in the ring, leaving cracks on the floor after the jump, and the host said that he had entered the ring. The guy stood calmly. He did not respond to the crowd and did not seem to react in any way to the screaming fans. The host commented that Hero appears in the ring with his signature Phoenix flames. The presenter began to introduce the second participant, a C-class man-machine, a rising star, 13 victories, number 32 in the ranking. The guy appeared on the pedestal, and the presenter introduced the Russian brown bear Mikhail. The guy easily jumped off the pedestal and rushed into the ring. At the place where he landed, the ground became covered with cracks, and the announcer said that he also entered the ring. Mikhail immediately rushed to attack, and the weapon in his hands began to shine. The guy with the evil grin told Hero that everything would end here for him. The weapon in his hands began to charge, and Mikhail jumped up, preparing to strike at the standing Hero. The weapon fell with force onto the place where Hero stood, and pieces of stones flew in different directions. The guy was thrown back by the blast wave and covered his face, shielding himself from the rising dust. Mikhail saw that Hero was able to dodge and called him a small rat. The guy fired the weapon, and the presenter said that Mikhail started using mana shooting. The presenter commented that the fragments even hit the fence, but Hero dodges the shooting with incredible speed. The host saw Mikhail's next charge and called it a mana bazooka. The weapon on the guy's hand fired a charge of incredible power, smashing everything in its path. But Hero was able to dodge this shot and began to approach Mikhail. The host excitedly said that Hero's sword was causing damage to Mikhail. But the guy immediately responded to the attack by firing mana. Hero attacked with his sword again, but Mikhail managed to block. Mikhail's weapon was cracked from the enemy's blows and he was breathing heavily. But Hero didn't give him time to rest and attacked again, and the guy could only defend himself. Suddenly, a sword appeared from Mikhail's weapon, and he tried to strike Hero, but he easily dodged the blow. Hero landed behind Mikhail and readied both swords to strike. He moved with incredible speed, striking Mikhail one after another. But when the guy stopped, he noticed that his entire body was entangled in steel chains. Mikhail bared his teeth in a smug grin and said that he had caught himself. Preparing to shoot, he screamed that his bones would shatter. But Hero calmly answered, "Seventh note, Mikhail, you have already lost." The next second, Mikhail choked and blood flowed from his mouth. His entire body was covered in cuts from which blood gushed out, causing the guy to scream in pain. The spectators were in shock as they watched the huge bear Mikhail fall to the ground, and Hero threw off his chains without the slightest effort. The crowd roared, and the host asked what happened and declared that Mikhail lost. The presenter said that Mikhail, who was determined to win, lost and could not get up. The match was stopped and help was on the spot. The men surrounded Mikhail, trying to cure him, but Mikhail showed no signs of life, and one of the experts signaled that regeneration was impossible. An inscription lit up on the screen that Hero had won, and the presenter said that this was the guy's 20-second victory. After leaving the stage, one of Hero's entourage asked him if he had used a new method, but the guy replied that he had hit him with an ordinary sword. Hero looked calm and thanked everyone for their work and promised to have a drink with them later. But as soon as he entered the waiting room, he was hugged tightly by the girl who was watching the fight. With sadness in her eyes, the girl asked if he killed him. Hero also sadly replied that Mikhail is one of the 7 evils of the future. The girl said that he should not take all the worries upon himself. She took the guy's arm, and Hero asked if anything had happened. The girl replied that it was nothing, except for a call from the administration, and the guy asked who called. The girl said that the boss called, told him to take care of himself, and suggested that we pack up and leave. While Hero was getting dressed, the girl said that the guy who was imprisoned in the 5th-level dungeon got out. Hero was surprised and looked questioningly at the girl. She showed the phone and said that he could become the 2nd hero, and now this news is on all channels. The girl said that his name was Steve. He was locked in a dungeon on the 5th level, and asked in surprise if the guy really didn't remember, because she even collected articles for him. Hero looked carefully at the guy's photo and said that he didn't remember him. The girl asked in surprise whether he really didn't remember him, just at all. She said that maybe he was an awakened swordsman, but Hero replied that he would awaken in a year. The girl said that he was a druid, and if he really returned from where they say, then a portal to the 4th planet could be opened. Hero didn't show it, but he was very worried about the news about the 4th planet. She said Steve is only an F level. It's surprising he came back. Hero listened to the girl and thought that this was simply impossible. He reflected that he had been living for more than 500 years, and this was the 25th regression. Thanks to this, he knows all the awakenings and the main events. However, Steve is not among the great names, and in all this long time, he has never heard this name. He continued to think that history, of course, may change a little. But the butterfly effect has its limits. Mikhail was supposed to die in 10 years, and the fact that Anna is alive, although she should have died 2 years ago, can also be called the butterfly effect. However, the main events, such as the appearance of the 7th level dungeon or the connection with the 4th planet, never changed. This means that in the next 5 years there will be no appearance of a 4th planet. The girl asked if it would be better to lure Steve to their side. Hero thought for a moment and honestly answered that he didn't know. The girl added that he is now the most popular guy in the country, but Hero said that for now they should watch him. Remembering the scary giant monsters, Hero thought that the end would soon come. Monsters devoured people like snacks, and humanity that survived the cataclysm begins to collapse due to underground break-ins. Huge red wyverns flew in flocks across the ground. They attacked people, spitting fire, and all because monsters covered the sky and earth. The mercenaries fought the monsters. But the only option for the awakened to survive was the country where he moved. This is the reason why Hero remains in this country, despite being called a traitor to his homeland. As long as the dungeons in this country are organized by truly talented people, this place will be the best for survival. Refugees will come to this country on boats, glad they made it. And Hero will meet them, and people will say that since he is here, they are definitely saved. He thought that his surviving fellow countrymen would call him a savior, and not a traitor to his homeland. He imagined how he would be called the hero, and a barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips. The girl looked at him in surprise, and Hero, embarrassed, said that it seemed like it was just a show. Anna didn't understand what he meant, and the guy explained that it was just a hoax. But the girl didn't believe it and said that it wasn't just the Ministry of Defense who wanted him. Hero said that if he survived the end, it would not be too late to pick him up, and again suggested waiting. Shinsum Hospital is one of the few surviving buildings in the city. Melissa entered Jean's room without knocking, tearing her away from her reading. The girl approached the blonde and asked if it hurt, but she replied that it still hurt. Melissa didn't believe it and said that everything seemed wrong, but the girl repeated again that it hurt a lot. The brunette didn't believe it and said that throughout the hospital they were discussing that every night a guy in a mask came to her and asked if it was Steve. But Jean quickly changed the subject and asked if she had bought what she asked for. Melissa put the package on the table and said that fortunately, she had found her both a man and food. The girl pulled food and a jar of coffee onto the table, but Jean's gaze showed discontent. She shook her head and said that she wanted a different flavor, to which Melissa replied that it was the same color. Jean looked upset at the box of food and added that she wanted a different chicken. Melissa began to lose her temper. Her palm glowed white and she said to eat what they were giving. Despite the dissatisfaction, the chicken was eaten and the coffee was drunk. Jean sat back contentedly on the pillow and, holding her stomach, said that she was full. Melissa smiled irritably and said that since she was full, it was time to get to work. But Jean had already closed her eyes and through her drowsiness said that she would start when she had taken a little nap. Melissa's palm shone again, and with an evil smile, she asked the girl not to talk nonsense. The next moment, the room was illuminated with bright light, and Jean's scream was heard from the room. And at this time at the CIA headquarters, the screen showed the news that Hero had finally defeated Mikhail. The man behind the monitor did not believe the news and wondered how Mikhail could be defeated. The guy standing near the table said that Hero was progressing. A little more, and he would reach the SSS level. The next news was that after returning from the dungeon, Steve did not show up anywhere, not even in raids. The guy showed the photo and said that it was taken quite recently. The man looked at the photo of Steve feeding the pigeons and asked where this place was and what he was doing there. The guy said that he goes there often, and the man asked if he was lonely. The man was surprised if he was really talking to pigeons, and the guy said that he seemed to be unrequitedly in love or something like that. The man got angry and said that he could introduce him to many beautiful girls. He added that in any case, it was impossible for Steve to be taken over by someone else, and asked the guy if he understood this. The guy said that in the morning a special group of his people went to the country where Steve lives, however. He was clearly scared and added that the sky was a bit turbulent at the moment. But the man did not understand what they were talking about and asked why. A huge airliner flew across the sky, cutting through the clouds against the backdrop of the azure sky. The girl and her mother sat in their places, and the girl looked carefully out the window. Suddenly she called her mother and said that a beautiful bird was flying outside. The woman looked up from reading and looked interestedly out the window in search of the bird. But the curiosity on her face turned to fear when she saw the bird. A red monster with a fanged mouth was flying outside the window. It was a small wyvern that flew near the plane, as if playing tag. Other passengers also noticed it, and began to approach the window, reasoning that this bird was somehow strange. But the two men knew for sure that it was not a bird and excitedly listened to the passengers' conversations. One said that it was a wyvern, and the second added that although it was small, it was still dangerous. The guy said that it turns out that the wyvern dungeon is open and added that they need to report this when they land. Suddenly the guy said in fear that if the wyvern dungeon is open. But he didn't finish speaking because a huge wyvern, larger than an airplane, appeared outside the window. She flew up to the plane and, opening her mouth, breathed out fire, setting the plane on fire. The plane caught fire and began to melt at that very second. Having finished on the plane, the wyvern flew on and joined the flock of other monsters that filled the sky, and the news reported that an explosion had occurred in the wyvern dungeon and many monsters had escaped. Meanwhile, two SUVs were driving along a dirt road, and someone asked if they had really driven into the wilderness. Chad was driving and said that they were there, but Donnie didn't believe it, and the guy also began to doubt. Donnie looked ahead in fear and asked Steve if this was not the damned house, but Steve did not see anything. Donnie pointed to the two-story house ahead, and Munch sighed heavily. Having approached closer, the guy exclaimed that this was a really damned house. It was covered with ivy, the glass was cracked, and a raven was sitting on the roof. The guys got out of the car and could not contain their emotions from the house they saw, complaining that it was not even suitable for spending the night. Donnie asked if there was internet here, and Jean fearfully said that she thought she saw a ghost on the second floor. The guys did not believe that they would really have to sleep here. It seemed that the building would collapse if they entered. Jean continued to talk about the ghost. Jean angrily told Melissa that she couldn't live here, and she asked the girl to be quieter. Melissa turned to Steve and asked if it was unusual for them because they expected something different. The girl with a wide smile said that restoration work would begin here tomorrow, but Steve said that he didn't need anything. He liked everything anyway and asked if it was possible to settle down. Jean grabbed the guy by the jacket and pulled him slightly towards her, asking if he had gone crazy. But Melissa intervened in the conversation, saying that people with wild instincts have a special point of view and suggested marking the territory. Steve did not understand the proposal, and the girl said that they could do whatever they wanted on their territory. Steve liked this proposal and his hand began to glow. Fireflies began to gather around our hero and everyone else just watched warily. Melissa asked in surprise what it was, and John calmly replied that it was the tree spirit. The stream of fireflies became larger and smaller fairies began to fly out of them, scattering to the sides. Melissa asked what he was doing, and Jean replied that she said to mark the territory. Little fairies scattered around the perimeter and began to throw seeds into the ground, from which shoots immediately began to sprout. Trees began to grow from these shoots at incredible speed. The guys from Steve's clan watched with delight at the speed, and Chad said that huge trees grew in an instant. The guys did not believe in the reality of what was happening, and someone said that now they have a fence. The spirits began to return, and Steve said at length that the job was done. He said that he was about a kilometer from the house, so be it. Melissa giggled nervously and said it was just wonderful. Coming closer, she said that this place will be designated as Steve's Guild, and everything that is on this territory belongs to them. Our hero said that apart from the ban on traveling abroad, everything sounds good. But the girl said that this point is mandatory. Melissa said they were worried about Steve's family first, and Jean snorted when she heard that. But our hero didn't notice this and said that he liked everything. Melissa said that if that was the case, then he needed to sign the contract and handed the guy some papers and a pen. But then Jean intervened and said that you need to read it carefully. But Melissa pushed the girl away and showed where Steve should sign. Melissa complimented Steve and handed him his copy of the contract. The girl shook the guy's hand and suggested that he work hard until the portal opens. Steve said he would keep his promise, and Melissa asked him to trust the government. When leaving, Melissa asked Jean to behave, and she replied that she would run away if people were not sent here tomorrow to fix the house. The girls exchanged dissatisfied glances, and Jean stuck her tongue out at her departing friend. The SUV drove back through the newly grown forest. Melissa sighed heavily, calling Jean a scoundrel, and the driver asked if it was possible to manage such a large area with such a small number of people. Melissa replied that if they didn't succeed, they would help. The girl gave the order to collect a raid list of level 5 or higher and put it in standby mode. And somewhere in the ocean, motorboats approached a large ship. They swam closer and opened fire on the ship. The guy shouted the call sign, Coral Emerald, into the radio, reporting that they were attacked by pirates and help was needed. Another ship reported that it had received the coordinates of the Coral Emerald and added that help would arrive in 2 hours and asked to turn off the engine when the pirates were on board. The pirates swam close to the ship and began to rise. The soldier reported that they were already on board and there were more of them. The captain said to turn off the engine, turn off all power and gather in the staff area. Suddenly the ship tilted and the soldiers could barely stay on their feet. The ship's crew watched in horror as something overboard scattered the pirates' boats in different directions. And the next thing they saw was a huge tentacle heading straight towards the ship. The monster entangled the entire ship with red tentacles, breaking the deck like a toy. The ship's crew flew in different directions, and glass rained down on them like hail. In a matter of seconds, the monster squeezed the ship with its tentacles, breaking it into pieces, and some survivors fell into the water. But an open mouth with huge teeth awaited them in the water. Compared to the size of the mouth, the man looked like a tiny grain of sand, and it was impossible to escape. And while a huge monster with tentacles was dragging the remains of the ship to the bottom, a monster that looked like a shark with many tails swam forward. The shark returned to the pack, where there were dozens or even hundreds of the same monsters. Soon a support ship arrived at this place, along with a helicopter. It was reported that the ship had arrived at the scene, however. As a result of patrols within a radius of 10 miles, no signs of the ship were found. But this ship also met the fate of the Coral Emerald, and the tentacles began to entwine it. And in Steve's guild house, fireflies flew around the trees, helping them grow even taller. And the ringing tone of the phone echoed throughout the house. The sound came from the room where Jean was fast asleep. The girl sleepily answered the call without opening her eyes. Melissa, who called the girl, said that she seemed to have a taste of life. The girl sleepily scratched her stomach and asked what she needed. She was already at work. Melissa directly asked if she was with Steve or not. But Jean only mumbled sleepily that she didn't know without opening her eyes. Melissa lost her temper and screamed that the sun was already up and she wasn't going to get up. The girl looked angrily at the phone as if this could convey her mood to Jean, who hung up. After making coffee, Jean went out onto the balcony, looking at the giant trees. The girl sipped coffee from a mug, thinking that Steve had planted a lot of things here. Overnight, the tree near the house grew several times taller than their house, surrounded by fireflies. At this time, Steve watched a pack of wolves opening the system settings. He gave names to the wolves, calling them any food. Each had an energy level, as well as information about where they were tamed. Steve read a status from one of the wolves that if the energy level increases, a loss of sanity may occur. The guy thoughtfully read the warning and thought that in this case, it would be problematic to increase the level. At that moment, Jean approached him and asked what he was doing. Steve said that he was naming new members, and Jean asked in surprise if he was talking about wolves. Yawning, the girl said that she had to wake her up and asked why he went out alone. Peku ran up to them, who had become bigger. Jean said that he was growing quickly and asked about the younger ones. Steve replied that they had left for breakfast and were probably at the dungeon now. Jean also praised her diligence, especially in such heat. Our hero pointed to the forest and asked the girl if she wanted to take a walk. Jean tilted her head to the side in surprise, asking the guy again. In an instant, Steve turned into a huge white beast and extended his hand to her. John easily jumped on his back, and the guy said that now he would show her something. The girl smiled and asked if he really wanted to brag about his achievements to her. But Steve did not answer her question and asked her to hold on tight. Our hero in the form of a beast rushed forward, as usual, with incredible speed. Jean could barely stay on Steve's back and asked him to go slower. The wolves rushed after them, trying to catch up with the guys, and Jean screamed that she had lost her shoes. In the forest where Steve's guild settled, several journalists pitched tents when they heard the howling of wolves. One of them said that there was nothing to fish here, adding that in addition it was very hot here. Another guy said that the company ordered him to get at least something, and complained that he had not seen a salary for more than a month. He turned to the other guys and asked if there were anyone here who had already been in this forest. Another partner pointed to many cameras and said that they belonged to the military police. But before they arrived, they would be eaten by wolves. Another guy said that it is impossible to predict when the portal will open, so it's not like journalists and influential people were not allowed in here. Suddenly, the SUV that Steve bought for Chad appeared on the road. The journalists learned that it was Steve's car and began excitedly looking for him. The car rushed past the journalists without stopping. Chad said that even the heat doesn't stop journalists, and Donnie wondered whose channel it was, his or Steve's. He read the comments under the video. Some were discussing Steve and were surprised that he was only level F, while others were discussing the fight between Hero and Mikhail. Suddenly, Donnie exclaimed in surprise. But when Chad asked what happened, he embarrassedly replied that it was nothing. Donnie watched intently as several of the largest countries sent large donations, totaling 4 billion. The guy thought that most of the donations come from Europe and could not decide whether to tell Steve about this or not. Suddenly, the car caught up with a wolf pack, led by Steve, and Donnie shouted to him in surprise. Jean noticed the guy's car and waved to them while sitting astride Steve. Donnie waved back and called her brother's little wife, surprising Chad with this phrase. Jean, in response to such words, threatened Donnie with her fist, narrowing her eyes angrily. The boy smiled cheerfully and said that they go to the same toilet, eat and sleep in the same house. He looked with resentment at how Jean sat astride Steve and said that he had never ridden them like that. And at the same time, our hero was picking up speed, overtaking an SUV, which surprised the guys. Donnie fervently asked Chad to push himself, and he replied that they would not lose. Chad shifted the gear into sport mode and pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The car pulled ahead, slightly overtaking the wolf. Donnie shouted that whoever was last would buy dinner, and added that the speed of light was against the rules. Suddenly, Jean felt something and called out to Steve excitedly. Steve was calm and only asked the girl if she felt it. The girl's eyes shone blue, and she said that a crack had been discovered within a radius of 200 meters. Jean remembered the conversation at the hospital when Steve snuck up on her. She was tired and her eyes were drooping, but Jean still asked which planet she was from. Steve looked out the window and, without turning around, said that he was from the planet of the animal kingdom. Jean asked if there really was anyone on this planet except animals. Steve said that looking back, he realized that it was a beautiful and romantic place, surrounded by more than 700 times the energy. Jean was shocked when she heard about the energy of 700. The guy continued by saying that this is a realm of eternal survival, where the battle for dominance is eternal, and whoever was their leader had to get a minimum of U grade. And even after he became their leader, he still thought he had to accept their challenge. Jean thought that if this was a portal bridge, then it would be possible to enter and exit it without restrictions. And if the aliens were warlike, then soon this place would become a battlefield. The girl fearfully imagined that a war could begin against animals of Class C and higher. At this time, Melissa and her boss were sitting in a cafe, and he asked if Steve's planet was friendly. The girl said that the risk was high, but the man replied that he was talking about something else. Raising his glass, the man said that on that planet Steve was a king. Jean, horrified, asked Steve how he couldn't do this. She said that he was the king there, so why couldn't he? To which Steve replied that if they saw that he was not so strong, wouldn't they want to kill him? John cursed and asked in frustration how this happened. The girl ordered Steve to run at full speed into the northeastern field, away from the city. Our hero rushed in the direction where Jean pointed, raising columns of dust. Chad asked in surprise where the guys rushed, and Donnie ordered to go after them. A huge blue lightning flashed in the sky. Jean shouted that it had begun. Space was beginning to bend. In the office, Melissa answered Jean's call and asked what happened. They were already near the lightning, and Jean told Melissa that a portal was forming in front of them. The girl was surprised, and not believing it, asked again. Jean shouted to send the portal's location to the backup unit. Several military vehicles were already rushing to the indicated location. The vehicles stopped and installed rocket launchers, and the chief reported that the brigade alone was ready for shelling. Approaching the portal, Steve said that this was not the planet he was on. This was an ordinary portal? Jean asked in surprise why he was so sure of this. Steve came closer to the portal and said that he felt that it was not the place from which he came. Jean speculated that it was because of the space portal that repatriates sometimes pass through, so he could feel it. But then the girl remembered that when Steve returned from the planet, the energy level of this portal exceeded even the level of the bridge portal. But then she thought that the device was broken. Out loud, Jean said that now the energy of the portal is not as oppressive as it was that time. And Steve said that this is a portal to the dungeon. Journalists also saw lightning. One asked if it was a spatial wave, and the second confirmed the observation. Immediately, the cars of the awakened bureau rushed past the journalists. And then helicopters flew in, surprising the journalists even more. One of the journalists said in surprise whether a portal to a new planet was really opening. The lightning began to grow more and more, forming a ball. The guys ran to the portal and Steve took on his human form. Jean looked at the portal, wondering if it really led to the dungeon.
Suddenly, Jean thought that Steve could outperform her, the better one in terms of perception, although he was not even a professional. An SUV drove up to the portal, and an admiring wow was heard from it. Donnie ran to the guys, asking if this was a portal to a new planet. But they didn't have time to say a word when 2 cars from the Bureau drove up to the portal. The military got out of the cars with suitcases and said that they were the 11th team and would now install the equipment. The guys asked what it was for, and Jean replied that it calculates the dungeon level and time. Jean and Steve watched with interest as one of the soldiers set up the equipment. The number 4280 appeared on the screen, which greatly surprised Jean. The soldier said that this was a 4th-level dungeon and added that its level was not that high. Jean sighed in disappointment, and Steve smiled contentedly, saying that he was enough. But Melissa was the most disappointed when she heard about the dungeon level. The material from the bracelet began to cover Jean's hand when she said that about Steve's words. He said that this was not where he was and they would have to go and check. But the boss was furious when he heard that the dungeon was the 4th level. Melissa said that this is not yet certain, and they need to first go and check if this dungeon is a return location. The boss said with disappointment that they spent a lot of money on this. The girl repeated that this is not yet accurate, and the skills that Steve shows are definitely not level 4. The boss said that if the first portal that opens after a person returns is a dungeon, then he returned from the dungeon and asked if she knew which people trusted them and invested in them. Melissa asked if they didn't invest in probability, and Steve is unusual, and his price is high. The boss said that if he came out of the dungeon, the company's shares would rise and asked for time. In response, Melissa just sighed heavily. And he added that if they cannot satisfy those who invested, then both of them will have problems. Jean reported that there were 50 days until the portal exploded and asked to suspend mobilization. Suddenly, the military man turned to Steve and he asked in surprise what it was. He said that for a 4th-level dungeon, you need to clear 5 or 6 times and asked if our hero was afraid with his current abilities. But Steve calmly replied that he wasn't scared at all. He added that it was not bad and asked how much it cost, and the military man asked in surprise whether he was really talking about equipment. The military man replied that every guild has one. A new one costs about 30 million. A little expensive, Steve said, and the military man agreed with him. The guy handed over the contract and said that he had recently received a contract for eternal equipment as a gift, and asked him to sign it. But Steve asked in surprise why he gave the gift away so easily. The guy smiled embarrassedly, searching for words. He said that even if Steve did not return from the new planet, the government would never leave him without attention, and those abroad were also interested in him. Our hero looked at the guy in surprise, and he said with enthusiasm that his country considers Steve family. The guy summed it up by calling Steve a jewel, which made Jean feel nauseous. Our hero replied that no one wrote to him from abroad, surprising the military man. Then Donnie intervened in the conversation, excitement visible on his face. Stepping aside, the boy said that there is a real war going on abroad now. Steve doesn't know about this, since he doesn't often surf the internet, but Donnie collects money sent from fans. Steve, without listening to the end, asked how much he had collected. Donnie sheepishly replied that he had raised about 500 million. Steve put his hand on Donnie's shoulder, calling him the boy. He suggested not to be slaves to money, adding that the day would come when he would choose a good neighbor than 500 million. Donnie lowered his head and said he understood him. Why did he smile embarrassedly and say that he should have shown Steve the proposal 3 months ago? Steve looked at the boy questioningly. Donnie asked if the hitman would kill him for not showing the offer. Steve offered to say that he had shown the proposal, but he did not answer, delighting Donnie. As he left, our hero told him to get ready with Chad. Donnie added that he would partially eat that money and put the rest into the guild's account. Steve agreed with this proposal and walked forward into the portal. With a happy face, Donnie thought how brutal he was, and that just being around him was already profitable. The boy skipped towards the car, thinking about the money he would keep for himself. Steve's suit almost enveloped his body when he said that if everyone is ready, then we can go. The military man shouted that a team was on its way from the Bureau and invited them to go together. Steve replied that this could not be done, surprising the military man. He explained that the contract states that only 2 people from the mobilized personnel are allowed. This also applies to hunting. Jean said that everything was clear and suggested we go already. The military man turned to Jean and asked if there was enough personnel for the dungeon, and she replied that he could just record a video. Packy ran up to Steve, and Steve asked him to pump there too. Steve received the order to move forward and went into the portal. Coming out of the portal, the guys began to look around. Jean asked how, asking if this was not the same world. Steve replied thoughtfully that he didn't understand yet. Jean looked at him questioningly and activated her clairvoyance skill. Looking at the bare trees around Steve said that he had a familiar feeling. The military man tensely asked Donnie if they could just go. Didn't they need to do a formation? But the boy relaxedly replied that since Steve was ahead, he could just follow him. Suddenly, Jean raised her fist up and shouted, "Stop!" The guys behind tensed up and began to peer into the trees ahead.
The girl said that a monster appeared 70 meters away from them, or rather there were 3 of them. Donnie stepped forward and pulled out a dagger, preparing to fight. The military man also took out a sword and asked if this was enough, and Donnie irritably asked what he was up to. The howl of a monster was heard from the forest ahead. Chad also took out a sword and walked forward giggling, surprising the military man. The military man asked in fear what was wrong with him all of a sudden, but Donnie remained silent. Still giggling, Chad caught up with Steve and prepared to walk forward. But seeing his younger brother, our hero hit him on the neck with the edge of his hand. At the same moment, Chad fell face down on the ground. The military man stared in shock at what was happening, and Donnie walked forward. Steve ordered Donnie to revive Chad and give him a sedative. The military man, in shock, asked why this happened, and Jean replied that he had a mental illness. When he takes a sword in his hands, he turns into a psychopath. Donnie tried to give Chad some medicine and brought him back to his senses. Meanwhile, Steve, who was walking ahead, was looking forward intently. He told everyone to stand behind him and took out his dagger. At that moment, a monster appeared from the forest and roared loudly. 3 lizard-like monsters with spears in their hands came out of the forest. Donnie shouted that these were lizard people, and Jean ordered to take a defensive stand. Steve rushed forward, clutching a glowing dagger. The soldier's eyes lit up red, and he said that he was starting video recording. Our hero approached the monsters, and the 3 of them attacked him. Steve easily took off the head of the first monster with one blow of his dagger. He also easily cut the second monster in half, as if cutting paper. Steve stabbed the third monster in the stomach. Our hero stopped after finishing off the monsters and received a message that he had been awarded 84 experience points. The rest of the squad stood in a circle, protecting their backs, and they all looked in surprise at Steve, who had already finished dealing with the lizards. The military man looked at Steve in shock, wondering if such speed was real. Steve gave orders to Donnie and Chad to collect the trophies. The guys rushed forward. Donnie readily accepted the order, and Chad continued to chuckle. He cut up the corpse with such frenzy that blood splattered everything, including Donnie. The soldier said in shock that Chad seemed normal until he picked up the knife, but Jean told him to stomp faster. Steve told the guys that next time they would have to figure it out themselves and asked them to come to their senses. Taking out blood crystals from the monsters, the guys agreed with Steve's words. The military man wondered in shock whether he really wanted to leave the fool and psychopath alone with level C monsters. Steve called Packy and he happily ran to the guy. He ordered the kid to go into the forest and bring more such monsters. The military man couldn't believe his ears, but the puppy understood the order and barked joyfully. Packy rushed into the forest at that very second, barking loudly and attracting monsters. The military man asked whether this could be regarded as cruelty to animals. He asked Jean what would happen if he brought a whole army of monsters. Would everything be okay? And the girl again answered that he should focus on filming. Donnie became serious and shouted that the monsters were coming. Grunting and unintelligible sounds were heard from the depths of the forest. Hearing them, Chad began to giggle even louder, baring his teeth in a crazy smile. The soldier thought in horror that he was having another seizure. Donnie ran to Chada, offering to drink another sedative. But the guy didn't hear him anymore. He rushed forward towards the monsters, laughing loudly. Steve turned back and loudly called out to Donnie, warning him that the monsters were approaching. The guy understood this and eagerly rushed forward. Packy rushed back from the forest, and the grunting of the monsters became louder. Chad rushed forward and threw a dagger forward, surprising Steve, followed by a spear. The spear stuck into the ground next to Packy, and he barked loudly. And Chala's dagger hit the head of one of the running monsters. The lizard with the daggers in its head fell, and the remaining monster shouted something in its language, preparing to strike. And Chad was already rushing to meet him, with 2 shining daggers in his hands. He ran up close to the lizard and swung his daggers, and the monster raised his spear. Then Steve arrived and pushed away the monster's hand, which had a spear in it. Chad easily struck the lizard in the head while Steve held his paw, preventing him from attacking. And next to him, Packy grabbed the monster with his teeth, which increased the level and power of his jaws. Suddenly, the military man shouted in fear that there was danger near the guys. A toothy jaw dropped open next to Chad, who was engrossed in killing another monster. Steve and Chad were just turning back when a glowing bolt of lightning pierced the monster's head. It was Donnie. He was holding a sniper rifle in his hands and covering the guys. He fired a burst from his rifle, and multiple bolts pierced the monster. Chad swung his hand with a scream and made 2 cuts in the monster's body. In the next second, the monster's body fell into 3 pieces, and Chad's level increased to E1. The guy continued to smile madly as blood gushed out of the monster's body. Donnie also raised the level to E9 and was incredibly happy about it. The military man asked in surprise whether this was definitely a 4th level dungeon, and Jean asked if he really thought it was a 3rd level dungeon. Donnie exclaimed contentedly that he wasn't worried at all, and Chad continued to giggle. Jean told the military man that stop talking, we need to record a video. Packy suddenly bristled and growled. The puppy rushed forward somewhere, and Jean shouted to Steve that they were attacking from all sides. Steve turned around in surprise and saw a monster running towards him, its toothy mouth wide open. Another monster was running towards him from the other side, and the third monster jumped from above, raising a long spear above his head. But Steve was already ready to attack and prepared his dagger. The white car was driving forward when the road was blocked by journalists camped near Steve's house. One of the journalists came forward, saluted, and greeted Melissa. The girl angrily asked what was going on. Did the guy really want to die, and asked if he was going to leave. The journalist said that he would leave if the girl said something, and she asked what he needed. The guy said that he had just seen Cedric arrive at the head of the squad. Melissa asked irritably, "So what?" The journalist said that since he was here, it must be a 4th-level dungeon. Melissa didn't answer and just looked at the guy sternly. But for him, this look was more eloquent than words. The journalist dispersed the rest of the crowd so that the car could move on. He waved to the departing car and thanked the girl. The other guys asked what she said. He replied that the dungeon was the 4th level and suggested getting ready. The driver asked if it was a secret, and Melissa clarified why he was asking. She looked at the driver and asked what was more important to them, Steve's life or money. The driver answered hesitantly. Steve and the girl answered. The same thing. She said that if she just caught Steve returning from the dungeon, then those flies would no longer bother her. The driver excitedly asked if everything would be okay with her because the boss had told others. To which Melissa replied that this is why they must find the breach now. And at this time, squad number 13 gathered at the portal and reported that they were ready to enter. A tall, muscular man with white hair looked the squad over carefully. He asked the soldiers if everyone was equipped, and they answered in unison, yes. The man smiled cheerfully and said that if so, then it was time for them to have a little fun. Suddenly, an employee came running to them and said that the order had been given to wait. Cedric was unhappy with this news and asked why this was. A car drove up to the portal and a girl headed towards the squad. Melissa greeted Cedric with a polite smile. But the guy was hostile and, without answering the pleasantries, asked what it meant. The girl calmly replied that entry into the dungeon is currently prohibited. And she added that until they received a message from Steve, unauthorized entry was prohibited. Cedric got angry at these words and asked what unauthorized meant. He said menacingly that they actually dropped what they were doing and rushed here. Melissa was still calm and replied that it happened that way. The man said that there was definitely a reconnaissance clause in the contract, and asked whether it made sense to allow the team in without a raid. Melissa smiled slyly and said that now it makes sense to add a couple more points. The girl smiled and said that she was here so that no one would get their hands dirty, and she was here on behalf of the boss. Cedric swore angrily and asked why everything was so difficult. Melissa smiled peacefully and suggested continuing the conversation in the car. Looking at the article about Steve returning from the 3rd-level dungeon, the boss asked the chairman not to worry. He spoke on the phone and answered the minister that it was a misunderstanding and that more time was needed. Having finished this conversation, the phone immediately rang again. The boss grabbed his head and said that he could die like that. He shouted loudly, asking if Melissa had been contacted. But despite the commotion over the portal, the sun shone brightly in the azure sky in the city. The doctor was sitting in his office and moving his mouse across the table. He opened an article that said that Steve had returned from the dungeon and they regretted his unfulfilled dream of a new planet. The doctor was surprised at the 4th level and asked if this was a sabotage. Reading the article, the doctor said that this guy didn't have a life, but some kind of TV series. He remembered the guy's story. He was hiding on the beach until he found fruit trees, and the sea was full of food. Steve was attacked by monsters from the sea, but it was definitely the sea. The doctor thought that it could not be that there was a sea in the 4th-level dungeon. The earth was collapsing, and the doctor thought about the appearance of a dungeon. That it could appear due to the split of the planet itself. He remembered when Steve broke the door handle, burst into the office and asked the doctor to find his brother. He then agreed, but said that in return he would have one condition. And the condition was a story about how Steve became the king of wolves, right up to the war with the gorillas. He promised that he would let him know if his brother was found. An ordinary level F repatriate said that he was the king of the planet for 500 years. Who would believe him? The doctor thought that he seemed to have missed something interesting due to a hasty judgment. Meanwhile, our hero was cutting down monsters left and right, soaring high above the ground. He dealt with monsters in flight, chopping off heads, cutting necks, and ripping open bellies. And when he landed, all the monsters were already lying on the ground. The military man was shocked by this speed, and that all the attackers were on the same team. Steve turned to the guys and asked them to stand up, ordering them to collect their loot. When the prey was finished, the detachment moved on and stopped, looking around the area. Jean said it was suspiciously beautiful, and Donnie said the stones sparkled like diamonds, but the atmosphere was dull. I looked around. Steve said that this was definitely a new place, but for some reason it looked familiar. The guys approached the stone and were surprised to notice that there was an inscription on it in their native language. It was carved on the stone. There is no turning back, the territory of leopards. Steve looked around in surprise, as if trying to remember something. Jean asked if Donnie was joking, and he fearfully replied that he was not, asking why she decided that. The girl narrowed her eyes in disbelief, but did not say anything more. She turned to the military man and asked if he was recording, and the guy replied, "It's over." Jean asked tensely where their writing came from. Turning around, she noticed that Steve had gone somewhere up, along the stones. She ordered the rest of the guys to move forward. The squad moved on, following Steve, climbing up the rocks. Our hero had already stood up and froze near the entrance to the cave. There was a look of confusion on his face as he looked ahead. The guys were shocked that there was a cave in such a place, and the military man was worried that someone would jump out of it. Steve called upon the spirit of the tree, and thousands of fireflies flew forward from his body. The guys froze in shock, and Donnie exclaimed, "What is this?" Fireflies settled on the walls of the cave, which were completely covered with writing. The guys were shocked that all the inscriptions were in their language, and decided that their relative lived here. Donnie read the entry, "I want to eat chicken. I want to eat soup," and asked if the underground Robinson Crusoe really lived here. The military man tensely read the inscription, "I want to see the man." Suddenly both guys froze when they saw another entry, "How I want a woman, I really want affection." The military man said that this pervert wrote a whole novel here. The guys looked at the inscriptions and decided that he was full of desire, and the military man said that he could no longer read it. They laughed, and Donnie asked what kind of burning mushrooms he was drawing. The next inscription read, "I want to see the faces of even those I hate. I want to see the hated father and mother and younger brother Chad." Donnie said in surprise that Chad's name was there. And at that time, the younger brother read another inscription. Steve was here. The military man and Donnie immediately realized who wrote it, and their fun immediately disappeared. Jean, who had been watching what was happening, then turned around confidently. She looked at Steve, who had not made a sound all this time, studying the inscriptions. Donnie said that these were like the drawings of ancient people, and the military man added that the creator had good drawing skills. Jean walked up to Steve and asked him if this was where he was. But our hero did not answer. He looked forward in shock at the drawings. The inscription read, 500 years have passed since I became a ruler. For the last 100 years, Kuro could not defeat Steve. And there was also an Akarta in the picture. Steve vividly remembered Kuro, the huge black tiger he had fought. Our hero saw as now the yellow eyes of the enemy with whom he had fought for many years. Jean asked the guy how he was, but Steve only looked in shock at another drawing. There was a record of the Third Moon War. The Gorilla Jack clan rebelled, and when the third moon rose, the battle would begin. He remembered the last battle with a huge gorilla, and the thought that this time only one would survive. Steve simply couldn't believe his eyes looking at the drawings. Donnie continued to explore the cave and said that there were knives here. The guys looked at the shining blades, forged from stone, and therefore they were not artifacts. Suddenly, Steve rushed towards the exit of the cave, surprising the guys. Donnie shouted to Steve excitedly, asking where he ran off to. And Jean was already rushing after him, trying to stop him or at least catch up. Donnie shouted that Steve was offended because the military man was laughing at the drawings, but the guy replied that they laughed together. And Steve rushed up, running straight up the steep cliff. Our hero climbed to the top of the mountain and examined the area around. He simply could not believe his eyes and wondered in surprise what had happened here. Jean climbed the mountain where our hero stood and called him by name. Rising, she asked what was there, whether this was the place where he once lived. Steve replied that it seemed so, but something was wrong, and Jean asked what exactly. The guy pointed in one direction and said that there used to be a snowy mountain there. He pointed in the other direction and said there were fruit trees there. Then he pointed to a place where there was fog and said that there was a sea there. John was truly surprised when she heard about the sea in the dungeon. Steve said that this sea was called the Sea of Roar and it was truly dangerous. The girl could not believe that there could be a sea in the 4th level dungeon. She asked about the writing on the wall. Didn't he leave it? And Steve said it was his writing. These were Steve's attempts not to forget about civilization. He wrote them while hiding from animals. He recalled how he took notes, and even when he changed his habitat, he returned to this cave and wrote. Jean asked if lizard men existed back then, and Steve replied that they didn't exist then. The girl asked what happened to his animal friends. Steve looked thoughtfully into the distance and repeated the girl's words, "My friends." The guy said that this was leopard territory and they wouldn't leave because of some lizard men. In response, Jean pointed into the distance and asked if he could see the fog there. She said that there, just beyond the mountains, was the end of the dungeon, the most ordinary dead end. Steve was sincerely shocked by these words, not believing that where there used to be a sea was now a dead end. Suddenly, they both heard a noise below, and Jean shouted that a lizard man was approaching. Jean activated her clairvoyant skill and said that they were approaching. The girl counted the number of approaching monsters. There were more than 80 of them. The guys climbed to the top where Jean and Steve stood. Donnie said that if they weren't next to them, they would die. Jean screamed that 102 lizards were rising towards them. The girl was indignant that they were all rising at once and took out her sword. and at the very bottom stood the largest red lizard, and she shouted that he was the king of the lizards. The lizard grinned its mouth angrily, and on its head was some kind of animal, like a mask. Taking a closer look at the skull, Steve thought that it looked very similar to the skull of a leopard. Suddenly, our hero told Jean to be with the others, and without waiting for an answer, he jumped down from the top of the mountain, surprising Jean. The girl shouted from above, asking what he was up to, but there was no answer. Meanwhile, in the city, Grandma was feeding a pigeon and with a smile asked him if it was good to peck food like that. Suddenly, the dove began to shine with a blue light and lightning appeared around it, which greatly surprised the granny. And Jean stared at Steve in surprise, not believing her eyes. Instead of arms, Steve grew huge wings and flew down towards the rising monsters. Seeing Steve, the king of the monsters swung his huge spear, aiming at the guy. The spear flew past Steve and he went down to the king of the monsters, stopping next to him. At this point, Paki began to shine and lightning appeared around him, as before with the dove. And now, instead of Steve, a white beast appeared, grinning its mouth angrily. He grabbed the Lizard King by the throat and together they flew down the mountain. Our hero, together with the Lizard King, fell somewhere in the forest, and from the impact at the place of the fall, it was as if a bomb had exploded. Jean watched this fall in shock and called Steve crazy. At that moment, the guys climbed to the top, and Donnie said that no matter how embarrassing it was, there was no need to jump. And Chad asked in surprise if it was really his brother who jumped. Donnie said that he seemed to have fallen hard there, which made Jean get angry and shout that he was okay. And while the guys were talking, 100 lizardmen were rising closer and closer to them. Jean shouted that the lizard was 30 meters away from them and ordered them to prepare for an attack. The military man picked up a large boulder and shouted that he was ready to attack. Donnie took out his rifle and, taking aim, shouted to the monsters to come here. Chad also took the cobblestone, but all his attention was focused on his brother and his jump. Donnie opened fire, shooting the approaching lizards, and they began to fall from the cliff. And Steve fought with the Lizard King below and hit him hard in the jaw with his elbow. The next blow was a fist to the jaw, causing the monster's eyes to widen. Steve then unleashed a hail of punches on the monster, turning it into a bloody pulp. Steve opened his fanged mouth and growled furiously. Our hero took the half-dead monster by the neck and trotted slightly, trying to bring him to his senses. After that, Civ took the mask and, tearing it off the monster's muzzle, threw it further to the side. Grabbing his claws into the monster's body, Steve asked where the leopards had gone. But the monster did not answer, and was only able to clench his fist behind our hero's back. With the last of his strength, the Lizard King lightly hit Steve's head with his fist. But from this act, our hero became furious and bared his teeth furiously. The ground around the two animals suddenly shook and the wind rose, and Steve stood on his hind legs. Without letting go of the monster's clutches, our hero soared into the sky, leaving a blue streak of light behind him. The guys on the mountain continued to throw stones at the lizards that were creeping ever closer, and there was no end to them. Another boulder knocked down the lizard, but two others were already rushing to take its place. Donnie continued to fire away with his rifle, shouting for them all to die quickly. Under fire from stones and rifles, some monsters fell, but the guys were unable to remove them all. The military man suddenly asked whether melee weapons were not more effective than long-range weapons. Donnie said that there is a limit on the amount of fire. Depending on the level, the effectiveness drops greatly, but this is a hopeless situation. Jean held two swords in her hands and shouted to the guys that they were rising, ordering them to concentrate. Chad pulled out two daggers and a crazy smile appeared on his face again and laughter rang out. Donnie screamed that Chad had lost his mind again and said that he couldn't be allowed to jump. Someone screamed to look and the guys saw Steve appear in the air next to them, holding the Lizard King. There was a blue glow around Steve's legs. He grabbed the monster by the throat and swung it, preparing to throw it. The guys stared at Steve in shock, and at this time the crowd of lizards was getting closer and closer. At that moment, Steve swung and threw the body of the Lizard King with force. The military man, realizing what our hero wanted to do, shouted in horror that they had to run away. The body flew into the crowd of lizards, destroying the mountain along with them, and Steve received a level increase and turned off his wind control skill. The lizards flew in different directions from such a blow, and the mountain began to break. The ground under the feet of the guys standing on the mountain began to crack, and Donnie shouted that they were going to fall. John also began to fall and only managed to shout to the guys to take care of themselves. The military man also flew down and tears welled up in his eyes from fear. The mountain finally collapsed and all four fell down. The top of the mountain split into two parts with a roar and a hail of stones and boulders flew down. Jean landed successfully on the edge of the surviving mountain, while clouds of dust rose around her. The girl stood up and looked around in search of other survivors. Seeing someone's hand, she rushed forward, asking as she walked if everything was okay. The soldier was buried in the stones, but was able to raise his hand and said that he was Henry and that everything was fine with him. Donnie said in fear that they almost died. Chad was lying on the ground and Packy ran up to him. Suddenly Steve appeared nearby in human form and told them to go because the portal had already opened. Seeing Steve, the guys joyfully rushed towards him because they thought that he had not survived the fall from the mountain. And Henry was surprised and tilted his head to the side and asked how this was even possible. Near the portal at that moment stood Melissa with her assistants in squad number 11, led by Cedric. Steve and the guys came out of the portal one by one, surrounded by a blue glow. Seeing the guys, Melissa smiled and said that they were going out. Steve's clan left the portal in deathly silence, and the military near the portal looked at them carefully. Steve was silent and looked thoughtfully to the side. There was confusion on the guy's usually serious face. Cedric, seeing our hero, asked if he was Steve and added that he could barely drag his feet. But Melissa ignored the guy's words and called out to Steve, coming closer. Steve looked at Melissa with the same confused look. The girl came closer to him and greeted him. She wanted to say something else but did not have time. In front of everyone, Steve turned into a dove and flew away, under the gaze of everyone. The squad looked after Steve in amazement, and one guy asked if Steve had really turned into a dove. Another guy said that he also thought it was his imagination, and Cedric added that it would probably be delicious to fry him. Melissa asked if he wasn't turning into a dog, and Jean just sighed heavily. She asked Jean what happened, and the girl replied that if Melissa came to negotiate, then it was better to go. The brunette frowned and asked what was wrong with the video. Jean called Henry and told him to take Melissa and return to headquarters. But the girl said that the blonde should go too, and she was surprised by these words. Melissa said Steve's surveillance has now been completed, and her deportation order has been issued. Jean instantly became furious and screamed where she was being sent this time. Melissa replied, "She's going on a field offensive near the midline. Things are serious there." Hearing the place where she was being sent, Jean clenched her teeth in surprise, but did not object. Henry told the guys that 4 people would remain with them to operate the portal, and this number of people should be enough. Chad shook the guy's hand and said that he would treat them like guests, while Henry advised him to hire staff as soon as possible. The guy thanked the military man for his advice and smiled kindly at him. Henry smiled a slightly nervous smile in response and wondered what Chad's true face was. And next to him, Cedric shouted in surprise what kind of return we were talking about. He said that Melissa kept insisting that she needed to talk to Steve, to which the girl replied that they had better return to headquarters today and begin negotiations on the squad's salary. Heading to the car, the girl said that the boss was waiting for them, inviting them to go. But Cedric shouted that that wasn't the problem and asked if Steve didn't want to talk to them. The man was indignant that the people from the guild did not have the sense to go into the dungeon alone, and if it exploded, they would call him. Donnie glared at the outraged man, indignant, and Chad said to just leave. Already from the car, which was rushing at full speed to the headquarters, Melissa called the boss. The man immediately started yelling at her, asking if she had told everything to the journalists. Melissa said that everyone except the management team was leaving, adding that everything could be fixed and suggested we talk at the meeting. The boss's ardor waned, and he only asked in surprise what this meant. After some time, the group returned to the awakened bureau to submit a report. Henry showed the inscriptions in the cave on the screen, saying that this was Steve's diary. In the next video, he showed how Fiction flew into the air and threw the Lizard King onto the mountain. Henry said that it was impossible to film inside the cave, but they did film how Steve grew wings. The guy added that he could merge with animals. Henry turned off the screen and said that his recording ended there. Cedric angrily said that they were out of their minds. They couldn't easily defeat the Lizard King. The boss said that the Lizard King's level 4 combat power is somewhere around level B. Henry corrected him, saying that it was a Class A, and added that Steve just knocked down a level A like that. The boss folded his hands in front of him and said that it turns out Steve is superior to level C. Jin reported that the current E-level spatial energy, C plus combat power, after transformation depends on the power of the animal, but is assessed as the weakest SSS level. It was also confirmed that his level increase depends on the removal of restrictions. For other awakened ones, everything is not so. Cedric asked about the lifting of restrictions and added that everyone is unusual. John shrugged and said she didn't know anything about that. The boss asked what his performance was before. Cedric thought that if all those who disappeared returned like Steve, then their country would definitely become a superpower. Henry said that if they went there without equipment, they would definitely die, and added that it was unlikely that there would be another such person. The boss asked that, be that as it may, Steve apparently returned from dungeon number 4, but Jean firmly said that they could not confirm this yet. The boss said that it was also unpleasant for him to realize this, but it was a fact that it was not a new planet that had been discovered. He added that it was more important to understand whether the secret of Steve's success was in that dungeon. Melissa, who had previously been silent, agreed with the boss. The man said that Steve even signed the contract, so why is he trying to interfere with the intelligence? Cedric said that Steve was just trying to prevent him from learning the secret of his strength and called the guy selfish. But then Jean intervened and said that this was not the case at all. Melissa interrupted the girl before she could finish and asked if they meant further negotiations. The boss indignantly asked what other negotiations were taking place. They had already held a lot of them. Melissa just smiled and tried to convey her thoughts to the boss, but he seemed to refuse to listen and only asked again what was the matter. Jean stormed out of the hall where they were sitting, calling everyone idiots talking about the secret of strength and power. And at this time, Melissa told her plans and asked if it was not tempting. Cedric said that if they staffed their riot squad with people level C and above, he would take charge of the search and the chief's problems would be solved. The boss smiled contentedly and said that even if he took all the loot, it would be very profitable. Cedric said that the bonus was 780% of the salary, and the man replied that if everything worked out, it would be nothing. The boss asked Melissa what he should give Steve in exchange for unlimited entry into the dungeon. The girl answered vaguely, saying that she needed to give away what was left. But the boss didn't understand what she meant and asked again what they had left. Somewhere outside the city, surrounded by well-tended gardens, stood a small house. Munch walked in front, and several guys followed him, asking if the guy was going to get tomatoes, and the monk called them to also collect potatoes and peppers. The boys began to argue about who planted more potatoes and tomatoes, and Munch listened to the boys' conversation with a smile. The monk opened the door of the warehouse where bags of fertilizer and gardening supplies lay. The guys entered the warehouse, discussing who would pick how many tomatoes today and what they would cook for dinner. Munch told everyone to take a hoe and go to the garden. And none of them saw that someone was standing outside the window and, with his reddened eyes wide open, watching. At this time, the military detachment was preparing to depart and reported that it was 10 minutes before departure. One of the military men ordered the group commander to check the number of passengers and equipment and asked to report on the situation. 2 commanders reported that everything was normal and they were ready. The military man addressed Team 11, but Jean did not hear him, looking intently at the phone. One of the soldiers called her, and she looked questioningly, not understanding what was the matter. Then it dawned on her and the girl reported that the 11th team was normal. The military man was satisfied with this answer and said that then they would begin the operation. Military vehicles and tanks moved forward to the desired point. Already in the car, Jean continued to look at her phone and sighed heavily. One soldier said that the nearby dungeons exploded one after another and it was hell, and then asked why they didn't send a detection team to the front line. To which Jean replied that they needed to write wills and send them to their relatives before the signal was lost. The guys were annoyed by this answer and asked why she did this to them. Steve's guild house no longer resembled a haunted house, and Granny, Bill, and Packy were running around, stealing the laundry. Steve was sleeping on a pile of grass that looked more like a nest and didn't hear Jean calling him. Donnie in the next room thought that Steve had been sleeping too long. It wasn't like him. He looked at the laptop and thought that since everyone knew that Steve was not from the new planet, the sponsorship would stop. But when he opened the account, he shouted in surprise how much money there was. At that moment, Chad entered the room, greatly frightening Donnie. The boy asked him to knock next time, and Chad asked if he really watched adult films. Donnie thought about it and asked how he could say such a thing, and even in daylight. Chad asked if Munch had called him, and the guy replied that he hadn't. He looked at the phone worriedly, and said that he couldn't get through, suggesting that something had happened to him. But Donnie was calm and said that Munch was probably having a good time with the kids right now. Then he saw the package in Chad's hands and asked what he had. Chad replied that Grandma said she was weak and he bought her some medicine, and Donnie laughed and asked if it was like Steve's fiancé. The boy asked if it seemed to him that our hero had been sleeping too long, and Chad replied that he just wanted to wake him up. And Steve had already woken up and was sitting on the floor, thinking about what happened in the dungeon. He thought that he would be able to see his friends if the portal opened, but his world turned out to be just a grain of sand. He recalled that he did not meet any friends there, but he saw some infected monsters. Our hero remembered with longing the family of red wolves and how fun they hunted together. He also remembered the huge black tiger Kuro, with whom he fought many times for territory. I also remembered Jack, the giant gorilla. It was in the midst of their battle that Steve returned to Earth. With a smile, Steve wondered where they were. Where had they gone? Had they really moved to other places because they were frightened by the big snake? Our hero settled on the thought that no matter what, if they were destined to happen, they would definitely meet again. At that moment, Chad entered the room, and seeing that Steve had woken up, he called him for lunch. The guy agreed and added that while he was sleeping, he didn't even realize how hungry he was. His phone rang again, and Londi was displayed on the screen. But Steve did not hear the call and left the room. The guys were sitting at a set table when Steve asked where Blondie had gone because she loves lobsters. The guys were surprised to hear this, and suddenly something occurred to Donnie, which made him stare at Steve in surprise. Our hero looked at Donnie confusedly and asked what he said. Squinting, the boy asked if Steve really didn't know the girl's name. Our hero was puzzled by this question, and asked in response if her name was not Blondie. Donnie couldn't believe Steve was serious, and said that her name was actually Jean. The guy obviously heard this name for the first time, and Donnie asked in surprise if they hadn't met. Steve asked what exactly the boy was talking about. They met to have offspring. Donnie looked at Steve in shock, deciding that his head was all about hunting and offspring. Chad changed the topic of conversation and said that she had gone to the region on a mission. He said that Jean could not reach Steve and called him, and also said that they needed to take a person to the guild. Our hero was not happy to hear this proposal, and asked if this was necessary. Chad replied that this is necessary. They need someone to operate the measuring equipment, because they do not know where and how the portal will explode. Steve turned to Donnie and asked if he had anyone in mind. The boy said that maybe one of his friends, with whom he practiced boxing or his YouTube subscriptions, would respond. Donnie asked if Steve had anyone as an example, but then remembered that he had recently returned. Sinking his teeth into the lobster shell, our hero asked if he had heard from Munch. Chad was surprised that he didn't answer him either, and added that the monks took the children from the orphanage and should now be in the city. Donnie also dialed Munch's number and said that he still wasn't answering, adding that it wasn't like him. Military equipment rushed through the destroyed city to its destination. The guys in the car heard an announcement that they were entering the red zone of Necroville and were asked to turn off their communication devices. Jean was holding the phone in her hands when the guys around them began to discuss the red zone, which was not on the map. The girl pressed the shutdown button without reaching Steve, and the screen went black. Just at that moment, Steve picked up his phone and saw the missed calls from Blondie. He immediately called her back, and the voice responded that the subscriber was out of range. Cars raced through the forest, and zombie-like monsters roamed among the trees. And only one of the monsters carefully watched the military, staring at them with red eyes. Our hero stood in the room and listened to the beeps on the phone. But he didn't even suspect that at the other end of the line the phone was lying in a pool of blood. Steve said he wasn't answering and put the phone away, starting to worry. Melissa and Cedric drove up to Steve's guild house, and she called Chad and asked if they could see Steve. The white-haired man smiled, looking to the side, and said that this is a man and a dog. Steve sat not far from them under a tree with his head thrown back. They sat down to talk at the table, and our hero asked in surprise about what research. He asked, "This is not the planet they have been looking for so long, so why are they so obsessed with research?" Melissa replied that they wanted to know what the secret of Steve's strength was, and the answer was there. The guy replied that if you train for 1,000 years, everything will work out, and asked why they didn't believe. Cedric asked not to behave like that among his fellow countrymen, and added that this was not just like that, but to stop the national crisis. The man said that the number of dungeons on the 6th level is increasing, and the time and passage is decreasing. The number of infected people has increased sharply, and there is a shortage of food. He added that it was critical to train high-level people like Steve. Steve noticed the words about the infected and asked what kind of infection it was. It turns out that after the cataclysm, an unknown virus began to spread. Infecting people living near the dungeons, these infected do not die, but attack and infect people and animals. These infected are called Necrovilles. They look like zombies with red eyes. The girl showed the map, saying that the red dots are their zones. If they increase, it will be more difficult to block the breakthrough into the dungeon. Melissa added that according to assumptions, this virus came from the portals, but the infection rate is so high that it is difficult to respond in time. Steve listened and said that there were 2 gifts in exchange for permission to explore the dungeon and unlimited hunting. The girl said that first, they will raise the level of Steve's guild to level 5. Our hero asked if this meant they could go to level 5 dungeons, and the girl confirmed this. Melissa narrowed her eyes slyly and asked, "Attractive, isn't it?" Steve didn't answer and asked what the second gift was. The girl said that the second gift is territory. Steve was surprised by such a gift. She showed a map, adding that this place was north of their territory, and asked if they could. Steve looked at the map and said if this field was abandoned. He asked if they were talking about defending the city from the west. Melissa showed a map and said that except for a few cities, the rest of the land was abandoned and turned into fields. Those who remained on the fields after the cataclysm moved in search of a safe place, and there was not enough space in the cities to accommodate them. Steve smiled cheerfully and asked if they really wanted to place them in the office. Melissa replied that if people came, they would be able to rebuild the city, clear out the dungeons, and be able to cultivate the fields. And if the guild was recognized as being in charge of the attack, then make a serious profit. She said that for now, it would be possible to use modular versions to prepare, and if a portal opened with more time, the guild would hit the jackpot. Steve liked these prospects and replied that the conditions were not bad. Afterwards, he asked a question about what is happening in the neighboring country. Cedric said that most of the victims of the cataclysm were there. There was a coup. The system collapsed. The survivors live in groups. The situation is out of control. Isn't it just a matter of time before they run south? All 3 were solemnly silent with sly smiles on their faces, and Steve wondered if he was lying now or they were. After thinking a little, the guy replied that everything was fine and offered to sign a contract. Melissa was clearly pleased with the answer and said it was the right choice. Steve asked if the condition of staying in the country for 100 days was canceled, and the girl answered, "Right?" When Steve signed the contract, he said that in addition, he wanted to ask for 2 things: Our hero said that he wanted to meet the scientist who made the spatial energy meter. And the second favor is to find out Munch's location. Melissa was surprised by such a request, and Steve explained that the monk had disappeared and was not answering calls. The girl replied that she understood everything and added that these tasks were easy. Previously silent, Cedric stood up and said with a satisfied smile that he would then begin the quest. In the tall Scylla Guild building, several people were sitting outside the guild recruitment office. One of the people sitting waiting was Jim. He reflected that this guild is one of the largest, recruitment is only twice a year, and some mercenaries did not even make it to the selection. Scylla Guild is a mercenary place. It is difficult to get through, but if you are accepted, you will receive tremendous support. Jim jumped at the opportunity as his guild disbanded. He received a message that he had passed the test and thought that wandering around small clans and all his efforts were not in vain. But Jin was very nervous as he sat waiting and thought that this was not the end. He reflected that out of the 50 candidates who made it through the final screening, only 10 were chosen. He decided that he should not lose confidence. Perhaps this was his only chance. His thoughts were interrupted by an incoming message and he stared in surprise at the phone screen. One of the people on the committee told the candidates that this was a great job and they could quit. The elderly man said that this time the recruitment was extremely bad and only criminals came. Another added that any kid could do better than them. And Morris said that this swordsman was not bad, looking at the profile. It was Jim's profile, and all the men from the commission confirmed that he was really not bad. The elderly man was surprised that in 3 years, Jin had only reached level E. Morris said he could be promoted and added that he would personally train him. The man ordered the next ones to be called, and the guy at the entrance went to invite them. He went out into the corridor and invited candidates from 46 to 50th. But sitting opposite the commission members were not 5, but only 4 candidates. The man asked why there were 4 of them, and Morris asked where Jim was. One of the candidates replied that he suddenly ran out. In fact, Jim received a message that read, "If you want to join my guild, then come to the specified address in the city of Steveland." Jim immediately rushed away from the building, because there's no need to even think about it. Because this is a message from the Savior, and the hottest guy in the country. Military vehicles continued to drive in the red zone, past those infected with Necroville. The driver was looking at the screens and turned around, and told the boss to look at them. The guy mocked, because they said that they had experience with missile defense, but they themselves ran in different directions out of fear. The boy said that nothing was clear yet, and suggested that the sergeant put them down, as he once had put down 2,000. The sergeant replied that they should stick to the standard course, because if they went the other way, they would not be able to get to the right place in time. Suddenly, the boy behind the wheel fell silent and called the sergeant. On the road ahead, someone or something blocked the path of military vehicles. The sergeant immediately tensed up and, cursing, asked what it was. Having approached closer, they examined several infected people who were devouring a huge bear. Seeing the light from the headlights, one of the infected turned around and looked angrily at the car with red eyes. The sergeant said that they would turn them into dust with a Proton rocket, but the driver replied that this would make everyone angry. But the sergeant said that they had little time and a little further there was already a combat zone. The driver did not argue and pressed a button on the dashboard, which set the rocket launcher on the roof of the car into motion. The sergeant gave the order to shoot, and 4 rockets flew into the crowd of infected people. The monsters turned their heads towards the cars, and at that moment the missiles flew, tearing them into pieces. And the tanks rushed forward, crushing the monsters and tearing them to pieces. The surviving monsters saw this attack and began to growl, attracting other zombies. The tanks brought their firearms into combat readiness, preparing to fight off the remaining monsters. And the crowd of monsters was already rushing towards the tanks. They were growling and groaning, trying to catch up with the cars. The sergeant in the car shouted that they were advancing and gave the order to open fire. The cannons fired a burst of shots, following the order of the sergeant. The cartridges tore the infected into pieces, clearing the way. Meanwhile, a white van was racing along country roads. And behind the van was a crowd of Necroville-infected people rushing. Suddenly, the driver saw on the dashboard that an icon lit up, informing him that fuel was running out. The driver said that gas was running out, and Munch shouted to him to move towards the camp. The van sped forward, passing a sign indicating which way to go. The monsters continued to chase them, and the monk shouted that if they drove a little further, they would reach the mountain camp. The driver apologized because he was the one who insisted on going here, but he didn't think that the monsters had already gotten here. Munch turned to the senior monk, saying that he too wanted to prepare food for the children from fresh vegetables. The senior monk was embarrassed to listen to this, but he was grateful for Munch's support. The guy said that they still have a lot of field work to do, so they need to get rid of the tail in order to eat in peace with the children. The senior monk agreed with the guy, adding that they were probably hungry there, and the infected continued to pursue them, making hoarse, incomprehensible sounds. They drove up to the camp. Munch shouted that the door was open and told him to slow down quickly. He turned back and pulled back the curtain, looking into the depths of the van. He asked the guys if they could run fast, because when they stopped, they would have to run with all their might. The children were scared, and the women sitting nearby just sighed heavily. But Munch was determined, thinking that this time he would save everyone. The monsters were approaching the van. Despite the awkwardness, they ran very quickly. And then the van stopped. The passengers ran out of it and rushed forward, and the monsters were already on their heels. Munch was carrying 2 children when he shouted something from behind, and the guy turned around. One of the monsters almost caught up with them. He stretched his arms forward and wheezed heavily. Munch let the guys go and shouted to them to run forward without looking back. The next second, he began to turn towards the monster, grabbing his bat. He swung his bat at the monster's head, and his jaw flew out with a crunch. With incredible speed, Munch rushed towards the crowd of zombies, scattering them. Having scattered the first wave, the monk stopped, looking at the approaching crowd of infected. He thought that there were too many of them here, and there were still 6 minutes before the dragon's attack. But suddenly something caught his attention. Fireflies began to appear around Munch and the crowd of zombies surrounding them. The next moment, tornado pillars appeared, lifting the monsters into the air. Everyone watched in shock as the crowd of monsters swirled in the air. Munch froze, watching this scene, surrounded by fireflies, and a figure could be seen behind him. Steve stood on the roof of the building watching the attack and said that this was very useful. Munch and the rest of the fugitives turned towards the voice, looking at the guy from a distance. Our hero put his hands in his pockets and stood on the roof, against the backdrop of the azure sky. Seeing him, Munch exclaimed that he was a benefactor, and Steve asked him to move away so that the monk would not be sucked in. Steve activated the tornado skill, and all the monsters began to spin in a whirlwind even faster, and the fireflies shone brighter. It looked like a canvas embroidered with precious stones, and seeing it, Steve said with burning eyes that he liked it. Meanwhile, the military vehicles were still shooting back at the monsters. The sergeant, clearly nervous, shouted into the radio that he was sending a request to connect to the military network. He shouted into the radio that they were being pursued by necrovilles, and they were asking for reinforcements at their location. At that moment, a hail of stones fell on them, and dozens of monsters surrounded the tank. The infected tried to get into the cabin, and the sergeant shouted at them to hold on tight. The stones continued to fly, and there were more and more monsters. They climbed onto the tank, fell, but immediately tried to climb back. Suddenly, the tank ran over a cobblestone, and the car began to roll over on its side. Those driving behind saw that the first car had overturned and gave the order to quickly turn around. An unsuspecting Jean was sitting in her car when she noticed that her sword began to glow. They radioed that the first car had overturned. The car stopped, and the soldiers asked in surprise what had happened. One of the soldiers nervously told the captain that they seemed to be in shit. The necrovilles began to climb onto the next car, swarming around it like flies. Jean pressed a button on the screen that opened the window shutter. The girl opened her eyes in fear when she met the gaze of red eyes in the window. The infected people surrounded the military vehicle, crowding onto it. Jean gave the order for them to quickly unlock the door. And the soldier complained that it was not without reason that he had nightmares yesterday. The driver turned away from the zombie-covered front window and said he was unlocking the back door. The door began to open slowly, and everyone heard the wheezing of the infected, and Jean ordered to step back. The decaying hands of the infected began to grab the opening door. The soldiers looked on in horror and wondered how they would get through it. Jean ordered them to immediately go to car 7 and kill everything that blocked their path. A yellow ball caught fire in the girl's hands, and she shouted to everyone to disperse. A column of yellow fire flew out of the car, sweeping away all the infected in its path. The soldiers were shocked by Jean's skills and said that the path behind was now clear. Jean ordered everyone to quickly go out, because the zombies were approaching again. The girl told the driver that he was also getting out, and they were leaving the car here. One of the infected jumped from the roof of the car, trying to attack Jean. But the girl instantly pulled out her sword and cut the approaching monster with a flourish. Monsters began to surround Jean from all sides, and she cursed in irritation. She slashed her sword in a circle, scattering the infected in different directions, and shouted to them to move away. And the sergeant from the first car tried to shoot back from the attacking monsters. He gave the order to the shooting soldiers to surround the car. One of the soldiers said he would check on the survivors from the second vehicle. The soldier looked into the car and said that the driver and front seat passenger were dead. But there was no end to the infected, and they were getting closer and closer. The soldiers tried to open the door, but it would not open, and one ordered to bring him a burner. He shouted that they were from Group 7. They were opening the door and asked to move away. The rest of the soldiers covered him so that the zombies could not get close to the survivors. But there weren't enough soldiers, and the infected still managed to break through and attack them. The surviving soldiers frightenedly shouted to the captain that they were being crushed and would not stand it for long. But Captain Rock, they shouldn't panic, because they need to endure a little more. One of the soldiers with the clairvoyant skill saw the infected person approaching, saying that there were 30 meters left. There were more and more zombies. They surrounded the soldiers who were firing back. The sergeant pulled out a dagger and told the soldiers to prepare to fight them off close. Suddenly, flashes of blue lightning began to appear behind the crowd of monsters. These lightning tore the monsters to pieces, scattering the remains of their bodies in different directions. The lightning became more and more, and soon the entire crowd of infected was engulfed by it. The soldiers asked in shock what it was. Suddenly, one of the soldiers shouted for them to look up at the sky. There were several people in the sky, jumping from quadcopters, and on them was written, 707A. The captain smiled and said that these bastards are just in time. One of the soldiers from the special squad landed on the car, surprising the soldiers below. And Jean fought with the infected, cutting them into pieces, not knowing about reinforcements. She turned to strike again, but her sword was intercepted by a soldier approaching from behind. Jean looked at the guy and thought it was Valentine. The soldier who had previously jumped onto the car said that he would finish the rest himself and prepared the installation behind him. Valentine put his hand on the girl's head and pulled her towards him, saying out loud, "Shield!" And the soldier standing on the car began firing many huge red charges from his weapon. The balls flew forward towards the crowd of approaching infected, but did not incinerate or explode, as if flying forward. Then the soldier shouted. Fire and balls began to explode, tearing the infected to pieces. Monsters, rocks, and trees all flew apart, and in the center of the explosion sat Jean and Valentine. Soon, in the place where the monsters were, everything began to burn and explode, and a drone and several helicopters were flying over the place, trying to contact the soldiers remaining below. They requested a personal count after counting the wounded and dead. Suddenly, one of the helicopter pilots said that an unknown object was approaching them at great speed. And at this time, the infected fell down, previously raised by the whirlwind. Steve smiled at Munch, who looked at him seriously, and the air around them seemed to glow with a firefly. The bodies of the infected fell around Munch like a hail of zombies, and the orphans looked at what was happening with a mixed feeling of delight and fear. Seeing that there were no more monsters left, the children rushed towards Munch, screaming loudly that all the monsters were dead. Steve smiled and told Munch that it was fun. Now it was time for them to go home. The monk turned to Steve, calling him a benefactor and asking how he found them. Then the other monks and children saw Steve and asked who he was. Munch, with a satisfied smile, began to say that he asked to welcome this, but did not finish. One of the surviving infected clung to his leg, gnawing at the flesh. Munch looked down in horror, watching the zombie bite into his leg. And at this time, a new portal opened in a neighboring country. The road collapsed along with the cars. A huge monster came out of the portal, causing panic among the residents. The running woman fell, and the stroller with the sleeping child rolled away. The stroller was stopped by Hiro, who arrived in time at the site where the portal opened. All the residents shouted the guy's name in delight, glad that he had come to their aid. And the monster began to be surrounded by men in black suits with swords in their hands. The monster raised its head up and released several fireballs. One of the men activated his stealth skill, and his swords were engulfed in black flames. At that moment, a fireball flew up to the guy and exploded right next to him. And the monster continued to release fireballs that exploded and destroyed everything around. But in place of one man in black, several more appeared, and someone shouted that they were clones. And while they distracted the monster's attention, Hiro got closer and cut him in half. The guy swung his swords easily, as if he knew where to aim next. Hiro delivered a series of cutting blows, and the monster, cut into several pieces, began to settle to the ground. As a result, the monster collapsed to the ground, and its body fell apart into several parts. People who saw the victory rejoiced and loudly shouted the name of their hero, Hiro. People shouted that it was Hiro's team, and they saved them again. Military vehicles were rushing towards the portal, and the news reported that a huge monster had emerged from the portal, wreaking havoc, but large casualties were avoided thanks to Hiro's team. Anna praised Hiro and said it was a great job, and he asked what she was watching. The girl said that this video was about Steve and asked if Hiro, the druid she was talking about, remembered him. With a smile, the guy asked what was wrong with him this time. He was stuck somewhere again. The girl replied that he had just returned from the dungeon. Hiro watched the plot condescendingly and thought that he was there too, and didn't see the point in making a show about it. Suddenly, something caught the guy's attention, and he asked to scroll down. The girl stopped at a group photo of the guys called An In-Depth Analysis of Steve's Guild. Hiro looked at the photo in disbelief because he recognized the boy in it. The girl asked if Hiro recognized anyone in this photo, and Hiro sat in shock because this boy was the eighth evil. The guy thought that it was definitely him. The boy must have recently lost his father and was in an orphanage. Hiro mused that this was why he wanted to kill him in the last place. The guy was thinking that this boy is a terrifying villain, the eighth evil. Why is he here? There was a new guy in the photo, Jim, who was introduced as a new member of the guild, and Hiro remembered him as a hellish swordsman. He also knew Munch and called him the Immortal Destroyer Monk. Hiro could not understand how and why all these people gathered in one guild. The girl showed Hiro the video, adding that she collected all the videos for him so that he could see what she was talking about. Anna added that in her opinion, either no one controls. In one video, Steve easily killed a crowd of monsters flying at him. The next video showed footage of the fight between our hero and the Lizard King, when he slammed the monster into a mountain. Hiro looked at these videos in shock, and the girl said that isn't he too strong for a guy from an F-level dungeon. The guy confirmed that this was definitely not the level of a person from such a dungeon, and Anna said that it was likely that he was as special as Hiro. The guy wondered what if he was awakened, but he was simply not included in the database. Hiro couldn't believe it, but it all fit. Steve was just as much of a regressor as he was. He thought that maybe Steve had returned to the past to gather all the villains in the guild. But why? Hiro suddenly thought that Steve, like him, wanted to change the future. The guy thought in horror that then his ideal plan, which he had created to move into the past, could be destroyed. Then Anna noticed that Hiro was nervous and asked if everything was okay with him. The guy sighed heavily and thought that he wanted to go there after the apocalypse. He was clearly worried and turned to the girl, who asked in surprise what it was. When asked, Hiro replied that he needed to go to his home country. The guy was very serious and said he needed to talk to Steve. But to this statement, Anna replied that it was impossible now, and Hiro asked why in surprise. The tree near Steve's guild grew larger, and deer and even elephants began to appear in the forest. Refugees set up camp near the guild, and with them were orphans who were sheltered by the monk. They were all surprised that there were even elephants here, and a bunch of different fruits and vegetables were growing. The children saw growing apples and asked if they could really eat them. Munch gave orders that they also needed a pond, and the children shouted joyfully, enjoying the beauty around them. The kids ran and shouted out what they saw along the way. Some saw grapes, while others shouted that they would eat all the bananas. And near the portal, the Bureau of the Reborn set up its camp of modules. One guy reported that 37 squads of 20 people had been in the dungeon for 28 hours, and Steve's guild had cleared everything in 2.5 hours. The second guy said that Steve's guild's 8th run lasted only 11 minutes. Melissa was annoyed, figuring that if they spent 10 hours a day going through the dungeon, they would clear it in 4 days. She was furious because she knew that it was not for nothing that they agreed so quickly, and that it was necessary to introduce a limit on the number of raids. Meanwhile, Jim was showing off his new weapon, the Infernal Blade, and the guy said that it suited him perfectly. Steve said it was a welcome gift and asked if he liked it. Jim delightedly said that he really liked it, because his old sword was dull and Steve just gave him this one. Donnie added that this is a blade whose full power is only available at B rank. Until you reach it, the sword will not reveal its full power. The guy said with a smile that he would try to achieve it as soon as possible and sincerely thanked the guy. Munch turned to Steve and said that he also wanted to ask something. The monk said his staff didn't do enough damage and he wanted a weapon that could crit more often. Jim quietly asked Donnie if he really was a monk, and he answered if he really thought the guy was a nun. And Chad was taking medicine at that time. Munch said that he would really like to buy himself a winged spear, but with his level, he cannot do it. Steve asked if we were talking about that spear that costs 120 million and is automatically promoted to a rank. A spear appeared in our hero's hand, shining and shimmering. The guys enthusiastically confirmed that this was the winged spear. Steve handed it to Munch, and the guy immediately swung his spear, checking his balance. Munch loudly said that he was grateful for him and would repay him with endless curses and the blood of his enemies. Jean again quietly asked Donnie what curses we were talking about, and the guy replied that Munch specialized in special debuffs. Steve asked Donnie if he needed anything, but Donnie replied that he had already bought him this thing, showing him the rifle in his hands, and added that he didn't need anything else. The guy started asking Steve why there was an elephant walking around his house, but our hero had no idea about it. And Jin thought that he needed to get used to the fact that the F-rank team walked so freely into the 4th level dungeon. Steve turned to his brother and asked him about the medications. Jim again asked why, and Donnie replied that otherwise he would have to force them to take them. 2 blades appeared in Chad's hands, shrouded in a blue glow. The crazy smile on his face became more meaningful, and the guy said, "Let's start." Meanwhile, Hiro was waiting for an answer to his question, why they couldn't get to his home country. Anna replied that all air travel is now closed, but Irov was the first to hear about it and asked what it meant. The girl showed the news on the tablet, saying that it appeared recently. The article included information about a wyvern nest being broken and that a passenger plane had been shot down. Anna added that this applies not only to air travel, waterways are also closed, showing an article about a ship disappearing at sea. Hiro stared at the article in surprise, mentally asking why the wyverns had broken out now. At that moment, the minister called him, saying that the matter was urgent. The minister said that his group urgently needed to leave because the 7th level dungeon had recently opened. Hiro did not believe what he heard, not understanding how the 7th level dungeon could open. Anna was also surprised, saying that according to his predictions, the dungeon should not open for another 5 months. Looking thoughtfully at the phone screen, Hiro decided that events had changed. Looking at the notes about the time when the events began, he thought that the wyverns would only break out in 3 months, and the military would need a month to deal with them. But if they don't manage to close the 7th level dungeon now, then a crisis will begin in the world. Hero thought that everything was mixed up, and if everything went at this rate, he would not have time to prepare. He decided that only Steve could be the reason he must have returned from the future. And if so, then all the people around him could become exceptional individuals. Hero thought that there was only one time stone and asked himself, did Steve also go back 20 years ago, or is he from another time? Then he can know about it and its future. The guy decided that he could no longer ignore Steve and had to meet him as soon as possible. And if Steve's goals are different from Hero's, then he will have to get rid of our hero for the sake of humanity. Hero turned to Anna and said that they would first go to the 7th level dungeon. The girl responded by saying that she would continue to collect data about Steve. And our hero was in the dungeon at that time and asked Munch to collect monsters. The monk began to beat the bowl and quietly mutter a prayer. But Donnie ran up to him and shouted to him to press the cup harder and pray louder. Jim was embarrassed by this battle tactic, but he still reached for his sword early. Donnie, who was looking through the scope of his rifle, shouted to the guys that the enemies were approaching. The whole squad was looking intently into the depths of the forest when the guy shouted that it was 40 meters. Chad pulled out his blades, chuckling quietly, and Jim drew his sword when Donnie said that the enemies were 30 meters away. Finally, a crowd of lizardmen appeared, running towards our guys, waving spears. Donnie shouted that there were 125 lizardmen ahead. Steve summoned the spirits and they flew forward towards the monsters from his hands. Steve released the spirits with one hand and activated the tornado skill with the other, causing the lizardmen to be lifted into the water and spun in the air. Donnie shouted that he was the only one who managed to get out, but immediately shot him with one precise shot. The boy shot back cheerfully, saying that he had already earned 13 points. But there were more and more monsters, and Donnie shouted that there were already too many of them. Here Munch activated his dragon breakthrough skill, and a huge blue dragon lifted a crowd of monsters into the sky. But the monsters began to fall and Chad entered the battle, rushing towards the fallen monsters. Donnie turned to Jim and asked why he was standing like a pillar forward hunting. And Jim really froze and only Donnie's words pulled him out of his stupor. There were more and more lizardmen, and they looked at the guys angrily, preparing to attack. Donnie shot back at them, screaming for them to die. And Chad cut monsters with daggers, cutting off their hands. Suddenly, one of the monsters came almost close to Donnie, aiming a spear at his head. But Jim came to his aid. He cut the spear and cut off the monster's head. Donnie thanked the guy for saving him with a smile, but turned around and saw that Gene was finishing off the monster in shock. But when the second monster ran up to them, Jim concentrated and easily cut off its head. Donnie thought in surprise that the infernal blade was killing monsters. The boy thought he was on a completely different level looking at Jim. Jin remembered the past when he decided to join a big guild and went for an interview at the Scylla Guild. He thought that no other guild would send an E-rank swordsman to the 4th level dungeon. And with a satisfied smile, he realized that everything was different in Steve's guild. Suddenly, a huge lizardman appeared next to Jim and growled right in his face. Looking at the mask on the monster's head, Jim immediately realized that he was the king of the lizardmen. At that moment, Chad arrived in time, striking the monster from behind, cutting off his arm. And Jim seemed to have gathered all his strength into the tip of the blade and swung it with a scream. He dealt a series of blows to the monster, and its body immediately shattered into pieces, surprising the guy. Everyone was surprised by this attack and silently watched as blood flowed out of the headless body of the Lizard King. But Jim was most surprised. He could not believe that he had beheaded the Lizard King with one blow. But Donnie suddenly plaintively asked why it was necessary to kill him like that right away. The boy sadly said that now he will have to throw all the bloody crystals here again. Gene didn't immediately understand why Donnie was complaining, but then it finally dawned on him. He smiled guiltily and asked for forgiveness, adding that something had gotten carried away. A portal opened next to the guys and a voice announced that there were 5 minutes until the portal closed. Steve ordered to leave here and the guys obediently went to the portal. Donnie continued to look back at the bodies, adding that there were 400 million stones here. Chad told him to score because they could come here again later. Donnie said he wanted to eat those fish pies and suggested that Chad go and eat them. Because of these conversations, no one noticed that the monk suddenly slowed down and began to sweat because his bitten leg hurt. And at this time, another group was clearing the dungeon. The soldier sitting at the headquarters asked Group 2 to report on the situation and was told that they had explored Sector 3 to 30%, and added that if Steve had found something important here, he would have marked it. The soldier also reported that they had checked all the cave drawings and were moving to the next sector. Suddenly, a soldier from headquarters reported that he saw the movement of 6 targets 70 meters away from them at 4 o'clock. Cedric heard this information and said it was accepted. He sent 2 soldiers, telling them to destroy the targets quietly and immediately take the blood crystals. Cedric contacted the base and asked them for the location of the Lizard King. The soldier said that the reconnaissance team reported that he was moving in Sector 12. The soldier replied that he understood everything and sighed heavily, putting down his mug of coffee. He wondered when they would find anything valuable if they were going through the dungeon so slowly. Suddenly, the soldier heard strange sounds and turned around to see what was happening. Another soldier reported that 8 lizardmen were moving towards the base, 70 meters away. The guy was clearly prepared for the fact that the monsters might try to attack them, and asked if they could see him. He looked to the side where a red dot was burning in the bushes. The guy held the remote control in his hands, and said that if the monsters came closer, he would turn them into minced meat. Suddenly something sticky dripped onto the guy's face and he looked up in surprise. And on the roof sat the Lizard King and grinned his mouth, looking down at the soldiers. Meanwhile, Cedric's squad smashed the lizard men and took out bloody crystals from them. Suddenly, Cedric heard something and turned sharply towards the headquarters, asking what happened. The detachment heard a radio broadcast that the headquarters was attacked and it was necessary to immediately begin defense. And at that second, an explosion occurred there. Cedric cursed and ran towards the explosion, and the rest of the soldiers ran after him. More lizardmen ran towards him and the man swung his axe, preparing to strike. Cedric cut through the monsters with ease, rushing to the aid of the headquarters. He loudly ordered everyone to quickly run to the base. They must be in time. Group 707A helicopters and drones circled the landing site. A new group of infected people was approaching the soldiers. One soldier said that the Necrovilles were retreating. The second shouted that the victims needed to be taken away from here by helicopter. The soldiers tried to prevent the infected from escaping and shot everyone in sight. Valentine told Jean that they received an SOS signal while flying on a mission and apparently arrived just in time. Jean said that they were planning to unite with the SDS group. The guy said that the entire SDS is on the move, since they have to work simultaneously in 5 dungeons of the 2nd level. Suddenly, everyone looked up when they saw a fireball flying towards the helicopter. The helicopter exploded and shattered into small pieces, shocking all the soldiers. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared from behind the trees, throwing fireballs in all directions. The soldier in front of the darkened screen told Melissa that the report ended there. He said that this was the last recording made by one of the soldiers with the data transfer skill. Melissa clarified that it turns out they didn't learn anything new. He replied that a report on the situation would be received once they had cleared everything out. Melissa asked the soldier to answer why these groups changed routes and ended up there. The soldier began to say that if the instructors decided that it was a mistake, but the girl interrupted him and shouted why they went to the red zone of Necrovilles, who gave the order. She angrily shouted that if this freak returned from there alive, she would kill him herself. Melissa tried to call but heard the voice of the answering machine, which said that the subscriber's device was turned off. She sighed heavily and asked out loud what was wrong with Jean, why this always happened to her. And the phone she was trying to call lay broken in a pool of blood. The base in the dungeon was smashed, all the equipment was overturned and splattered with blood. The soldier, missing one arm, flew out of the field headquarters building, barely holding back a scream. And the Lizard King was rushing like a soldier trying to grab him. The monster easily overtook the wounded soldier and pressed his head to the ground with one paw. But the soldier seemed to be waiting for this and, grinning evilly, pressed the red button on the remote control. The Lizard King felt something and turned around and the boy told him to die quickly. Suddenly, the monster's entire body became covered in fire and began to disintegrate. Cedric and his squad rushed to the headquarters and were surprised to see the head of the Lizard King. One of the soldiers said that a portal appeared 120 meters away, 10 minutes before closing. Cedric was angry about the situation and said it was a shame. At this time at the headquarters of the capital's defense, Melissa was driving when she received a call and answered through her headset. The soldier reported that the first group had returned, but 2 of them were dead, and 2 more were seriously injured. The girl was surprised by the number of victims and asked what could have happened to them in the 4th level dungeon. The sergeant replied that this was due to the fact that they had to split into 2 groups for clearing and reconnaissance, and added that in 2 hours, they were going to go down there again. Melissa asked to tell them to wait so she could find reinforcements and asked what the other groups were doing. But they were all in a raid. The girl asked if they had found any other valuables. The soldier replied that they were busy defending the base. There were no more important reports. He added that they confirmed the time differences. Group 1 spent 48 hours there, but only 24 had passed on the ground. Melissa thought that when she went into the dungeon, time was passing twice as fast. Steve disappeared for 10 years, which means he spent 20 years in the dungeon. Melissa remembered Steve's words about how you need to train for 1,000 years to become strong. The girl thought that they had already confirmed the veracity of Steve's words. Then his training should have taken 500 years in reality. Melissa wondered how Steve could have spent 1,000 years there. She said out loud that Steve's guild was ahead of them too much. Even if they increased the number of mercenaries, they would need to quickly catch up with the guy. The guy said that Steve's group had finished clearing the dungeon 50 times in 7 hours. They reported that they were leaving the dungeon on this island. They head to the Awoken Bureau to update the files of their warriors, and Melissa was shocked that they were leaving. And at this time, Chad was driving. His level increased to E0. The guys were sleeping in the back seat. Their levels also increased. Donnie E had 1, Munch D had 0, and Jim D had 2. Steve turned to Jim and asked if he was tired. The guy, embarrassed, replied that it all just looked like a dream. Steve was surprised by this answer and asked what exactly. Gene sheepishly said that for 14 years he just sat his pants down. He had never entered the 4th and 3rd level dungeons before, but today he entered the 4th level dungeon 50 times. And even the lizard men he killed in batches were as strong as the bosses of dungeons of the 1st and 2nd levels. For 3 years of fiddling around, Jim barely reached rank E, and in Steve's guild he rose to rank D in a day. And if he had gone to the Scylla guild, he would not have had time to complete the training. "Isn't this a dream?" Jim asked, blushing. Steve, in all seriousness, offered to pinch the guy, but Jim tactfully refused. The car arrived at the Awakened Bureau and Chad shouted to the guys to wake up. Steve told the sleepy guys to finish here quickly and they would go eat lobster. In the energy measurement room, as before, lightning shone and someone's eyes were visible in them. Steve continued to hear voices in the device and thought that the stronger it became, the more clearly he heard them. The guy remembered Melissa's words that this device would be built by an English scientist and she would inform Steve when it would be possible to arrange a meeting. Our hero was full of desire to fly to England to meet him. Donnie saw the result of Steve's research and said that his number was much higher than the C rank. So why was he only assigned to him, but congratulated the guy anyway? Our hero thought in surprise that they only now found out his level. It turns out that only he can see other people's levels. Steve approached the employee and asked who created their backend. Donnie said in surprise that he seemed to appear immediately after waking up. And the employee said that this was more of an internal myth. They call it the Stone of God. After the Great Disaster this item was found, he developed spatial engineering. Donnie said that he seemed to have heard of it, and Steve asked in surprise what the Stone of God meant. The employee said that after a great disaster, a red stone with writing was formed somewhere in Europe. After its appearance, all European awakened people already appeared with an interface. People who survived the great disaster considered this stone to be something like a divine message on which covenants were inscribed. After deciphering these covenants, pieces of the stone were placed in all parts of the world. Thanks to them, the awakened ones can function with the interface. A particle of this Godstone is located in the Bureau's computer processor, and thanks to the power of this stone, they are able to control the interface of the awakened ones. The guys were surprised by what they heard, and said that they didn't even know about this. Steve asked the scientist what was deciphered. He replied that the basics of the dungeon world, leveling, using spatial energy, and the like were revealed there. Our hero thoughtfully asked that all this turned out to be God's plan. Coming out of the Bureau, the guys actively discussed what they had heard. Steve asked how one could meet God, and Donnie replied that probably after death. Our hero wondered whether it was possible to create an awakened one if he was written with atomic energy during a raid. But Donnie said that this was fiction and special conditions were needed for awakening. Steve changed the topic and congratulated everyone on leveling up. Jim was still saying that it didn't seem like a dream, and our hero asked how many times he would repeat this. Chad said his level was now 0, and the guys were surprised that his level went up. Steve asked his brother if he remembered about that orc dungeon, and Chad asked if he really wanted to go there again. Our hero said that after increasing his level, he has enough strength to tame even more wolves. It's time to expand his family again. Donnie asked what they should do, and Steve told them to go on raids with Jim, so he could gain experience points faster and work on teamwork. Jim thanked the guy, calling him captain, and the guy said that it was good to go on raids with Steve. Then Donnie happily said that since they had increased the level, their government payments had become larger. And Chad asked why he needed them if they had developed much more in the dungeon. The boy thought about it and said that it's true that they are rich now. Munch said that by his calculations they earned about 5 billion. Donnie added that they also took a bunch of blood crystals. Chad turned to Jim and said that he forgot to tell him the guild takes half of the income and the remaining amount is divided among the raid participants. Jin was shocked that 500 million were transferred to him and added that he didn't do anything. Donnie said that Steve was just a very kind person, but Jim could not accept these conditions. Suddenly, our hero said loudly that he was hungry and called everyone to eat lobster. And at that very moment, Donnie grabbed his head and shouted that he had forgotten something. The guys turned to him in surprise and asked what happened. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes, and he said that it looked like he would be killed soon. The guys were again surprised by Donnie's behavior and asked why they would kill him. After a while, the guys arrived in Steveland. There were more and more people there, and in the distance, there was a portal shining. The guys gathered near Donnie's laptop, and Jim was shocked at how much money was there. And Chad read in shock who the transfers came from. Donnie sobbingly said that the money was most likely sent to him by the Yakuza. Chad said that what did the Yakuza care about the returning hunter, and he replied that, judging by the messages, they were interested in Steve's skill in growing plants. Now a huge cultivable area of land has been destroyed. Most of the food comes from the planet Aruka, and Steve's skill can solve the crisis of any country. Donnie said with a smile that if they were close to Steve, then no crisis would be scary for them. Our hero asked why he thought they would kill him. Donnie said that they were giving him money because they wanted to talk to him, and if he didn't come to them in 2 days, they would kill the guy. Steve said seriously that he had already said that he would not go to them. The boys said that they were keeping up, and one day Donnie wrote something to them. He texted while drunk, saying that Steve didn't have enough money to meet him. Jim tisked in shock, and Steve calmly asked what was needed from him. Donnie asked to record a video message for the sponsors, otherwise they would do something bad to the boy. Our hero immediately agreed to this request. The boy jumped up and bowed to Steve, thanking him, and promising that he would send all the money for the benefit of the guild. With tears in his eyes, he added that he should also change the name of the channel to Steve's Guild. Our hero asked to finish this quickly and go eat lobster. The guys also supported Steve's request, saying that they were very hungry. Donnie set up the camera and started recording. He said hello and introduced himself. He pulled Steve towards him and introduced him as the man they had been waiting for so long, and said that he personally wanted to say something to the sponsors. Donnie suggested listening to it and walked out of the frame, leaving Steve alone. Steve looked straight into the camera and said without further ado, "I'm not going anywhere." Afterwards, our hero turned away and said that that's all. Now it's time to eat lobster. Donnie stood there in shock, asking Steve if that was all. The guys also didn't understand what was wrong. Jim added that he said everything to the point, and Munch added that he was hungry and hurried the guys. At that moment, Donnie received a message and he read that if Steve doesn't want to go, then they can come themselves and ask if Steve is okay. The guys turned around in surprise when they heard such a proposal. Donnie said that they were ready to meet them here, and that they wanted to have a serious talk with Steve. Our hero asked to tell them that he doesn't mind. As he left, Steve said that who would stop them if they decided to come here. Arriving at the cafe, Chad asked what country they wrote from, and Donnie replied that it seemed from the country where Hero had gone. And the guys didn't even notice that the man at the next table was carefully watching them. Night was slowly falling on the city, and cars were rushing along the busy road. In one of the cars, a guy talked to the boss and said that he was on his way. After ending the call, the guy grimaced angrily and said that this old man had gotten to him. He turned to the driver and said that he was very tired today, so they were going to the club. The man was called again and he answered the call with displeasure. A man called from a cafe. He told the director that he had found Steve, and the man asked in surprise where he was. He replied that after dinner with the guild, our hero was going to the dungeon. The director asked which one, and he replied that it looked like the dungeon where there had recently been an incident. The man suddenly smiled and told his subordinate to hold him there. After this conversation, a bell rang in the building of the Children's City Hospital Guild. The man in the chair answered the director's call and asked how he could help. The director said that it seems that there is a member in the Vita group, Grace. In the last interview, she said that she likes Steve. The man in the chair said that everything is correct. He is right. The director said that they would soon release a new song, and said that this time he was thinking of making an advertisement based on the scandal. The man frowned and asked if this was really about black PR. The director turned to the driver and said that he needed to turn around to pick up a client. The driver turned the car sharply and rushed in the right direction. The man in the car received another call and greeted the calling chairman. The chairman yelled at him, calling him a little freak and asking why he wasn't here yet. The man replied that he was now giving all his strength to the Children's Hospital Group and asked why he was swearing. The chairman shouted again and asked if he was plotting something against him again. He shouted for the man to quickly go to him and added that if he went anywhere else, he would not live. The man told him not to worry because he was his son and the deputy of the DSS Corporation. He promised that this time he would definitely be able to do something for the benefit of the corporation. But the man did not understand anything and shouted what he was talking about. With a satisfied grin, the man replied that he wanted to recruit Steve. The chairman shouted again, asking if he really thought everything was that simple, and added that he had already sent a manager there. The man could not stand his father's screams, and saying that he in fact also had his own business, hung up the call. Looking at the phone screen, the man was surprised how he could not trust his own son so much. Gaz called the next man, calling him brother. The man smiled at this call and asked the girl how she was doing. She asked if it was true that he wanted to introduce her to Steve. The man replied that he was just on his way to pick her up and asked the girl to get out. After finishing the call, he remembered the conversation with his father and was angry at the manager. How dare this old fox interfere and disturb him? He thought that young people should talk to young people. Even Steve would not be able to resist the idol of the Vita group. The man thought that if he succeeded, he would no longer have to grovel before his father. His power would be limitless. And at this time in one of the dungeons, it was dark. The tall buildings were overgrown with grass, and noise was heard throughout the area. This noise was made by a helicopter circling around, and monsters were watching it in the windows. Glowing balls flew out of the helicopter all around and flew forward. Each ball was a device that emitted an infrared glow. A picture appeared on the helicopter's screen, and the pilot said that there were goblins everywhere. They were looking for a needle in a haystack. The pilot wonders why they, highly trained soldiers with the best equipment, were sent to look for some guy. Suddenly, on the screen, in the ultraviolet spectrum, an image of a person appeared. The pilot shouted to the left, and the luminous ball turned, illuminating everything around with red light. The red light illuminated a man sitting in the corner. He had a large scar on his face. The man was angry that he was found, and cursing, said that first they took advantage of him, and now this. The soldiers shouted from the helicopter to stay put, and they would take him away. The pilot cursed and said that it looked like their guy was surrounded by goblins from all sides. At the same moment, the face of a goblin appeared in front of the face of the guy with the scar. One pilot shouted to the other that they needed to speed up to save him, and the guy with the scar fired back with a pistol, screaming at the top of his lungs in fear. After killing the goblins closest to him, he rushed to the side, trying to escape. But the goblins did not want to let go of their prey and ran after the guy, catching up with him. And outside the window, the helicopter flew closer to the place where the fugitive was. The guy ran forward with all his might, but the goblin caught up with him, swinging an axe. The guy turned around and fired a few more shots, stopping the chase. He ran up the stairs and continued to shoot, preventing the goblins from getting up. But bad luck overtook the guy. He tripped and fell to the floor. And along with his fall, the pistol fell out of his hand and flew to the side. The guy didn't even have time to get up when the goblin caught up with him and opened his toothy mouth to kill him. And at that very moment, the goblin's head exploded from the shot. To the sound of breaking glass, a squad of soldiers broke into the windows of the building where the pursuit took place. The captain said that this was a group from the State Security Service and ordered to surround him. The guy with the scar realized that he had nowhere to run and cursed angrily. And the black car driving along the city streets rang and the screen showed a group of X. The man answered the call and heard that it was a group of X. They reported that the target had been captured. The man said it was a great job and asked to be sent to a storage location. Meanwhile, the director scolded the manager, asking what he had done. The man angrily said that he asked the manager to detain him until he arrived. The manager remembered how Steve walked to the portal to surprised voices that he was going there alone. The man called his name and the guy turned around. He handed over his business card and said that he was from the DGB company. But Steve didn't listen to him anymore, because he entered the portal and his silhouette became blurry. The manager said guiltily that Steve disappeared in the blink of an eye and went into the portal without even listening to him. The director turned away and said he didn't want to listen to anything, and the manager apologized again. He asked how long it took him to clean up last time, and the manager replied that the two of them finished it in 4 days. The man grimaced and said that it turns out he would need about 8 days alone. The director wondered if he really went there alone, calling Steve crazy, because this was a 5th-level dungeon. At this time, the car window opened, and the girl asked when she could see Steve. The director closed his eyes, standing with his back to the girl, and asked what kind of splinter she was. And Steve was already clearing the dungeon and standing on a mountain of goblin corpses. Our hero studied the characteristics. He received all the druid points, but he needed more experience points when he felt a stirring in the mountain of corpses. He smiled longly, asking if someone was still there, and activated the search skill. In the mountain of goblins, one monster was highlighted, which by some miracle turned out to be alive. Steve immediately rushed there, swinging his axe, and the goblins stared at him in surprise. The axe landed on the monster's head, tearing not only him, but also the neighboring bodies. Our hero took out a bloody stone and saw a message that he had received 23 experience points. Just what he needed. The stone disappeared from his hand and immediately appeared on the guild's large account. Now there were enough points, and Interfest offered to open a hunting spot for 5,000 points. Steve heard a message that he had opened a hunting ground. The interface opened the map and asked to select a hunting location. Our hero zoomed in on the map and discovered an area called Steve's Land. He selected his land and the system said that the hunting location was successfully selected. Next, he opened information about the tamed ones. The capacity was 100, and he had tamed 24 individuals so far, one of them a hybrid. Steve was surprised to read about the hybrid and decided that we were talking about Pecky. A new squad of orcs was approaching, and the interface offered to assign a summoning command. The orcs rushed forward, waving their weapons, wanting to kill Steve. And our hero thoughtfully chose what summoning command he would come up with, as if not noticing the huge orcs. Suddenly, he extended his hand towards a detachment of orcs. It shone with a blue glow, and the guy said, "Summoning beasts." Rays and lightning began to appear from the guy's hand, illuminating everything around. But the orcs fearlessly rushed forward towards Steve, grinning and growling. From the blue glow, a distinct wolf's mouth emerged, revealing a row of teeth. The wolves began to appear on the battlefield, one after another, which made Steve smile contentedly. Now the entire wolf pack was rushing towards the orcs, and the dove was flying over the field, as if watching the progress of the battle. Following the wolves, Steve himself rushed into battle, preparing a dagger for battle. He smiled contentedly and said that today he could fill all 100 places. Music was playing loudly in the club, and young people were dancing merrily. But the director said that today people were kind of sad and asked to invite beautiful girls here. The manager called him again, and he answered displeasedly. But when he said that Steve had already returned from the dungeon, he did not believe what he heard. The director asked if the manager was drunk, otherwise how could he return from the dungeon in 2 hours? But when he heard that Steve went into the dungeon again, he was even more surprised. The manager said that, judging by the words of the saleswoman, this is the second time he has done this, and it turns out that it takes him about 2 hours to clear the dungeon. The director found it difficult to believe this and decided that the manager was completely bad. Grace was looking at something on her tablet when the director called her, and she asked in surprise right now. Meanwhile, Steve was having fun in the dungeon, cutting orcs into pieces. Turning around, he saw a hail of arrows flying towards the fighting wolves. Steve gave the command to return, and the wolves began to jump into the open blue portals. And a hail of arrows fell on the orcs, who tried to hide and screamed in pain. Our hero pushed away and soared up, and 2 white wings appeared behind him. The orcs shouted something in their own language as Steve flew up to the squad of archers. He flew around the orcs and, going down, activated the tornado skill. Sparkling funnels of wind lifted the monsters up and began to spin. Suddenly, the guy noticed something and looked to the side, and there a huge monster was flying to the ground from above. Steve rushed to the place where the monster was supposed to land, while the tornado continued to spin the monsters. Our hero came running just as the Orc King landed. Steve said it was time for the Grey Wolves and called one of the wolves. In an instant, our hero turned into a huge white wolf and prepared to attack the Orc King. The orc said something in his own language, but Steve shouted that he didn't know their language and slammed his fist into the monster's face. The Orc King flew back, and Steve activated his tornado skill, and a stream of wind caught the monster. Our hero, in the form of a wolf, prepared to jump and soared into the air, catching up with the orc flying upward. He hit the monster with a flourish, and it flew down with incredible speed, raising a column of dust after its fall. Steve jumped onto the Orc King and finished him off with that final blow. The guy heard information that his level had been increased, and he received 238 experience points. The portal opened 500 meters away and will close in 15 minutes. Steve rushed to the side, and the orcs began to recover from their fall from the tornado. He rushed past a pack of wolves and activated the taming skill. The orcs finally came to their senses and rushed after Steve. But he, along with the new wolves, was already rushing towards the portal. The wolves began to jump into small portals opened by Steve's skill, and Steve ran into the portal. And when he came out, he was already in human form, and thought that the side effects were much different than when he was in the form of P.E.K.K.A. He looked at the menu and saw that he had tamed 88 wolves, and decided that if he went there one more time, he could take all the places and increase the hunting level. Suddenly, a girl in a cap appeared in front of our hero, and Steve asked in surprise what she wanted. It was Grace. She asked our hero if he was Steve. Onlookers immediately recognized the girl and began to discuss what these two were doing together, whether they were really dating. The crowd was buzzing about their possible romance, and the manager called the director and said that they had finally met. The director happily asked if they could really catch Steve. The manager replied that Grace was making progress, and he was responding to her words. The director happily said that this is obvious, because Steve is also a guy. The girl took our hero by the arm, and the manager exclaimed that they were going to a cafe. The director replied that nothing else was expected from her, and asked her not to take her eyes off them. The man shouted to the driver to step on the gas, and he obediently increased speed. Meanwhile, Steveland was busier than usual. The director finally arrived to them and asked in surprise where he had gone. Grace sat at the table and cried, sometimes sobbing. She said that she came here with him. Steve said that he just wanted to wet his throat and immediately left. The director screamed, "How could this be?" and the girl sobbed again. Suddenly, Grace shouted that Steve refused her because she was weak and he didn't like people like that. But the director misunderstood her and asked if she had used illegal substances. The girl jumped up from her chair and slammed her hands on the table, shouting that no. She turned around and walked towards the exit, telling everything to hell and promising that she would also become a huntress. The director asked the manager what happened here. The manager relayed Steve's words that his girlfriend should be strong. The director began to get nervous and said that everything was bad. The manager said that there were suitable awakened women in their clan, and the director asked who they were talking about. He replied that, for example, she is red-haired, she is wounded and very strong. The director got angry and said where he got such interests, and why he asked where Steve was now. The manager replied that he went into the portal again, and the director grabbed his head because everything did not go according to plan. Suddenly the manager pointed behind the director and said that Steve had already left. And our hero stood next to the portal and studied something in the interface, which was visible only to him. Steve smiled, looking ahead, and the director said that he couldn't believe it. Only a couple of minutes had passed. The director rushed towards our hero with the words that this time they could not miss him. The man ran as fast as he could towards Steve, calling his name. Our hero asked what they needed, and the director replied that they needed to talk. The director reached into the inner pocket of his jacket, trying to introduce himself. But Steve didn't listen to him and entered the portal without saying a word. The director, in bewilderment, asked if he had simply ignored him, and the manager replied that apparently yes. The man lost his temper and, swearing at Steve, was about to go to the portal, but the manager stopped him. The director asked if he saw Steve ignore him, and the manager tried to calm him down. Suddenly, someone came up to them and said, "Enough," and the director angrily asked who said it. A man stood in front of him, surrounded by guys in black suits, and the director greeted Secretary Chandler. The man said that there are too many eyes here now and suggested we leave it at that, and a crowd of onlookers began to discuss the situation. Someone asked if this was the chairman's son. Another added that he was so angry because of Steve's refusal. Someone angrily asked, "I wonder what he will do this time," and giggled disgustingly. The director thought that if everything continued like this, he would be in trouble. The man said that he was unlucky today, and the secretary suggested that he rest today, and he would finish everything. The director was angry, but still calmly said that he was in charge of this case. Chandler said he did a great job and added that he will have another opportunity to bond with Steve. The director hesitantly asked if this was true, and the secretary said that of course it was. The man said that then today he would no longer disturb him and took his leave. When leaving, the director angrily said that he was already tired of this freak. And at that time, Chandler called the chairman and said that he was waiting near the entrance to the dungeon. The chairman asked if his son Howard had done something. The secretary replied that more important than Steve's ability to clear dungeons, which exceeded all expectations. The chairman was pleased and said that that was why they were investing so much money in him. At that moment, Steve emerged from the dungeon again, surprising the secretary who was talking on the phone. Steve came out and immediately began studying the interface. He had finally tamed 100 animals, and at the second level of hunting you can take 200. Having studied everything, he figured out a plan of action and decided that it was time to rest a little and eat. Steve didn't even notice behind the interface that several people were standing in front of him. The secretary said hello, and Steve said that he was in great demand today. The man introduced himself and added that he was the secretary of the Children's State Security Service. Steve said that it seems like this guild runs the dungeon, and the man said that's exactly how it is. The secretary said that he came to apologize for an incident that happened recently. Our hero did not understand what case we were talking about and asked again. But then it finally dawned on him, and the man said that this was precisely the case when he found himself in a dungeon on the 5th level. Steve asked why they were only apologizing now, and the man said that they had taken time to prepare more than just a verbal apology. The secretary said they would also like to thank Steve. The man added that thanks to him, their dungeons had risen in price sharply. And the crowd asked with interest who this guy was and why Steve was talking to him. Chandler said that they had prepared something for Steve, but first he suggested continuing the conversation in the restaurant. Our hero liked this idea and said that he was very hungry and wanted to eat. The secretary said that the cars were already ready, and Steve added that they were good cars, and the secretary asked if he liked them. And the night at Steve's guild looked magical. The tree became even taller and fireflies were flying everywhere. The guys arrived home rejoicing at what a great day it had been. Good drinks and delicious lobster. Gene said that Munch could still be understood, but it was a pity for Chad. He never got to drink. Donnie said it would be cool to hire a driver, and the guys agreed in unison. Suddenly, Donnie's face changed, cursing, and Chad asked what happened. The boy said that he was supposed to arrange a meeting with those who want to join the guild, but forgot due to drinking and food. Munch said that he had to go to the construction office today and said anxiously that maybe they would repeat this tomorrow. Donnie replied that they would repeat this every day. They would drink and eat lobsters, and he opened the chat and said that it was full of curses. The boy turned to Chad and asked if he himself should recruit new recruits. The guy said that's all true, because he still doesn't have a license and is listed in the guild as a doorman. Jim was shocked, and Munch said he needed to apply for a license first. Chad said that tomorrow you can apply for a license. Jim said that difficult times will begin, because you still need to go on raids. Chell apologized to the guys, but Donnie said that Steve would come up with something, and Munch added that the head would deal with such issues. Bill ran out to meet the guys and rushed to Dad, and Granny looked at the guys from above. Chad happily hugged his son, and Donnie was delighted with his Granny, holding a box of lobsters in his hands. Granny asked where the guys had been for so long, and they replied that they were working first, and then they stopped for a drink and brought lobsters as a gift. Steve put his hands on his stomach and said that it was great, and the secretary was glad that he liked everything. Our hero asked if this was too much for gratitude, the most expensive dishes, and also modified SUVs. Chandler replied that Steve risked his life. In such a case, there is no such thing as too much, and added that they had some other gifts. Somewhere outside the city, a muffled scream was heard in red containers with the inscription DSS. Someone frantically screamed to just kill him, spitting blood from his broken mouth. Steve asked in surprise if the apology was just an excuse to have fun, and the secretary said that he had a great sense of humor. Then Steve became serious and asked what they wanted from him. Chandler also became serious and said that they wanted an official partnership with Steve's guild. He said that the city is divided into 12 sectors, but the DGB does not have its own sector, and all because they do not have a 6th-level combat team. Even with all the resources, they simply cannot do it. Steve said that this was an unpleasant blow to pride, and the secretary replied that this especially applies to the CEO. Our hero apologized and said that he did not want to become a representative of one of the sectors, but the secretary said that he did not offer this. The man with a conspiratorial smile said that they, together with Steve's guild, want to open the 13th sector. The secretary said that all the sectors are formed around the 6th-level guilds, but now it is very difficult for them to cope with all the 6th-level dungeons. Therefore, the residents are a little afraid. But what will happen if the 13th sector appears, where nothing will threaten them? Then people will flock there, and housing prices will rise greatly. And the secretary added that they are confident that Steve's guild will be able to give people hope. Chandler asked if the guild may have problems they are having trouble dealing with. The man said that Steve's guild had no capital, workers, or experience, and all they would have to do was go to the dungeons, and their guild would take over the management, government, and everything else. Steve asked that they have capital and experience, but they lack their strength. The secretary said that they saw potential in their guild and asked if his comrades could handle it. Steve remembered the guys from the guild and wondered how they would do it. Chandler asked him why the best guilds receive support not from the government but from large companies, and added that they could not find a better partner. Steve thought that meant they would monopolize and use the entire dungeon space. That sounded good. The secretary thought that Steve's guild can't handle it on its own yet. Isn't this the best proposal? Our hero replied that he would think about it because the 13th district would not be built quickly anyway. Chandler was surprised, but thanked the guy, and he thought that they said about Steve that he was a simple-minded glutton who adored gifts. Maybe the gifts weren't good enough. Our hero stood up and said that he had to go, and the secretary asked if he had forgotten about another gift. The man said that it was quite difficult to find him, and Steve asked in surprise who he was talking about. Chandler said that as soon as he was put on the wanted list, he ran and hid. But their company's intelligence officers were able to find the former director of the debt company. Steve was surprised at the mention of the guy, and the secretary said that they declared him dead during detention, and now he is at his mercy. Our hero said that he had done a lot of harm to other people, and asked the secretary to deal with him as he saw fit. Chandler was surprised by this reaction, and Steve said that he was going to die soon anyway. Why bother bothering him? The secretary asked if Steve wanted to meet him after all the suffering he had caused. Our hero said that this was too much even for him, and suggested throwing him back into the dungeon. Suddenly, Steve got an idea and asked to wait. Chad was being attacked by his son, showing him all the moves he had learned at school when the guy's phone rang. The guy reached for the phone and answered his brother's call. After listening to Steve, Chad asked in surprise, "Really right now?" Our hero replied that right now, and the guy asked what it was. And he was surprised to hear the answer that someone there wanted to meet him. Steve said he would text him the address and asked him to take a pill before leaving. Steve mentioned the company DGB, but Chad didn't know about it and asked what it was. The guy got into the car, buckled up, and the secretary wished him to be careful on the way. Already through the window, our hero said that his friend would sort everything out. The secretary said that he understood and added that Steve could contact them at any time. Despite the late hour, lights were on from all the windows in the building of the Children's City Hospital Company. The chairman called Melissa's boss and asked if he was in the office. The man replied that he was not leaving and asked what was needed. The chairman said that they managed to meet with Steve and everything worked out well for them, and thanked the man. He asked why thank you. Because he just needs to get his investment back. Because soon everyone will start migrating to Steve's land. The man said that they would have to urgently recreate the infrastructure and residential complexes. The boss replied that it was in times like these that they should help each other. Meanwhile, Chad had already arrived at the right address and was met by two guys. Just in case, they clarified whether he was definitely Chad and received a positive answer. One of the guys went to the container and asked the guy to follow him. The man in the container screamed and swore, asked to be fed, and promised to kill everyone when he got out. Suddenly the door opened a little and the man started shouting that that wasn't what he meant. Now he began to ask for forgiveness and said that he was just very hungry. Chad entered the container and the man froze in surprise and asked who it was. The man recognized Chad and smiled evilly, and the guy quietly said hello. He asked what the guy was doing here, and he replied that he was told that someone here wanted to meet him. The man said that he was the same as always and asked if his friend had come with him. Chad replied that no, and the man smiled contentedly when he heard the answer. The guy asked what he needed, and the man seriously said that he wanted to apologize to him. He said that when he beat him that day, his friend beat the guys and he just lost his temper. Chad said that he understood everything and that it was already in the past. The man thanked him and added that it was still the same incident with the guy. It was not he who sent him to the 5th level dungeon. Seeing the distrust, he asked to think about whether a stupid thug collecting debts could arrange such a thing. Chad thought about it, and the man said that this was all the work of the Bureau and the State Security Service, who want to use Steve for their own benefit, and he just turned out to be a scapegoat. The guy listened to him silently and said that it must be unpleasant for him. He said that it was very unpleasant. The business was destroyed. He was running around abandoned areas with goblins and thought that he would die here. Chad said that it was all sad and said that if that was all, he would go. The man fearfully asked if he could help him get out, because he gave him money, and also helped Bill's mother find a job, and stopped short at these words. He lowered his head and said that he forgot, because she asked not to tell him about it. Chad's calm expression changed to one of surprise, and he asked what kind of work we were talking about. The man said that he had managed an employment center for a long time, and she came to him and begged him to help find a job. He remembered the past when they crashed into Chad's apartment, where only Bill's mother was clutching the baby to her chest, and the man asked where Chad had disappeared to again. He said that the percentages are dripping and a lot has already accumulated, adding that this is sad, because the family is suffering because of one thing. The woman cried and trembled all over, begging just not to kill. The man took the girl by the face and said that he could kill such a beauty. He asked if this man was worthy of her suffering, and if they even had food. The man said that he could help him find a job. A diligent woman like her would pay off her debts in 3 months. The woman turned away and again asked not to kill, continuing to cry. Taking out the money, he asked if she wasn't tired of living like this, and added that, in our time, a woman's life changes in the blink of an eye. He put money in paper with a number and asked her to call him when she made up her mind. As he left, the man said that if next time her husband was not here again, she would have to pay. The girl looked fearfully after the leaving men, quietly sobbing. After listening to the story, Chad exclaimed if she came to his office after this conversation. The man said she came when he went missing and begged with all her might for help finding a job, holding Bill in her arms. Chad couldn't find the words, but the pain in his eyes was much more eloquent. He remembered when he came home, where his son was crying, and found a note. It said that she was tired of such a life with him and asked him not to look for her anymore.
Chad asked through gritted teeth if the man knew where she was now.
The man said that if Chad let him go, he would show him where she lived. The guy's heart was pounding wildly in the guy's chest, but he had already made a decision, looking at the beaten man. Steve was driving when he received a message from Melissa that Dr. Toddler was available to meet in England. Our hero was happy about this news and said that he had finally answered. He remembered Melissa's story about how the force-measuring device and the blood crystal generator had ushered in an era of discovery. Steve hoped that maybe he knew what kind of rift it was and what planet the guy ended up on, and maybe then he could meet his brothers. Our hero wanted to share the news and dialed the phone number, but the answering machine replied that the subscriber's device was turned off. Steve turned to the driver and said they needed to change the route. When the driver asked where they should go, the guy replied that they needed to go back to the DGB container. Meanwhile, the blue SUV was driving away, and a man with a scar on his face shouted at everyone to go to hell. The man continued to swear and then turned and thanked Chad, who replied, "You are always welcome." The blue SUV drove further along the indicated route through the night streets of the city. Having stopped at the place indicated by the man, Chad said that they had arrived. The man stretched and said that he had a great nap, adding that he had a cool car. With a sly squint, the man said that Chad was doing well. But the guy completely ignored the man's question and asked where Bill's mother was. The man said that soon his guys would take the guy to her. "And here they are," the man said, pointing to a crowd of men approaching the car. The man shouted to the crowd of bandits surrounding the car, calling him lads. He leaned out of the window and, cheerfully waving his hand, asked if they had settled in yet. The bandits recognized the man and shouted that this was the boss, and someone was surprised that he was still alive. One bandit said that they had already decided that he had thrown away his skates, and the man said that it almost happened. Another bandit looked through Chad's window and asked who this guy was. Someone from the crowd recognized the guy and asked if he was Chad. The bandits knew this name and began to loudly discuss him, calling him an idiot and marveling at his nice car. The man with the scar said that he wanted to find his wife and asked for help. The bandit looked into the car and asked if he was really looking for his wife. I think her name was Utah. Chad was told to leave because she was in the building. The guy walked forward, followed by a crowd of bandits with axes and bats in their hands. One of the bandits pushed the guy in the back, asking what he was so afraid of. Chad, almost falling, entered the building, and someone behind him was laughing because he so wanted to see his wife as soon as possible. Someone said to turn on the light, and the room was filled with bright light, temporarily blinding Chad.
When his eyes adjusted, the guy realized that he was standing in front of a crusher, stained with something red. The guy frowned, and the man with the scar said that there used to be a grinding factory here. One bandit said that Utah was probably in the second, and another replied that there were more than 200 corpses here he no longer remembers. Chad turned around to ask where Bill's mother was, but one of the bandits hit him in the head with a bat. The guy fell to the floor from such a blow and blood flowed from his head. The man with the scar said that Chad was stupid for not understanding. They killed her and chopped her into pieces. He said that they helped Yuta, but she did not return anything and called her an ungrateful creature. The bandit said that if she had not been so stupid, she could have survived, and so they did Chad a favor. Chad tried to get up from the floor, and the man said his wife didn't matter anymore. The man with the scar started beating the guy, shouting that it was all his fault. He and his brother destroyed his business. The bandit shouted for the man to calm down, otherwise he would kill him, and then there would be no fun. And the man continued to shout that it was all because of them and asked how he could kill them. With a crazy smile, the man with the scar asked if Chad knew how long he had been dreaming about this.
The boy did not answer but coughed, and they called him a tenacious bastard.
Someone said to throw water on him when he passed out, and Chad thought he would kill them all, remembering his childhood when he said the same thing while playing games. He used to think that his problems would go away after school, but as an adult he played games again and wanted the manager to die. Chad played a game where a maniac kills a victim and imagined himself killing his enemies, thinking that he could escape from his terrible life only in the virtual world. And only Yuta treated the guy with kindness. She was the first to invite him on a date. But even after the birth of the child, the habit remained and Chad continued to take out his anger in video games when his son and wife slept nearby. The guy thought that he tormented Yuta with endless hysterics and was a good-for-nothing non-entity. One of the bandits turned on the grinder and shouted to the boss that everything was ready. The man with the scar told Chad to get up because he was tired of beating him and added that he would soon meet his wife. And the guy thought that if he could meet her, he would beg to give him another chance. The man said that they would do the same as with the girl. They would break her knees and slowly lower her into the grinder. He turned to the bandit with the sledgehammer and said that we could begin. He swung a sledgehammer and said to grit your teeth because it would hurt. Chad quietly said thank you, because now he remembered the past. The guy said he was a bastard who deserved to suffer, but their blows didn't hurt at all. The bandit shouted that Chad had gone completely crazy and lowered the sledgehammer. But the guy instantly got to his feet and quietly cut off the bandit's hands. Blood gushed out, and the bandit screamed, and daggers began to appear more clearly in Chad's hands. The bandits looked at this scene in horror, and Chad said that when Bill's mom left, he promised not to do that again. The bandits began to realize it, and the guy with an ominous smile said that now he would not let them out alive. The bandits began shouting that he was awakened and that they should run away looking at the bloody blades. But there was no escape from Chad. He easily overtook the bandits, cutting them down. The man with a scar on his face looked in disbelief at Chad, who was killing the bandits with a smile. The guy killed another bandit in a few blows, and the smile on his face became wider. The bandits began to run out of the building screaming, and a severed head flew out after them. Chad ran out immediately after her, holding the blades tightly in his hands, and the bandits shouted, "Let's run!" But the guy caught up with them instantly and found himself behind one of the bandits. One of the bandits shouted, "Where were their snipers?" But where the snipers should have been sitting, Steve was already standing and looking down with a smile. A man in black standing next to our hero asked if his brother was okay. Steve replied that everything was fine, and asked to see to it that Chad would not have problems with the law later. One of the men responded that most of these guys are people with negative social value, so the government won't care. Chad did not see that his brother was nearby and continued to create a bloody mess of bandits. Civ smiled and said that now he had truly awakened and could handle everything on his own. And on Chad's face there was a smile, but not that crazy one, but meaningful and evil. The news reported that despite numerous dungeon breaches, the entire area was becoming safer thanks to the intervention of special forces from the military. However, many people believe that guilds are not coping with the increasing occurrence of dungeons. But for now, residents can hear the soldiers' joy and victory. A special group of 707 appeared on the screen. Among them was Jin. The news said that thanks to their intervention, the Purge group was able to return. In the live footage, Jean, safe and sound, walked with a red-haired girl. Melissa watched the episode and called Jean an idiot because she could have called. Speaking of scandals, one revolved around Grace, who recently released a new song. There was a photo on the screen where Grace and Steve were talking, and the host asked if they saw this guy. Jean walked by when this report was shown and stopped to watch. At the same moment, the girl became furious and called our hero a dog. And at this time, Cedric came out of the portal and quietly cursed. One of the soldiers said that they sent 12 teams there which began to bring more things, but they did not find the treasure they were talking about. Melissa listened to the report in silence and thought, remembering the past. She remembered Steve's words that they just needed to train for 1,000 years.
And then I remembered Cedric's words at the meeting that Steve simply didn't want to tell anyone his secret. Jean then got angry and shouted that our hero is not like that. Having collected all this information, Melissa decided that she should concentrate not on the dungeon, but on Steve and asked what he was doing with all this. The girl's phone rang and she answered, asking Steve if they could find his brother. Steve said that everything was fine and asked something else. What happens to the awakened when they are bitten by a necroville? Melissa immediately asked worriedly if someone had been bitten. At this time, Munch was lying in his room, holding his bitten leg and screaming through his teeth. The bite on the leg was bleeding and a bloody web began to grow from it along the leg. Steve replied that no one had been bitten, he was just curious. The monk writhed in pain, hugging his bitten leg, but this did not help. Melissa replied that according to the data, there were only 38 awakened cases. Steve clarified what happened to them in the end. The girl replied that on the 48th day, 2 died from leukemia. She continued the story by saying that 26 of them simply went bald. And in 7, other than pain at the bite site, no side effects were noticed. And only 3 F ranks turned into necrovilles. Symptoms usually include fever, phantom pain, and reddening of the veins. The girl said her assumptions that the lower the rank, the higher the likelihood of applying. Steve asked what happens after the bite. You need to go on a carotene. Melissa replied that in special institutions, they constantly monitor those who have been bitten and conduct research to create a vaccine. Steve hung up and thought that they were simply being experimented on. Our hero was walking down the street, and a man was sitting by the side of the road selling something right on the ground. The man was writing some hieroglyphs on pieces of paper, but his face was not visible under the hood. Then he noticed Steve sitting down opposite him. Our hero said hello, and the guy replied that he had not been seen for a long time and asked if he still wanted medicine for his brother. But Steve replied that no, he needed something else and said that his friend had recently been bitten by a necroville. Our hero hopefully asked if he had a cure for him, because the past had helped his brother very well. The man began to rummage through the jars, looking for an ointment that would help with any bites. He finally found the right jar and took one. The man handed it to Steve and said that 1 jar should be enough. Our hero took the jar and read the name, Antiframe. The man said that the ointment should be applied twice a day, morning and evening, and in about a week, it will begin to work. Steve asked the seller how much he would pay for this ointment. The man said that since this is the second purchase, he will give a discount. Usually it costs 4 million, but he will sell it for 2. Steve said that it was better to take a spare and asked if he would sell him 10 of these jars, and the man happily agreed. Our hero thanked the man with a smile, saying that he owed him a favor. And he said that if the bitten person suffers from convulsions, then he needs to be hit harder and the infection will stop. Steve took the ointment and walked forward, leaving the seller behind. Suddenly 2 policemen appeared, shouting that nothing could be sold here. But the man collected the goods in a second and jumped down while the police shouted to stop. The police approached the edge where the man jumped, and one said that he did not see anyone. Suddenly, a large black bird flew out from below, leaving the police in bewilderment. And Munch was lying on the bed. He was writhing in pain and holding onto his bitten leg. Donnie, Jim, and Bill stood outside the door, worried that Steve was late. Bill looked in fear at the writhing Munch and asked if he was really turning into a zombie, and Donnie replied that yes. Donnie took the phone and asked if he would have to be killed, doubting whether to press the button or not. Jim asked what it was. The boy replied that it was the ultimate superweapon, and the boy clarified that if he pressed the button, the monk would die. Without waiting for an answer, Ball pressed the button and a super bright flashlight on the phone turned on. Donnie put the phone away and the guys froze, looking at Munch, but he didn't change at all. Bill asked in disappointment why nothing happened. Jim was scared out of his wits, and Donnie said he was just joking. The boy calmly said that he thought that 100 spears would fly at the monk, and was upset that nothing happened. Suddenly the boy put his hands forward and shouted the words like a spell, "Come back and don't become a zombie, ta-da." At that moment, Granny shouted from the first floor, calling everyone for dinner. Otherwise, the soup would soon get cold. Suddenly, Munch, who had been lying down before, sat down on the bed and grabbed his head. Bill pointed his finger at this and shouted that Mr. Monk stood up, surprising the guys. Jim asked if he was really turning into a monster. Donnie replied that he most likely just wants to eat. Suddenly, a voice behind them asked what they were doing there, and the guys turned back in unison. Steve stood at the door with a green jar and the guys began to hurry, afraid of Munch. Red veins reached the guy's eyes when Steve hit him in the head with a flourish. The reporter was reporting live from the city where the 7th level dungeon had been cleared. This place is being watched by the whole world. 10 days and 11 hours have passed since Hero and his team of 10 entered. Many residents take to the streets to rally together for the heroic group to return soon. Suddenly a silhouette appeared in the portal and the crowd buzzed excitedly. People shouted joyfully that they were already leaving and called for Hero. The reporter said that Hero's fire team came out of the dungeon. It was important for all humanity to know that the main group of our warriors was able to successfully cope with the task. As the crowd cheered, The reporter shouted that Hero's battle group had saved their city.
Suddenly, the guys behind Hero began to fall one after another, and the medics urgently ran to their aid. Suddenly, Hero fell to his knees, surprising everyone present, and the reporter asked if the battle was really so exhausting. The guy fell to the ground unconscious, and the reporter said in horror that 7 people from the battle group did not return. After the dungeon, Hero was taken to the best hospital in the country, and Anna was sitting next to him. The guy opened his eyes, seeing the girl, called her, and she looked at him in surprise. Then the girl realized that Hero had woken up, and the guy grabbed his head and asked for water. After drinking the water, he sighed heavily, and the girl asked Anna to blame herself. He had nothing to do with it, and he sadly thought that everything was right. It was not his fault. The girl said that they learned about the meeting between Steve and Doug, and added that something was fishy here. The guy was surprised because Doug is a deputy in the Supernatural Bureau. They are in charge of the entire national defense, and Doug's attention is more valuable than the entire Awoken Federation, which means they are interested in Steve. The guy angrily thought that Steve was a bastard because it was he, Hero, who should lead the world to a bright future, and decided that he could no longer be ignored. He was thinking that because of the 7th level dungeon he had lost 7 people, but he was not upset. During this time, he had already lost many comrades. He lost the whole world, dying over and over again. He remembered Anna's death, thinking that even she had died dozens of times. The guy realized that he was furious, and it was all because of him, Steve. He can't jeopardize the plan because of one freak, because judging by his actions, he's planning something terrible. Hero decided that for the sake of the future of humanity, he must kill Steve. The guy called Anna and asked her to find any ship that could sail, even build it with her own hands, but she needed it. It was a crisp morning at Steve's guild, the sun shining through the leaves of a giant tree. Chad woke up in his room with a headache, and Granny told him that this was why he shouldn't get drunk, and sent him downstairs to have breakfast. The guy took the identification card from the table and thought with a smile that he was now a real mercenary. And Donnie was already sitting in his room at his laptop doing business. He thought that when everyone found out that Steve was simply awakened, the number of views dropped. But even so, the channel already had 1 million subscribers, and he collected more than 10 million. He said he never thought he would see such a figure. It's true what they say is that success depends on connections. He thought that gaining the trust of a strong man in time was also a skill. Suddenly, Chad opened the door, scaring Donnie to death. The guy was clearly amused and asked Donnie if he was the only one having fun here. The boy, furious, asked if he really hadn't been taught to knock, and Chad apologized. Chad said with a smile that his grandmother was calling him to breakfast and asked where Jim was. Donnie replied that he was training as hard as he could and added that he would come down when he was done. Jim stood on the training field around some tree stumps. He stood with his eyes closed as if listening to the sound of the wind, and then suddenly opened his eyes. Jim began cutting down trees, deftly using one skill after another. With the final blow, he smashed the last tree and said displeasedly that it was too slow. The trees appeared on the field again, and Jim said that he could no longer hesitate in battle. He used the skills again and again, thinking that he would not let this happen again. Meanwhile, Steve and the boys decided to hunt a deer with a pack of wolves. One boy shouted that the one who catches the deer will win, and the second added that the loser picks apples. Steve stood near the temple, and opposite him stood the senior monk and 2 guys in gray robes. Our hero said that the temple was already ready and asked if it would not fall apart. The monk laughed and said that everything was built to perfection, and Steve replied that if something was wrong, he could tell about it. The monk replied that they were very grateful that Steve had helped them find shelter, and they did not know how to thank him for his kindness. A deer and a pack of wolves rushed past the men, Bill rushing ahead of everyone and asking them to run even faster. The boys from the temple rushed after them, urging the wolves to run faster. Steve said that it was the first time he had seen him so happy, because he had been lonely before. Once upon a time, mothers forbade children to play with Bill, and he heard it all. The woman from the temple said it was already lunchtime and asked Steve to join, but he said not today. Steve asked if Munch was feeling better. The monk said that he had been delirious for a long time, but now he could even train. The man added that Munch even had an appetite, and Munch looked at himself in the mirror, looking at the scar around his red eye, and remembered the past when he was teased by a hairless macaque. He was an orphan since childhood, but other children laughed and bullied little Munch. When he realized that he was different from others, he closed himself off from the others with a wall. But the master picked him up, inviting him to go to his temple. And so many years later, the master was killed by goblins who attacked the temple. Munch told Steve that when the master was killed and the temple was burned, he felt real hatred. The monk admitted that it was then that he began to kill. He frantically cut down the goblins one after another without mercy. Munch cleared the entire area of goblins, finding them even in the most hidden places. He said that he voluntarily committed this sin, and he did not care where he would end up after death. He just wanted to relieve the heat inside.
Then in a fit of rage, Munch imagined a lot. It seemed that someone was talking to him. But it was he who told his adult self that if he had cared, he would have died in the dungeon long ago. Munch turned to Steve and said that he had saved him again and helped him calm down the hatred by restoring the temple. Suddenly, Munch seriously said that now he has a different goal. Steve and the guys listened to him attentively, not understanding what he was talking about. At that moment, the monk summoned a winged spear right in the room, destroying everything around him. The guys jumped back in surprise, not understanding what had come over him. With an ominous smile, Munch said that for the sake of all the disadvantaged, he would go through hell in their place. Jim didn't understand what they were talking about, and Donnie said that now they have 2 nuts. And from below, a granny was rushing with a knife, shouting who among them dared to draw a weapon in the house. And Munch had already jumped out of the window, breaking it to pieces. And even before the guys arrived, Munch studied the reflection in the mirror and listened to his name being called to eat. Suddenly he hit his head on the mirror and a crazy smile appeared on his face. The full moon shone in the sky, leaving a lunar trail on the surface of the sea, and the waves crashed against the rocks of the shore. A small ship was rushing along the waves, and Hiro and Anna were standing at the stern. The Cobra swam to the shore, and Anna said that they had arrived. They were already waiting for them on the shore, and the girl said that they would go further by car. Hiro stood silently, looking firmly ahead, and thought that he was following the druid. The guys in Steve's guild were discussing whether the monk had come yet. Someone said that he got a good deal from the old lady, and someone else added that this was not surprising, because he broke the window. Chad said that the secretary called. They finished the city plan according to his work, and tomorrow they will receive a map and begin to develop a detailed city. Steve asked Chad to keep an eye on them so that they don't start their shady business here. Chewing his breakfast, Jim asked interestedly where Steve was going. Our hero replied that he was going to England to meet with Dr. Toddler. Donnie said that there's no way to get there yet. Steve asked why, and the boy replied that all air traffic and sea routes were closed. Our hero asked in surprise what had happened, and Jim said that a chain of dungeon breakthroughs had occurred. The sky was captured by wyverns, and the seas were captured by some other monster. Steve tensed and asked for more details, and Donnie showed him a video report about wyverns. Another report was about a giant octopus, and Donnie said they couldn't even find it. Chad thoughtfully asked if Steve couldn't fly by himself. Our hero replied that he could become a pigeon, but he could fly like that for no more than 10 minutes, and Chad added that it would not be enough to get to England. Steve sighed heavily and said that he never would have thought that powerful wings would be needed. Steve asked how long to wait, and Jim replied that the country's army was already engaged in extermination, but they would have to wait at least a month. Our hero was shocked by this, and Donnie suddenly said that there was another way to get to England. The boy said that he needed to get a golden eagle, or rather an awakened golden eagle. Steve was surprised at this proposal and asked where he could look for such an eagle. The guy replied that this was possible in one closed area, and Steve asked why there. Donnie replied that there is one channel where a man survives in the wild, and the north of this territory is a paradise for wild animals. In one video, they showed huge awakened animals, and among them was a golden eagle. After a while, the blue SUV was already rushing forward, and someone in the car exclaimed, "Seriously, damn it!" Steve said that he still had nothing to do, and Donnie tearfully replied that his eyes were already hurting from managing the channel. Our hero said that then he should be happy, and Donnie replied that if they filmed good material here, there would be even more work. Anna was driving the car and suggested that Hiro get some sleep because they still had about 10 hours to go, but the guy refused. The girl said that if anyone finds out about their actions, a scandal will break out. Hiro understood that an interethnic conflict would begin, and the girl asked why not catch him through official means. The guy replied that there was no time for that, it would be easier to kill him himself. The navigator reported that after 1,200 meters the Necroville zone begins, and the girl said that she would have to drive through it. The car drove onto the highway, which had already begun to grow overgrown with grass. Steve and Donnie's SUV stood still, and the guys were no longer in it. Some beast of unprecedented size was blowing steam from its nose and grinning its toothy mouth. A boar of unprecedented size stood in front of Donnie and looked angrily at the boy. Steve's voice in his head asked how he felt, and a scared Donnie replied that he looked very strong. Steve kept asking what else, and the guy said that he didn't seem to like people. Our hero liked this answer and decided that he wanted and had to tame it. Suddenly, the boar rushed after Donnie and he ran forward in fear, running away. The boy immediately ran up a tree, and the boar crashed headfirst into him. From such a blow, the tree began to fall, and Donnie shouted to Steve to save him. At that moment, the boar hit the tree harder with its tusks, and it began to collapse. The tree fell along with Donnie, and the boar rushed towards the boy. He fell on his back and was screaming for help with his eyes closed when he felt something drop onto his cheek. Donnie opened his eyes and saw a giant rabbit with red eyes behind him. The boy began to crawl forward, and the boar and Steve were already standing there. Realizing that the animals were not attacking, Donnie asked if they were going to eat him, and Steve replied that they didn't seem to be. The boy lowered his head in relief and exhaled heavily. He pointed to the hare and asked if Steve could take it out because it was scary and its stats were huge. Level C, rank 2. At that same second, a blue portal appeared and the hare jumped into it. Looking at the boar, Donnie asked why he didn't leave too. Steve climbed on it and said that he would give them a ride, and decided to name the boar Yucca. Our hero was riding Yucca, and Donnie was riding a wolf and asked if the transformations were worth it, to which Steve replied that it only slightly changed their character. Donnie said incredulously that it doesn't look like it, and Steve added that he doesn't transform animals stronger than himself. Steve asked if the hare was so scary, and the boy replied that he wasn't, and our hero added that he had a higher rank than the boy, and he began to whine that even the hare was stronger than him. Donnie said that they had already found 2 strong animals, but still no eagle, and asked how much longer they would hang around here. The guys arrived on a hillside with a view of the entire forest, and Steve said that finding the eagle was the hardest thing. Our hero called Melissa, and she asked how she could help. Steve asked where the blonde was now. He couldn't reach her. The girl replied that she was now in another area, and Steve asked to connect them. Lead clouds were gathering over the dilapidated city. The soldier shouted to the captain that there were 10 minutes left before the dungeon was broken through. Jean said that they must retreat immediately. They had long ago requested an airstrike, and asked why they still had not received an answer. The soldier received a transmission that an airstrike was impossible and the artillery was not working. In response, the soldier swore and asked why they were only reporting this now. They were informed that the 3rd battle group would be there in 10 minutes. Another group would be there in 15 minutes. Jean angrily asked if they were kidding, because they themselves would have to restrain the spiders. The soldiers said that it was not important now, and they needed to retreat. Jean irritably replied that they should take the equipment and leave. The soldiers shouted that they had to get out until the witch changed her mind, and the girl mimicked the words that this is why no one loves her. The girl received a call and she answered, introducing herself as the captain of the 11th Reconnaissance Group. Steve greeted the blondie joyfully and said that they had not heard from them for a long time. The girl was surprised to hear Steve and was simply silent for a while. Steve said that he needed to find the Golden Eagle and asked if her group could help with this, and the girl listened with clenched teeth. Suddenly, she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Fuck you, you sex maniac," and hung up. Steve looked at the phone in surprise, not understanding who they called him. He turned to Donnie and asked how he thought the request to capture the eagle had anything to do with sex. The boy looked ahead intently and asked Steve what it was up ahead, and a column of some strange black smoke rose outside the city. Donnie took the phone and said in surprise that these were starfish, and Steve asked what they were talking about. The guy showed a news report that said that the starfish dungeon had been breached. They shoot fire and explode when they die. Our hero was surprised that they would interfere even after death, and Donnie looked to the side in fear. He shouted for Steve to look at the birds. Suddenly, a flock of birds flew over the guys' heads, flying away from the dungeon. It seemed that Steve was only happy with such commotion and watched what was happening with a smile. Donnie saw the fire ahead, said that it was spreading very quickly, and added that it was time for them to leave. But Steve was calm and looked at the fire ahead, not intending to run. And the fire rose up and came closer and closer to the place where the guys stood. The animals ran with all their might from the fire into the depths of the forest. And the fire was catching up with the crowd of animals and was almost touching those running behind. Suddenly, the wolf Donnie was sitting on howled. Looking ahead carefully, Steve said that the arsonists had arrived. The flames had already caught up with the crowd of animals and were making their way to the fastest ones. The guys looked up into the sky and Donnie exclaimed that a golden eagle was soaring there. And in the sky, among a flock of birds, an eagle was flying, clearly larger than the rest. Steve said he looked cool and read the information that he was C rank 6. Looking at the eagle, our hero named him Ringo and said that now he would fly with him. The news talked about a sudden fire, but it suddenly ended due to a natural disaster. Experts report that all the starfish were destroyed by the hurricane along with the fire. Watching the report, Donnie said that it was nonsense and added that this is why no one watches the news. Happy that the video was uploaded, Donnie said that now let people know the truth. The drone recorded video of Steve about the image of the boar rushing to the edge of the fire. He ran around the fire in a circle at great speed, as if he had outlined it with his power of the spirit of the earth. And then he used the tornado skill, and the starfish were burned in their own fire. The video is called Steve's Tornado Skill, and people immediately began commenting on what they saw. Some didn't believe it, and some asked if Steve was God. Donnie was shocked that in a few seconds the video had over 400,000 views. Another video was recorded when the fire had already been extinguished and drones were flying around the area. In the video, Donnie rushed towards Steve, who collapsed unconscious. The boy thought that he shouldn't fill in the part where Steve fell, so as not to throw away his weaknesses. But then he came up with the idea that he could post it as a separate video. Suddenly someone called the guy and he turned around in surprise. With a glass of coffee, he went out onto the balcony and looked down. Chad and Jim stood below. Donnie asked if they were going into the dungeon, and the guys said that a second-level dungeon had opened nearby. Chad said they still have 3 spots available. Donnie laughed and asked if they wouldn't close the second-level dungeon themselves. Chad said he had the most skills, and Jim said Munch was already waiting in the car. Donnie thought that the guys had acquired many different skills. This is due to the small squad in order to cover as many needs as possible. The boy asked to give him time to post one more video and he will join. Fingers quickly ran over the keys and the inscription appeared on the screen. Steve, I invite you to London, Dr. Toddler. The footage reported that monsters were terrorizing the Earth and that the sky had been lost. Even the ocean is now inaccessible. Then nothing can stop him. It was said in the video that Steve had his back turned. Our hero turned around and said that he would be back soon, asking him to keep an eye on the house. And in the next frame, Steve grew huge wings behind his back and flew skyward. The caption in the video said that his adventure continues. In the final shots, Steve flies forward. Don was delighted with the video and decided that they could make a film this way. The video went viral, and people in the big motel also watched it. Anna carefully watched the video that Donnie had just uploaded. She was surprised by the information about London. Hero came out of the shower and, drying his hair, asked what happened. The girl said tensely that it looked like Steve was no longer in the country. The girl showed the video and Hero irritably asked why he went to London. He thought that if Steve was from a more distant future, then he knew in advance about all his plans. Hero decided that our hero was deliberately avoiding him and being careful. If so, it means he is not ready to meet Hero, and he must catch him before he finishes his preparations. Anna said they couldn't wait for Steve to come back. Hero smiled ominously and said that he would pull this freak out into the light. The girl asked in surprise how he would do it. The guy decisively replied that he would do it through provocation. Steve was unaware of these plans and flew towards London in the form of an eagle. He thought that he couldn't fly faster, and at this rate, he wouldn't get to London. And when he opened the interface, he was surprised to see Ringo's usage limit. And a bunch of new fire skills opened up, and Steve asked why they were so expensive. Suddenly, the system showed that there were 60 seconds left before transformation. In the forest, between the huge trees, the sounds of fighting could be heard. The bull ran forward, and 2 men on motorcycles were catching up with him. The man shouted not to waste bullets and take better aim. The guy said he'd already hit the bull 3 times, but he was still alive. They might run out of gas. He asked Uncle John to come closer, and he shouted for him to shoot him. The guy took aim and said that this is the end now. As the motorcycle came closer, he shot at the running bull. The bullet hit the bull in the leg, and he screamed in pain. But the bull did not fall and ran on, and the guy asked if he really needed to insert a machine gun into this bull. Suddenly, the guy called his uncle and, pointing to something falling, asked what it was. Right in front of the bull, something fell to the ground, shrouded in a flash of lightning. The bull flew back in shock from the force of the blow, and stones flew with him. Men on motorcycles rode forward tensely, looking around. They stopped near a hole that was formed by something falling from above. The guy asked his uncle what it was that fell from above, and the man replied that it didn't matter. They just needed to pick up the bull. Suddenly, they heard a loud scream from the pit and tensed up. The guy asked his uncle what that sound was, and suddenly a bright light appeared in the hole. The uncle asked in horror what it was, looking at the flashes of lightning. The bright light began to grow more and more, and the scream became louder. The guy asked if it was not a person screaming like that, and the man replied that maybe some alien was imitating a human voice. Suddenly, a human hand appeared from the pit, with lightning running through it. Uncle John pulled out a knife, preparing to defend himself, and they both watched in suspense to see what would happen next. Steve climbed out of the hole, held his head and said that he thought he would die like that. Our hero groaned, and his uncle asked if he was really a man, despite the guy's words that he was clearly a man. Steve introduced himself by name and asked who they were. The guy introduced himself as Alvin and asked how our hero survived falling from such a height. Steve said that the fall was damn painful and clarified where they were now. The guy named the area, adding that there was a river nearby, and all this was in Steve's country. Alvin said he sounded like a southerner and asked why he fell from the sky. Steve laughed and said that at first he was flying and then he fell. The guy said that judging by his words and the fact that he remained unharmed, he is a very strong awakened one. Steve hesitated, not knowing what to answer, and said that he was really strong. The man still held the knife at the ready and asked whether he was alone or with his comrades. Steve replied that he had comrades, but he was traveling alone. The uncle said that then he would not detain him. They were chasing the bull, and he was here somewhere. The man asked Alvin to look for the bull, and the guy looked back, saying that he was around here somewhere. Steve thought about the place where he fell and asked himself if he was flying there. Our hero put his hands in his pockets and, not finding the phone, absent-mindedly asked where it could have fallen out. Without thinking, he activated the clairvoyance skill to search. The phone turned out to be nearby in the bushes, but when the guy picked it up, he said with annoyance that the device was broken. And at this time, the men found a bull that had flown quite far and doubted whether it was alive. Uncle was surprised that the bull did not die from so many bullets, but from one blow from Steve, so immediately. The guy asked if it would be necessary to cut it in order to carry it away, and the uncle replied that he would have to skin it all day and also fight off wild animals. The uncle took out a knife and said that if they did not bring it, the villagers would die of hunger. Suddenly, Steve appeared on the rock behind him and called the men. He asked if they had a blood crystal phone because his was broken. Alvin said that there was one in the village, but the man interrupted him mid-sentence. The uncle said that there are women and children in the village. How can they bring such an awakened one there? The guy realized that he had blurted out too much and apologized. While they were talking, Steve walked up to the bull and lifted it over his head with ease. The man was shocked by his strength, and Steve offered to carry the bull in exchange for the phone. They went away to whisper. The guy said that he was quite strong, and the man added that the bullets wouldn't take him. Alvin said that he should really take the bull to the village first, otherwise the residents have nothing to eat. But my uncle reminded me what the awakened ones did to the village last year. They introduced themselves as nomads and were accepted in the village, and then they brought friends and killed all the inhabitants. Steve asked what they were talking about, and if they needed to go. The men said they were on their way, and asked Steve to follow them. They got on the motorcycle and the man started the engine and our hero walked behind. The uncle asked the guy to hold on tight and added that Steve would not be able to keep up with them, carrying the bull in his arms, and Alvin was sorry to leave the bull. His uncle stepped on the gas and the motorcycle rushed forward at high speed, surprising Steve. The man said to forget about him. If they go to the river, they will find more prey. But their plan was ruined as Steve easily caught up with them with the bull in his hands. The men stared at the guy and Steve told them to be careful. There was a cliff ahead and the men flew over it screaming. There was a bustle in the village, the gates were broken, and people gathered around. They recognized Uncle John and asked in surprise whether a bull was really running after him. Someone looked at it and said that it was someone running next to the bulls in their arms. People rushed joyfully towards Uncle John when he stopped the motorcycle. The man asked in surprise what happened and why the gate was broken. The villagers, wrapped in bandages, ran forward to tell their uncle everything. The men asked in shock what happened here. It was as if a herd of bulls were running through. One of the townspeople approached his uncle and said that they had all gone to save Chloe. The uncle asked what happened to her and asked her to tell everything right away. The man said that suddenly a winged beast attacked the village. He said that the beast killed people, wreaked havoc, and it even knew how to spit fire. But despite this, one townsman was able to take everyone to the shelter. He turned around and saw Chloe fall to the ground. Then this monster attacked the girl, noticing that she was lying on the ground alone. The monster grabbed her hands and flew away, holding her tightly. The townsman ended the story by saying that the monster took Chloe away from here. Uncle John angrily asked where the creature had taken the girl. The townsman asked him to wait and said that the elder had already taken several people and went in search. But the uncle was adamant and screamed, trying to find out where the monster had taken Chloe. The townsman gave up and pointing to the mountain said that the monster had flown behind it. The uncle immediately jumped on the motorcycle and rushed in the indicated direction, not paying attention to the screams. Alvin turned to Steve and with tears in his eyes began to beg him to help. The guy asked our hero to save their Chloe and added that he would never forget him. It didn't take long to persuade Steve, and to the guy's surprise, he immediately agreed. Our hero said that then they will give him the phone when he returns. Blue lightning enveloped the guy's back, and at the same moment his wings grew, lifting him into the air. The residents asked in shock what kind of man he was, and Edwin replied that he was a southerner and a young nomad. Watching Steve soar into the sky, the guy added that he was also a master of beasts. And in the forest at that time, a huge bear was raging, growling and spitting saliva. The men were trying to lure the bear into a trap and escape when suddenly one of them tripped. The man lost his balance and flew off the ground, and the bear was already very close to him. And his partner could only scream his name, looking at the blood splashes. If you liked the video, I will make a second part for you, but in return I ask you to subscribe, leave a comment and like. Thanks for watching.